Let's talk about what happened last week during Pax Mithdosica.
Oh no, we're definitely not nobodies in that scheme.
Well, I mean, that's all up to perception. So,
we still have the potential apocalypse.
We haven't even broken
Maybe.
out to the rest of our world.
Just
yet.
for the Magella Isle,
Yeah, just for this one island.
Magella
Apocalypse, it's more of a global
I mean, if it's
thing.
able to fester on the isle before getting taken care of, eventually it'll become a problem for everyone else.
Maybe, but who's to say?
Maybe that's a later problem.
Yeah, exactly.
We still have to go with the Were-Raven lady.
Yeah. Yogi, what happened last week?
I don't know. I'm really stupid now.
Oh, yeah, true, actually. Then you get away with it this time. Hecko, what happened last week?
So we started out still mid-fight with cultists inside the building. Peach being in an almost guaranteedly dead position.
Almost.
Thanks to Renesmee having a temporary lapse of judgment.
Yeah, like hit my head or something.
Happens all the time. I hear Father Ephirian also has the same thing where he has like half of his spells not even prepared.
Yeah.
Pretty bad. Either way.
God.
Either way, we moved on. We very, very narrowly won the fight.
Yeah.
It basically came down
With no
to
deaths.
3 readied attacks and just praying to Allah.
True.
And somehow the 3 readied
That plan
attacks.
is so based.
Those 3
It's based
readied
because it
attacks
worked.
just about
That's why it's
killed it.
based.
Last-
In the alternate
last hitting
timeline
it-
where those attacks missed, you're bevving. You're losing your mind.
Alternate timeline where last doesn't crit.
Yeah, exactly. There are
Also,
so many alternate
alternate
And I
timelines.
did
drops
roll
whenever he
high on the
gets
sneak
knocked
attack.
Yeah.
The creature was defeated.
Yeah.
There was the Were-Raven, so there are a couple loose ends. The Were-Raven, Bethan Karis, the one that originally brought you to the island, the wounded woman, she flew away. Specifically, I don't know if I said the direction last time, but it's westward. Other things, the Dryad's Quest, the Imperial presence on the island, you can address that. I mean, you are now the senior most Imperial officials on the island, so any of the wrap-up will be up to you. Though technically, once the Were-Raven lady is dealt with, your main job on Gela Isle is done. You were told to go there, investigate what this lady's up to, and then, eliminate any threat. So once you find her, you're done. Just to zoom in a little bit. Yeah, we have the 7, right? 7 of you atop a mountain. Zednius is still drooling, his mind melted. Renesmee, Severus are on the brink of death. Lars, Maximus, and Granny are a little bit more healthy, but still exceedingly injured.
Lars is at 1/5 of his HP. I don't know if I'd call that healthy.
I would, better than 1 HP. And Father Hyperion is unconscious. So, what's next?
Reminder, he's unconscious for 4 hours because Max
Correct.
rolled the 1d4.
Correct.
And also he.
Around what time is it?
Well, let's think about this. So you guys were marching, then you got to the base of the mountain, you marched up into the fog, you waited a couple hours. It's probably around 2 or 3 o'clock by the time the last aftermath of the battle ends. Lots of the fog since you guys are on the mountain, you have a sort of an elevated position. You notice that a lot of the fog has been burning off. Some of it's still there, but most of it has burned away. Though as the sun sets, some of it naturally returns.
Is it easier to see where we're going?
Most certainly, your vision will be almost triple the distance it was
woo.
before, and when the rest of the fog burns off, you should be able to see for your normal distance of about 8 miles to the edge of the horizon, which is like half the island.
That's awesome. I look around at the trees. Are
Yeah.
there trees?
No, there are no trees on the top of the mountain, as discussed many times. This is a bald mountaintop. Yeah.
Well,
Not even grass.
Is this the northern mountains?
Yeah. It's specifically just this peak, though. It's not the whole mountain range.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Is it the tallest peak?
As far as you can tell, yeah.
Are there trees on any of the other peaks?
Most certainly, yeah.
A lot.
In fact,
or
you could
a
just
couple?
walk like 200 foot down the slope, leave the top of the peak, and then there's large trees.
We're looking for the largest.
The oldest.
Unironically,
Oh,
it might not be a
just
bad idea to just take a short rest here. and then
I
deal
don't
with
gain
stuff
anything from
afterwards.
short rest.
Where are we compared to where the Raven is?
Well, she
She
flew
left,
westward,
right?
and you lost sight of her. So.
She has a lot of area to move westward because we're on kind of like the middle of the Isle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She could be. I mean, if we want to do an area base breakdown, it's 12 miles by 7 miles, so she could be within a what is that? 84 square mile area. Quite large.
not very
Assuming she
helpful.
stayed on the island at all. You know she's capable of leaving it via flight.
Well, we need to rest at least until Father Hyperion gains his
That's 4 hours.
gains his consciousness. So that's at least 4 hours of rest. Are those duders still in the mines?
Yeah, I believe you said you were going to figure out what to do with them next time, / leave the hilltop and go regroup with the army, so I think they're still there.
But yeah, I believe we
Yeah.
decided that we're gonna split up the people that can actually benefit from a short rest and feel ready to fight somewhat, stay here for a bit, and then the people who don't go back to the town, the outpost, to take
Yeah.
a long rest.
Yeah, those.
So then, yeah, so who do we want to... So we're just taking a short rest no matter what, though.
Oh, is that the case? Okay.
Is that the case? It seemed like that's what you were saying. Because, like, Father Hyperion's
He's
unconscious
saying
right
to
now.
split the party.
Oh,
I have one
Whoever
HP.
can go back and
do
get the
I?
army while. So it seems like most people probably benefit off short rest is the issue.
All right.
I mean,
Well, whether you do short rest or not, you're still waiting for 4 hours. So, you guys all, where are you setting up your camp? Are you gonna set it right on top, like right next to the ruined church? Within it's everything's covered in blood here. I mean, there are like 50 dead people inside the church and outside of it, and the massive monster, though that has, since basically faded away. Where are we setting up camp?
I feel
No,
like we
let's-
should move away from the mine people.
I feel like we should keep
Oh,
them within
yeah,
vision
we need to
range.
we need to keep an eye on them.
Oh yeah, I suppose so.
We could take a rest on the roof of the church.
Not wrong.
Why?
We can see
Uh,
them better.
Yeah, good oversight
I suppose it doesn't
on
seem.
how to
Is it
sneak up on.
is it flat?
No, but there are flat parts of it.
Oh, I thought it was like a flat roof.
No, it's very sloped.
But it's okay. We can still climb up there, and our feet will be towards the end, and then our heads will be towards the point.
There you go. Yeah, you guys can. The only difficulty of it all is trying to get Father Hyperion up there, but once Lars gets some leverage under his lower body, he just hoists him up, and Maximus.
Bro,
and
Mickey.
Mickey's
Mickey's
gonna
gonna
have to
sit
be
up.
on ground level. It is what it
Yeah.
is. None of you guys are strong enough to hoist Mickey,
Damn.
unfortunately.
Well, we'll
you can't
see
teleport
anything
to
But
the
the
coming.
boots
top
are
either.
flying on Mickey.
Unfortunately, that
I
will not
don't-
work. But
I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah.
if you got another pair, though, maybe.
Oh, God.
Make yourself a Pegasus.
Mickey's well trained. I'm not sure he's that well trained.
Yeah, take a bit of practice. So you guys begin to rest atop this roof. After, you can look down into the pit and finally get the full accounting of how many Zednians were forced to work down there. It looks to be in the realm of about 50 total. There clearly are no cult members down there, and the Zednians have all sort of gathered into a huddle near the center of the mining pit. And the labor conditions look quite grim down there. Some of the Zednians seem to be marked with some sort of slave mark, like they have something burned into their skin. This is a culture that cultural practice that Mithdosica doesn't do, but lots of cultures do. Actually, yeah, the Delian League and a couple of others, they will brand slaves to mark them like dangerous or other things like that, and that seems to have been the practice taking place with the Zednians here. But they can't really communicate with you, and you're just sort of watching them, so they will, gather at the center of the pit, distribute what little rations they have left amongst each other as the rain finally begins to pelt them. And you guys set up your tents atop the roof, and where you can't, you just pull over a tarp, and you get some sleep. It won't be interrupted. No threats remain atop this hill.
Well, I was gonna say we're gonna take watches though.
Yeah, you can take watches. And anyone who has hit dice, feel free to spend them. I will be spending the last of Father Hyperions.
I most certainly will.
Ooga Time to get everything back.
There's no thing where we get any hit dice back on short rest, right?
Nope.
Besides.
Slow natural healing, baby.
Okay.
Nice. Nice. Already up to 24.
Huge.
What's 8 plus 8 plus 10?
26.
26.
Got it.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Full is 27.
Bunch of absolute math whizzes.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
what's
just 'cause of how
27
much
plus
D&D I have to
9?
36.
That one.
36, okay.
46.
You know, you can just click like the plus button, right? On your sheet, you can you can click on your token, click the green bubble, and type +10, +9, and it'll automatically add that to your health total.
Got it.
Yeah.
Can you also do that on the sheet on the hit points?
Yeah, what's this?
I don't know if you can do it on the sheet. It's
I really
one,
need this for my
actually.
attack.
Thank you very much.
No, it's not.
Times 1.
What? Isn't the square root of 2 1?
No, it's like
It's like 1 point
1.41.
something.
What?
What?
The square
Well,
root
Oh
of
god, it is
one-
1.4. Gross.
What's 1 point? What's 1 times 1, Alex?
1 times 1 is 1, but I thought the square root of 2 was one of those special rule cases where, like, I know if it's a negative under a square root, it's just, like, undefined no matter what. It doesn't matter. Like,
Oh, it's like an
Imagine
irregular
that.
number. It's like a super long number.
well, and someone in calculus.
Unless someone
alright.
banked your teacher.
Wait, so you have no hit dice left, Severus?
No,
Damn.
not at all.
You are so little
1 HP,
fragile,
but
boy.
gang.
Yeah, little fragile.
There's
boy.
the
I
health
have
kit,
none
though.
now too.
There is a health kit, yeah. So,
Any spell slots?
Well, in character, do we any of us know that Zennius even has that?
oh, no, you don't, yeah.
What? We totally do.
No.
Has he ever used
Zen-
it?
Xennius never
before,
uses it,
right?
he always just gives it to
Have
Grania.
I used I've used 2 charges.
Yeah, I think you just
so
gave it to Grania
people
for her to
have
use
seen
it.
it with me.
Maybe.
I don't think Grania has seen it.
No.
Like,
I
I'd
think
be
I've
familiar
been
with his
8
equipment, I
charges.
assume.
You would be familiar. Well, I don't know if you would be familiar, but I used it to heal you once when you were dead, to stabilize you. When Lars fought that one monster tree.
And or a Dryad Matron.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I didn't witness that because I was unconscious.
Yeah, you were unconscious. So, and I was invisible, so I don't know if anyone knows about it or not.
I don't think we
I
do.
can't speak up, so.
Yeah. So,
If I speak.
at around 6 in the morning the next day, Lars, you're on watch. You woke up like an hour or 2 ago. You and Gore are actually doing fine. Gore especially. You're just staring off into the horizon, the sun rising. It's the, hope. It's the hope emoji, emote. And as the sun rises and it begins to heat up the island, and see the fog sort of burning off. And it's not just normal fog. The fog seems to twist in tendrils, almost like it's trying to resist being burned away by the heat of the sun. But the light always comes, and you basically get to have a first-hand accounting of the last of the greenish fog burning away. And one of the tarps, not even a proper tent, but one of the tarps gets, rolled to the side, and Father Hyperion sort of pulls himself up and walks over to you on the edge and sort of rubs his head and looks around. So it looks like we won then.
Lars?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. It was closer than I'd like to admit, but we did it.
When that creature attacked me, I was ready to see Aurelian soul again.
You were unconscious, so you don't know this, but whatever you summoned helped us kill it. Without that, I don't think we could have, without taking even more casualties.
He looks around the top of the roof and, sees the other sleeping forms of the judges and sees Grania. Look back towards you. I didn't mention this when I first encountered you in the woods, but I recognize your name.
Not sure if that's a good sign or a bad sign with the stuff I've done in the past.
You're not exactly what I expected, anyways. You see, well, you may not know this, but in the wider Department of Faith, there are questions of your loyalty, but what I've seen here today was an expression of great ingenuity and violence, and for the purpose of the Emperor.
I'd be more insulted by that if it wasn't from all that's happened in the past couple years that's changed me.
Well, I'll make sure that no one questions anything about you again. The actions of your cousin shouldn't leave a black stain on your family.
He'll just stare off.
And
'Cause,
slowly,
he
over
was
the-
pretty close with his cousin. His cousin was like the only family member that was actually cared a shit about.
Yep,
or gave a
and
shit
like
about him for a long
100%.
time.
And I also, you're kind of the one who got him in trouble in a roundabout way because you're the one that arrested the Consul Militum and all of that stuff. So over the course of the next 30 minutes or so, each one of you awakens. Severus is the last to rise, which is very out of character for him, but he is beat to absolute shit. Him and Lars has exhaustion. Severus has 1 HP. They're both pretty in pain. But slowly you guys rouse over the course of the morning, and correct, no spell slots and short rest except for Zednius. And you guys are awake. It's around 8
Is that
o'clock.
specific to a subclass?
Oh no, sorry, you're a warlock, right?
No, if you're a
yeah,
warlock,
do
you get it.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't read this anywhere.
Yeah,
Warlocks
it's just
get
how
their spell slot
spellcasting
spec
works.
every short. All of their
Yeah, it's not going to be in
spell
any of
slots
these
every short
features.
rest.
It's within the spellcasting feature of
Yeah,
the
it's just
warlock.
default for Warlock
Yeah.
stuff.
okay.
because they don't
Yeah.
get they don't get like very many spell slots, but they get to reuse them on a
Yeah.
short rest. So warlocks
Okay.
are really good in Harkin's gritty rule set world.
Hell yeah.
Wait, you said only half though? Is that correct?
No, you get all.
You get all of them.
Oh, big.
Well, you get 2. I don't know if you have an
Still
item that's
trying
like
to nerf
specific
himself.
on long rest.
I have
rest.
two, yeah.
Wait, Hakon.
Yeah.
Question: in your world, how
Mhm.
does the Wizard's Arcane Recovery feature work?
Works the same as it does in the base game. You get during
Once
your
a
short
day.
rest. No.
It says
Sorry,
once a
you're
day
right.
in the default.
Yeah.
game.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think this is implied. When we go for the long rest rules, we take most features that say once per day, and then we just extend them out to a week because
Yes,
it's functionally
yes.
the same length of time.
Yeah, I'm just asking in case because I've played in campaigns where it was different.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think
about the
I'd have to talk to
that says
Yarrow
every
about it, but
dawn?
I'm pretty sure I've made it a week. I'm like 80%.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. Okay, there we go.
We've
When
talked about
Renez-
having to get spell slots back in the
Okay.
long rest, yeah.
When
Makes sense.
Renesmee wakes up, she's gonna kind of look around and then see that Severus is like, maybe he squints his eyes open and he's all like, "Ugh." And I'm gonna be like, oh shit. I'll get up and I'll walk towards him and then I'll kneel down and I'll take his palm and put my palm underneath it and my hand on top, and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
You got 3rd level spell.
Jesus Christ!
Level.
All right, Renesmee extends her hand towards you, and some of the leftover detritus in the gutters of the little leaves and things, the gutter trash of the roof, twirls into sort of bandages and wraps around your many wounds, and you get nice
Dirty
and
bandages, Pog.
nice and healed up. They're not dirty; they're cleaned via magic,
Of course.
and you are wrapped in leaves.
Super,
And,
but
I'll just immediately breathe more steadily, more calmly. Just go. Oh, thanks. That hit the spot.
yeah,
Jeez.
I'll nod and
Still
I'll.
can't believe we're alive.
Oh yeah, yeah. I passed out for a second back there. Thank you all for coming to my aid.
Well, that was mostly on Zednies and Grania.
I'll look up at Zednius and Granny and I'll give them like a
Zenius
grateful
looks
head
back at you,
nod.
like drool dripping from the edge of his mouth.
What's
Me too.
What's
Get him
wrong with
checked
him?
out.
Father Hyperion glances
He
over.
was hit by some kind of spell.
Well, just before I went unconscious, I saw the incantation that the creature was speaking. I've seen it cast by a cult leader that I fought in the city of Marsonia. Once we get him to a cleric, or even me, if I'm given some time for my magics to recover, I could take care of it. He'll be back to his usual self.
what is he
Damn.
cursed with?
So it's not permanent?
No, it's not permanent, but you should be thankful He'd be incapable of casting spells, incapable of speech. He doesn't even know what we're sharing. All he knows is that he's amongst friends.
I'll walk up to Zednius. Is he sitting or standing?
He's probably sitting because it's easier.
Yeah. And I'll kneel down in front of him. And can I look into his eyes?
Look at you for a second, and then I'll recognize you as a friend, and I'll smile.
I'll put my hand tentatively on his cheek. Is he still drooling?
A little bit, yeah. Just a little bit. When you go to put your hand on Zednius' cheek, you do feel a little pseudopod slap your hand away.
Oh, Hagal! You're here. Do you know what's wrong with him?
It's silent.
No.
Father
I'm gonna
Hyperion
make
says,
eyeballs.
"What are
Yeah,
you?
I'm gonna make eyeballs towards Father Hyperion.
What are you talking to?"
Oh, it's this.
It's his friend.
Yeah, he has like this imaginary friend that he sometimes talks to.
Oh, okay.
It helps him focus.
Like a familiar.
Something like that.
Quick
All right,
interruption. We were hit by something that gave us -3 intelligence. Is that still ongoing, or is that going?
Let's check. I think
Can
it
we do a
actually ends on a
short
short rest. I'll double check the feature though.
Oh yeah, and my Pog intelligence goes away. No.
That definitely does go away. So I'm pretty sure the intelligence. Yeah. On a failure. Okay, until they take a short rest. I'm gonna check this other feature, but yeah, all your intelligences are back to normal.
Father Hyperion was also reduced by 1, but I could mark it temporarily
That's
on the
fine.
sheet.
Yeah. Until it hits 0, it doesn't super matter for Father Hyperion. And mostly, if you guys had a wizard in the party, they'd be they'd be on suicide watch.
The real question
cast a
is,
single fucking spell.
I mean,
would
that's me right now.
Yeah, but
my intelligence was -1 before.
yeah,
But if I put it to, if I add more, like to +2, it turns blue.
yeah,
You go
just
and
make
put
it
it in the
0.
Cogwheel.
Just no, she's
Okay.
in the cogwheel. She just needs to make it
Oh.
0.
okay.
Got it.
There you go.
0.
Exactly. Okay, great. So yeah, all your intelligence are. In fact, you probably don't even realize that your intelligence is reduced by that much, just because intelligence a reduction of 1 isn't the biggest deal. It's not until you start like getting below 6 that I think it starts becoming like thoughts become hard, communication becomes difficult, strategizing becomes anathema.
Become hard.
Yeah, I mean, you just start. That's like animal level of intelligence. You start getting like dog level intelligence when you go lower than that. So, but you guys are ready. You're healed up, parsleys, as much as you can be. And there's a bunch of Zednians in a mining pit. Some of them are awake. Most of them are still asleep. They have slept under the open stars because they have no tents nor tarps.
Because temporary HP points don't go away until the rest, I'm going to go ahead and just brace up preemptively for in case we run into anything.
Alrighty.
Well, we should perhaps go west, but I don't know how I feel about bringing Zednius with us in this state. I'll snap my fingers a little bit around his face.
No. I would
I don't think we
Zednius?
should bring him back bring him there with us. I think we should bring him back to the town. But Hyperion,
Okay.
you said that you might be able to do something about this?
If I were given a week to pray and recover my magics, yes. We'd probably be better off getting him on a boat to Red Dinium. There's a chapel of eternal light there. They'll have a cleric capable of taking care of it.
Oh, well, in that case, we should do that.
Yeah, whatever
Alright.
you recommend.
Well, if we are to spirit him to Red Dinium, then we may want to have the boat wait for all of us. I'm not sure how high priority it is for vessels to come here.
Oh,
Is Redinium like where we kind of came from?
Yeah. Not the capital of the Empire, but yes, the capital of this region.
I thought it's Ravinium.
No, Ravinium's a different city.
I confused them.
The Empire loves
there-
their Iniums.
Are there no clerics on this forsaken isle that can take care of him?
As far as I know, there are no clerics, period, but even if there were, they're likely not strong enough to cure him of his ailment.
The only one is sitting here with us and would need a week to rest.
Yep.
Might it be worth it then to wait a week?
I can always go to Verusia and pray to Aurelian's soul so that he delivers my magics quicker, but it's a very unreliable method, especially since we are not in the fervor pitch of battle.
Yes. Okay, out of character, this is what I'm thinking. If the boat is there just waiting for all of us to be done the mission, then Zednius will be safe, but he'll have to sit out of the session just, I
It
don't know,
won't be the
staring
whole
at the
session.
ship
I
and
get-
giggling.
I guarantee it won't be the whole session, but yeah, I'll have to sit out for a bit.
Oh, okay. That is possible, but he won't be there to fight the evil witch lady, nor would his friendly pseudopod.
I mean, out of
It's-
character, I was willing to swing my sword at the
True.
lady.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
that's dangerous.
Great. It's better than nothing, I guess.
True.
In some situations, it might be
True,
worse,
true.
just because we're also risking your life with that.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't we all risking our lives always?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, but there's a difference between risking your life, blasting Eldritch blasts from a mile away, to standing in front of an enemy and getting bonked.
Yeah, I'm actually so curious. How would any combat work with someone that has one int?
Well, the feeble mind gives a bit of insight. Essentially, he will just follow a person that's his friend and stab thing with sword, and that's about it.
Oh, okay. So if he tries to stab thing with sword, it's not like a roll that he stabs one of us
No,
instead.
he recognizes people that are friendly to him. Though if you guys encounter like the Mithdosian legions, who I would not say are inherently friendly, they're just like politically aligned, I don't know if he'd be high enough order reasoning to recognize that.
Ah, I see. Well, we could treat him like a dog and bring him along and, let him swing his sword at things.
Father Hyperion will just start chuckling.
It'll be
How
less
much-
inconvenient for us all.
I'm just, not sure we want to subject him to this. That's honestly...
I'll take out rope from my bag and I'll tie it around
No!
Zednius' waist. Here!
Stop!
Look! I'll hold it in my hand.
You can't treat our friend like this!
Look at him! Try to speak to him! He doesn't understand you!
You're treating him worse than you do
He
your
knows that I'm
horse!
his friend.
You don't even treat your horse this poorly! Why are you treating him this
I'm
bad?
treating him perfectly fine. I'm trying to keep him safe.
You're treating him like a stupid animal!
Father Hyperion
Like,
says,
Well,
well,
someone would-
Animal.
except that somehow you give your horse Nami more consideration than this.
I have
Except
encountered...
that-
To be fair, she can talk to Nami.
Mhm.
I've encountered other victims of this spell, and it would be reasonable to say that he is less intelligent than most animals.
Exactly. Listen to Father Hyperion.
Though I don't know if I agree putting a judge of an empire on a leash. Perhaps we should just take him back to Verusia. I'm quite injured. I could remain there with him, keep him safe.
Yeah, this
But
is
what of the
just-
swear lady? The swear
Well,
raven
she was
lady.
deeply injured when she flew off. I'm quite confident in you 5 judges that can take care of her. I'm just not sure about
Wait, 5 judges?
4 judges and Grania.
I'll look at him. I'll give him an understanding stare. I'll walk up to him, and I'll put the rope in his hand.
He will
You take good
walk
care of
over
him.
to Zednius and untie the rope. Well, I suppose there's what to do with them.
Maybe I should come with.
You can if you wish. I don't
He's
imagine
pretty
walking down the
familiar with
mountain
me
will be
and,
dangerous.
You said, sorry, can you repeat that?
I don't imagine walking down the mountain will be dangerous now that we've dealt with the cult.
We might
Well-
need you, Severus.
It's... He's a good friend. I'd like
Alright.
to see him be...
Well then, before we head out, what do we do with, Well,
Also,
I know what we do with them, but...
I'd like to add that in a combat with this lady, my arrows don't do anything.
Hmm.
And I'm not in the...
The dagger does.
Even after healing, I don't think I'll last too long in melee.
Alright, well, if it's settled that you guys are heading back, then we'll deal with everything here, and we'll come back as soon as we can.
Okay,
Yes.
Father Hyperion will nod, and the 3 of them will begin to set off. They'll have to go recover 2 of the horses from where they were being stashed, but that's easy enough. And
Who's going
By the way,
Sorry,
can I catch a quick like sidebar with just the party?
Yeah,
not
sure.
including
After Father
Grania
Hyperion
or
and Zenius like
Hyperion?
climb down the roof, it's just you on the roof with the rest of the and Grania.
I'll quickly and quietly say, I'm not just worried about him. I'm just worried that the Inquisitor seems to be suspicious of Hedagal, and I want to make sure that nothing goes wrong with that.
Oh. I see.
If he realizes there's some weird demonic creature on him, he'll probably kill him.
Wait, so you think that it is demonic?
I mean, probably? I don't really care that much.
Severus!
Grania, you hear all of that?
Severus, you think that there's a
Wait,
fucking-
I was specifically saying without Grania.
Oh, you specifically said
I
not
would
Grania.
not have said any of
okay.
this in front of
Okay,
Grania.
okay.
I don't trust it to that level.
Alright. I didn't hear Grania, but okay.
I don't
You
think
think
Zenius
there's a
ever
demon
denied
on
that
his
it was a
shoulder.
demon. He just argued that demons weren't as
Inherently evil
you
or
were
bad
racist
necessarily.
against demons.
Yeah, God,
If there's a demon on his shoulder, then you should tell Inquisitor Hyperion. A
Okay.
demon, Severus.
So, what was that about you and the Demon Prince and what, like, weird dreams and tending stones?
Huh?
Didn't you have something with a Demon Prince at some point? That like contacted you in your dream or something?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, now she's lying.
No, she
If
doesn't
the
know what you're
demon
talking
prince
about.
had contacted me, ha, I would have been bathing myself in holy water.
As you should.
I'll just
Exactly. I'm the one that's saying that
I'm
he
just gonna
shouldn't
have
have
a
a
look
demon
at
on his
Severus.
shoulder.
I'll just like look around. It's like, is there somebody like watching I'm unaware of? Like, why are you pretending?
Do you have any evidence to back this claim?
I'm very
I
confused.
made it the fuck up.
Oh,
It was revealed to me in a dream.
oh, you
Oh.
literally made it the fuck up. All right then.
No, I like out of character. I feel like I remember.
That
like,
did
a
happen
weird
out of character, but
nightmare.
it was just a dream, not guaranteed from a demon. if
Oh, I
recall
thought it was
correctly.
like an actual demon contacting me.
Well, it's always up to
If
interpretation.
knows?
decided to speak up, he knows all about it.
It's always up to interpretation.
Like I feel like
I
I
have
remember
no
her
memory of this.
asking like some priest about this.
Yeah, she did.
Who
She asked
knows?
Father Hyperion. Yeah, I mean,
Who knows?
yeah, who knows? She doesn't want to talk about it.
Who
Clearly.
knows?
Because she's already in contact with the demon.
I'm not in contact
She's
with anything,
already working
Severus.
against the party. That's why she wants to get rid of Hedagal, because the demon wants control.
Excuse
He doesn't
me.
want rivals.
You think
Oh my
that
God.
we're fucking
He's on
rivals with the demon here?
He's on it.
Severus
He
found
knows.
the deep lore. He found the secret lore.
I'll just look at you, you know, being kind of sussy.
You said that you think that Hagal is a demon, and
Actually,
you're
might
okay
be
with
a
that.
demon. I'm not an expert on this
okay
field. You
with
didn't
that.
let me examine him.
Did you ever say it was a demon?
He's just some weird pseudopod thing that eats evil magic and goes stronger from it.
No, Severus. 2 seconds ago, you said that he was a demon, or at least you thought so, and that you were okay with it. So, I'm
I
not
said
okay
that
with
if
demons.
he was a demon, I wouldn't give a fuck.
I,
It's been
I,
beneficial.
I look at Maximus incredulously, and then I look
And
back.
we'll look incredulously back.
I am confused. Since when have we entered into demon worship?
Wait,
It's news to me.
wait, news to you, Maximus? Can you remind me why your shield is broken?
Father Hyperion was there. He didn't seem to say anything about it.
Oh no, he definitely said you should never make a deal with a demon, and this is a demon and we should fight it and kill it. He would most certainly said that. I was literally next to him and he said it.
Wait,
if an
what happened
Inquisitor
to your
isn't
shield?
going to Inquisition me for doing anything, I don't see how it can be against the religious cause. So,
Well, if the Inquisitor doesn't Inquisition me for saying, I don't know, I lost my.
that's right. You haven't said it to him
You
yet.
asked him. Yes.
I don't most certainly won't, because I feel like
It's,
it could put Zednius in danger, and right now he's not in any
Because-
capability to be talking and explaining.
because it's not demonic.
Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is. What do I care?
Doesn't everyone know that he's a fiend because Fingram found out?
Fingram, I think, was sort of written off as like paranoid because he's like, no,
Fingram?
guys, you don't
What?
understand.
You mean
Fargrim,
I mean-
yeah. Fargrim.
Yeah,
Fargrim.
in character, he actually
He's a
did find
different
out,
character.
but no one believed him.
Correct. He did
Yeah,
say
no.
that,
Yeah,
and then at the party was like, you're freaking out over nothing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if
Yeah, you weren't even with the party then, so that was
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was before my time.
Mm-hmm. Well, perhaps we should wait until Zednius
We're
is better.
divine.
I'm gonna.
Also, we're
I'm gonna
divine
lead
judges
over
of
to
Aurelian
Renesmee.
Soul, so that clearly means that if Aurelian Soul had a problem with it, he would already have dealt with it.
I'm gonna.
Huh?
That's
Based argument. It exists, therefore Aurelian Soul likes it.
Yeah, evil,
Yes.
evil, and demons exist. They are very real, but Aurelian Soul does not
Yeah.
like them just because they exist.
I mean,
They
so why
sort of
doesn't he
think.
just smite them?
is the doctrine of the church that Aurelian Soul is all powerful and simply
no,
allows
'cause,
evil to exist.
To be clear, within the Varusian Creed, it is not said that he is all-powerful because there's tons of things in the world that must be purged. So that is why he gives power to mortals to do it, because he is incapable of interacting with the mortal plane to that
What about
degree.
omniscient?
He technically is
I thought
omniscient.
Severus
yeah.
was a big Aurelian Soul worshiper. Why is he actually?
He's
He loves me
can't.
more.
I don't know. He loves him more, yeah. Severus,
You must see where that's a stupid argument, Severus. I mean, I'm no theologian, but
your friendship blinds you. I understand that you care for
Says you.
Zednius, but
Got him.
who am I
I'm
friends with
gonna
that
lean over
blinds
to
me?
Renesmee, isn't this the second person to accuse? I'm whispering this, by the way. Isn't
Yeah.
this the second person to accuse that thing of being demonic?
Yes, I do believe that Fargrim sensed a fiendish energy on him long ago, but we thought that he was crazy.
Maybe he wasn't so crazy.
I don't think he was. It's not that I want Zednius killed, of course. And I'll look at Severus, and then I'll look back and keep whispering. But the thing is that this is just so weird, and even, well, it's kind of like Severus is possessed by a demon now. He's trying to defend the thing.
Alright, later.
Yes.
I'll just look back at Severus. I mean, I don't think we're gonna do anything right now, so
Good luck and make
just-
sure that he doesn't kill people.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Just keep your mouth shut about Hiddegal, okay?
okay.
Don't go around saying that we have a demon in our party, okay?
Well, it's not confirmed to be a demon, but I know someone who could confirm.
Severus is thinking if he needs to kill Renesmee in his sleep right
That's a
now.
good point. Someone would know. You would know.
Someone would know. Well,
And who's someone?
the Father Hyperion.
You would know.
He would know. But perhaps we'd want to take it to someone who has a bit less of an inclination to kill immediately.
I'm just saying that, even throwing the accusation around. Let's say Hiddegal is not a demon. Even throwing the accusation towards Hiddegal, who knows if he gets real mad, or if he just abandons, as soon as he sees the threat, abandons Zednius, and Zednius loses all of his powers.
He has no reason to. He's not a demon. He won't be in harm.
I would feel bad if he was upset at Zednius,
Yes, I
but
know.
Kind of like throwing someone in the river with stones in them was like, well, if they're not a witch, then they're just gonna drown.
They have nothing to worry
the way
about.
that I see it is if
What?
we accuse, if we don't accuse, and we don't inquire, then the worst thing that can happen is that Hiddegal is a demon. And the best thing that can happen is that Hiddegal isn't a demon. But if we do accuse and try to find out, then the worst thing that can happen is Hiddegal
Is-
gets mad.
No,
and the best thing that can
it's
happen,
not. It's not. the worst thing that can happen is Hedligal turns out to be a demon, and the Inquisitor kills not just the Inquisitors not just kills Zetnius, but all of us for co-conspiracy and in order to cover this whole thing up. Listen, I've worked my entire life as a spy. I know how this shit works. You don't want to be on that side.
I don't think that's how it would go.
I truly don't think so. If we
Really
were,
find that unlikely.
they could put us into a circle of truth. These things exist, and we are judges. I'm sure that they would do that for us.
Wonderful parts of magic, as weird as it is.
I mean, I would just only my main concern would be if Zetnius' soul could still be saved. I wouldn't like him to be harmed. Of course, he would hopefully.
Wait, as thou close and say a bit quieter, do you actually believe in that?
In what?
I will look at him. Just what?
Do you actually believe about his soul being like saved by a Aurelian soul or something?
You don't?
I'm
I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying that literally 2 weeks ago you had a crisis of faith and both of you were worshipping some other different gods in front of some pool just because you wanted a boon in battle.
Worshipping? No.
Don't try to high road me now.
Absolutely not.
You literally said a prayer and asked for a blessing.
And that
While
is not
a
worshipping.
priest of the... If that isn't worship, then I don't know what is. That's like textbook worship right there.
I've devoted my entire life to Aurelian soul. That is worship.
No, you've devoted your entire life to the Empire. That's different.
If Aurelian Sol doesn't like us taking baths in magical fountains, what do you think he'll think of demon worship and turning a blind eye to it?
Quite frankly, I don't care in the slightest what Aurelian Sol thinks.
Ooh.
I'm done with this conversation. I'll leave.
Damn.
Severus, I hope that Aurelian Sol guides you with his light back to the path. And I'll shake my head.
I'll just like actually laugh at her.
Finger
Like,
wag.
Like, I can't believe she just said that to me.
Yeah, I shake my head and I leave.
All right. Well, Severus, you go catch up to Father Hyperion, and you climb on a horse beside him, and you guys watch as the two horses descend down the mountain the way that you could have came. We're largely going to skip over that journey just because it's not very dangerous. It's going to be we'll pick up on it in a couple days, but it's going to take them a fat minute to get back to Perusia. Specifically, let me check. They have to cross 4 rivers, so it's going to take about 5 days to get to Perusia. So they will be there.
Are there still like ravens following us and observing us
No.
all the time? Okay.
So
Plan
5
to
days
keep
from
an eye
now
out
would
for
be
that.
February the 23rd. Okay. So, main party, the 4 that remain. What are we doing with these Zendians in the quarry?
I believe that we should toss them a rope and allow them to bring themselves to freedom if they so desire or wish.
We should free them, yes, but I'm more of in Father Hyperion's camp of freeing them. I think it's cruel to keep them like this.
I think that they should be able to choose. If they decide that this is a life that's worth living for them, then that is
We
their...
didn't let the last one choose.
That's true. I'm not sure that I ever found peace with that decision. It's not that I liked it or thought that it was right, it's just that it was the only thing that made sense or seemed right in that moment. Who else is with us?
It's you, Grania, and Lars. Oh, and
Lars,
Maximus,
what
of
do you
course.
And Grania?
Well, Grania has a bit of a communication problem.
Yeah.
You guys you don't understand Imperial Sign Language, and that's all she can communicate in, so.
Well, no, but that's
Does-
not true.
Does Severus have message?
Probably.
I would like to say that that is so untrue. My dad does not speak a lick of English.
Sure.
And Mr. Mooten does not speak a lick of Portuguese.
Sure.
And they communicate through motioning at things. And
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out she's not deaf, so if they just ask yes or no questions, you can say,
Oh,
like,
yeah, you can do body
yes,
language
yes,
communication
yes,
and
no.
writing, but spoken language is not going to happen, unfortunately.
like
I
if
assume
if
Grania
she-
doesn't know how to write.
Ooh,
What?
interesting.
Deaf person not knowing.
No, because of her
person not knowing how to
circumstances,
write?
she may not know how to write.
Oh.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's up to you, Dota. I think it's reasonable to say she could have learned it since she joined the Imperial Wizard College, but it's also it'd be understandable why she wouldn't. I mean, it'd be a lot to learn. So I don't know. It's
She
up to
could
you.
write, but maybe only super basically, like not fluent.
Yeah.
Or something.
I don't know. It's up to you, Dota.
I vote.
No.
Okay, then no. So it's just gonna be body language and things like that. Though, of course.
Cool.
Yeah.
She could point, Grania, if you side more favorably with one of us, you can just point at us if that's helpful.
I mean, there.
Maybe you're talking to her, she'll just like slowly nod her head. She's not really understanding what you guys are talking about.
We're trying to figure out how to free or what to do with the Zednians down there, and I'll point at the mine. I think that we should. I'm not sure, like, speak to them, but ultimately free them, toss them a rope, and let them free themselves. And I believe that Maximus wants to free them, as in kill them. Free them from their bodies.
She'll just
Do
shrug
you
her
s-
shoulders.
Do you care for either one of these approaches specifically?
She'll shake her head no.
Well then, I'll turn to Lars. Thoughts?
I think you'll know I'll probably side with Maximus on this one.
It'd just be a logistical issue at this point.
Oh yeah, all the compassionate people are out of the party now. It's just the two soldiers and like the two really violent ones, and then Grania. Unfortunate.
We could, I'd say we go because we have to kill those crow things that are in the church.
Oh yeah,
Can't forget
the
those are
raven,
still in there.
yeah, the crow abominations. They've just been
Oh.
slept there.
Can't let those live. And I mean, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we had we had at least some of the Marines up here with us to do it. Just make it easier.
Lars will speak up. Regardless of if these things are still actively fighting or capable of fighting, they've fought against us in the past and they can become a problem again later on. I'd rather deal with it now while they're not up to fighting capability.
Hmm.
Well, there's four
So
of you.
we're all-
There are, 4 crow abominations down there, and there are about 50 Zednians in the quarry. There are no ladders out. All of the ladders that were out were kicked inward when the fighting started to prevent the Zednians from escaping. So, I mean, you could just leave them there, and they'd eventually probably expire if they don't find a way out. And the crow abominations weren't even eating, so maybe they would just naturally starve to death as well, but that's like a week, so...
Lars will speak up and also say, that being said, I also won't stop you if you try to rescue them. I don't really have as much stake in it, I just think they'll become a problem later on if we let them live.
How long does it take to get back to the city?
It's probably going to take about 4
Depends on if
days.
they're going to get held up or not, yeah.
Is that where the other two went?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The main difficulty in getting there is the fact that there's a shit ton of rivers between you and there. And since you don't have, like, if you had a boat, it'd literally be less than a day. Like, less than half a day, actually. But,
Nice.
no boat, so L.
Classic.
I believe that I've tried to speak to the Zednians before, and I wasn't able to really. They just, like, communicate
Speak
through,
with
like,
animals
barks
did
and
not work.
growls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speak with animals.
Though
didn't
you
work.
did see, you have seen increasingly intelligent Zednians at differing points. So during the siege of Fort Boris, there were Zednians speaking in Gelen. And here, the Zednians seem to be the few Zednians that were being used as, like, essentially suicide bombers seem to have, like, they seemed aware of what was happening, which is a bit more intelligent than the Zednians you encountered before, like the wild Zednians.
Are the Zednians in there?
They don't.
they
You
like-
haven't heard them talk in Gelen yet, but they do seem to be. They seem to have like distinct family structures. Like they seem to be. I mean, they're using pickaxes in a relatively intelligent way to do mining. Mining is not like some low intelligence task.
Yeah,
I
the one that
guess-
we originally captured was like one of the random people that just attacked us in the woods. That was like their group. Compared to, I don't even think we talked to the ones at the cave that seemed to have an actual like society structure.
Yeah.
Can I cast Speak with Animals?
You can do that. However, they're all at the center, deepest part of the quarry, because that's where what little rainfall is falling is landing there in the pit. So they're like all pretty gathered near the center. So you'd have to like shout to be heard.
That's fine.
Okay. Then yeah, you climb down off the roof. Grania, Maximus, and Lars join you. You head to the edge of the quarry. You cast Speak with Animals.
Hello down there.
Yeah, a couple of Zednians glance up, and a group of about 6 of them begin to do the trek up. So they, there's like ramps in between the differing levels of the quarry, so they head up 1, 2 levels until they're now, 30 feet beneath you. And they seem to have been handpicked for this. Like, one of them has the head of a boar, the upper body of a human, and then like the legs of a goat. Like these seem to have been selected because they have manipulatable like hands. Yeah, exactly. So they can actually use a pickaxe. And one of them, with a vaguely human-looking face with sort of horns out the side, he will speak up to you in Gelen and say, well, actually, you don't speak Gelen, so he speaks up to you in the local language. And you recognize it as the local tongue. It's not some random babble, but you do not speak it.
What heads do the others have?
There is a boar, a human with horns. There is a bat, which is quite horrifying looking, on the size of a human. Because it's not like a cute fruit bat. It's one of those with like the dozens of folds for like smells from really far away. There is
I assume if any of them speak Gelen, they can reproduce in whatever animal head will let you speak with them.
Yeah, so far none of the animal-headed creatures have spoken, only the one with the human-looking face. Yeah, then there's an ibex, and then there's what do you call those? A badger. It's like with a white stripe down the middle.
I'll speak in, I don't know, bat.
You can just go down the line of like what their heads are.
Yeah,
see if they can see.
I'll just go. I'll speak in boar.
Yeah, you snort, and the boar when you squeal in boar, what kind of message are you trying to get across? Because boar especially it's more like, it's not like a spoken language. Obviously, it's more like a general message, like run, food, attack, things like that.
Well, I want to know if I'll be asking like, do you understand me? Like.
Yeah, you squeal. The boar looks towards the human-looking one. There seems to be some level of comprehension, though not enough to, like, reply. Or there's something preventing it from replying, or maybe it understands it but doesn't speak it, or something like that. And the
I just want to go down the line.
Yeah, sure, you go down the line. A full zoo of noises comes out of your mouth. The bleating of an ibex, the high-pitched clicks of a bat. And each of them has a similar thing where they seem to recognize on some instinctual level, like, oh, that's familiar to me, but they are unable to communicate back. And the human-faced one will continue to, like, blabber up at you in Gelen.
I'll speak to him in common and be like, I don't speak. And I'll point to myself, and then I'll do the no fingers, and then I'll put my hands on and motion to my mouth, like, speak. Galen, no.
The human-faced one will point towards the ladder that was pushed down into the quarry and gesture like raising it up.
I'll point at him, and I'll point at me, and I'll like hug myself.
Or shake your own hands.
Or and I'll shake my own hands.
The human-faced thing will nod. Then he'll point at the other ones and gesture for them, and they will begin to. This is one of 2 ladders. The other one was pulled upward. This is one that actually was pushed down into the quarry. And 7 of the Zednians will go over and begin to push it upwards. So unless you push it back down, it's going to be able to reach the top of the quarry.
Are you sure we should let them? I don't think we should.
I think that they will be okay. They seem much more intelligent than the others. And they're not handpicked to be warriors. They've been enslaved here. If we put down the ladder for them to help them, I believe
This island's going to get repopulated at some point. I assure you, we're probably just going to get called back to deal with them.
No, we got called here to deal with the evil raven people, not them.
Maximus, that is the most based and also true thing I've ever heard in my life.
I don't think the general populace is that discerning. I don't think they can make the distinction between, victim of this cult and cult member.
All I'm going to say is the Empire is not known for taking a little bit and then stopping. It's known for being a constantly expanding colonialist force that just takes as much as it possibly can. So if this becomes a major destination for Imperial migrants, then they're not going to suffer a bunch of horrific monster creatures living in the mountains.
No.
I mean, the Atlian Mountains.
Mean
But what about
we
that secret
should-
cave?
That's fair. I'm not saying you have to do it personally, but like the Atlian Mountains, which are in the center of the Reginian Peninsula, used to have dozens of different species of monsters and things like that, and there are none now. So
Someone's going to. We have them, contained right now.
They're clearly sentient. It's not their faults that they're like this. I think that we should just kind of
Hasn't stopped us in the past. I mean, goblins are sentient. And,
When did we kill goblins?
I don't know. We probably have. I know there used to be a bunch of different, somewhat sentient races in the Atlians.
Sure, but they're not attacking us. They're chill.
Yeah, but who's to say they
Well,
won't be attacking us like the several we
They're
fought?
dead. They're all gone. We killed them all. That was the whole point. They used to be. And then
We fought these
Okay.
things before, and we
Besides-
may have to fight them again in the future.
humans are sentient. We don't have any qualms against killing them.
When they're attacking us. Oh, when they're simply mining or enslaved.
Right now they are. Doesn't mean they will always be.
They're gonna die. Whether it's now
Jesus
or
Christ.
Well, I would rather it be later.
She's got you there.
all right then.
Well, while you guys were discussing, the ladder was pushed up, and the lightest of the ones, the Bat Woman, maybe? You guys have never really gotten down to figuring out how to tell, because they don't seem to have, like, very obvious sex organs, especially not compared to, like, their wings. Those draw more attention than other things. So maybe a female Zednian Bat Lady begins to climb the ladder very tentatively. When she gets near the top, she will sort of look down at the others for encouragement, and the one with the human face, the human-ish face, will nod. Like, actually, let me just pull up the token that
I
I'm
will already
basing it
have
on.
whistled the court to not be aggressive.
All right.
Ooh.
Because when I say human-ish, I think I may be overstating it a little bit. This is sort of the thing that I'm picturing.
Well, we've seen them, yeah.
Yeah, this one. So when I say human-ish,
Yeah.
we're being very generous with the word human. Either way, the Batwoman will climb the ladder, and once it doesn't get attacked, will hold the ladder steady for the others, and the human-faced one will leap down to the rest of them, and slowly over the course of the next 10 or 20 minutes, each one will climb the ladder. The ladder's a bit rickety, so about 4 or 5 at a time are securing the ladder to be strong, basically to prevent it from falling apart. And all of the Zednians will
It's more like
extract
they're just in a
themselves.
humanoid shape, right? That's
Yeah.
what the mean is.
Yeah, exactly.
What happens when there's only like 3 of them left?
When there's only 3 left at the bottom, then you have like 5 holding the top. Hopefully that,
Oh.
to hope that it just doesn't like slip on the mud. And it doesn't. I mean, there's probably 1 or 2 mishaps where someone like falls, but then they're caught. But overall, all 50 Zednians will make it to the top. They're now level with you. And I think it's only once there's this many of them in one place that you realize that you know, the ship has sailed. Now that they're out of the pit, there is certainly no containing them. In a fight, you would probably lose. Even though they're not selected for war, they're still Zednians. They're still taller than you. They're still bigger than you, broader than you. It'd be a nasty fight. But
are they like out of the pit fully? Like they're
fully out of the pit. And they seem to have gathered about 100 feet away from you, and the human-faced one will clearly be talking to them, but through like bleeding and sort of like gesturing and things like that. And then it will look towards you all, and it'll give you a hand sign of like 3 fingers, like 4 fingers raised, but it's the 3 middle fingers and the thumb stretched out. You have no idea what it means. It's probably some local like thing that they learned from the cult. And then maybe. And then the Zednians will begin to withdraw down the mountain to the north in the direction of the swamps, which is where you guys came from.
Well,
I at least hope you're going to be the one to explain the Father Hyperion if you ask about it.
Oh yes, well we got rid of them.
Yes. Anyway,
I don't think he's going to take that answer at face value.
Let's go kill the crow abominations.
Wait, yes, about the crow abominations. Now, here's the thing. They were only evil because there was an evil thing controlling them, and now we've wiped out the cult except that one lady. So if we can find her and kill her, they have, of course, they're misshapen and kind of abominations, but they have their intelligence, and they can lead peaceful lives.
Nesme, you remember when we had that little run-in with the troll? Or
Which
whatever it was? Back on the main island. The one that was stealing those farmers' winter supplies.
Yes.
The
Of course I remember.
Is he alive?
No, sadly. And I made the wrong decisions. I know I did.
He was sentient and capable of leading a peaceful life. And yet...
Yes. And yet
Here
we
we
killed
are.
him. And it
Lars
was
will speak
terrible.
up.
Besides,
I will argue these things don't seem like they can much take care of themselves compared to the things we just released.
they're actual, like, infants.
Well,
They've been
not
sitting
all of
there.
them are children.
No,
You
but
could
the fact
just
that they haven't
see-
left or done anything in the way that they acted around Severus, or no, Maximus earlier. I don't know if they'll be able to actually
We-
live on their own.
May
We
we
have
just
to-
see?
We gotta put those ones out of their misery.
Can we see if they're in misery? Can we see if they're not intelligent? And if they aren't, if they truly can't care for themselves, I wouldn't like them to starve inside of there either. I want to make sure.
How do you plan on doing that?
I don't know, but they're right in there. We can just figure it out.
Okay.
I
How
start-
long does
I walk
how long does
over.
Speak Again was
Yeah.
last?
10 minutes, but
Oh,
you can
well,
recast
well.
it constantly.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll, as we're walking in, I'll put my helmet on.
Oh my god.
All right, you pull on your visor,
Lars will just be
literally
leaning
coated
against the
in
door.
gore. All
I'll
right.
just be leaning at the front door, waiting.
Yeah, yeah. Lars heads to
Go
the front
for
door,
it,
leans
Renesmee.
against it. What does Grania do? Does she go inside with Renesmee, or does she remain outside?
She's probably just like sitting in the grass, like just picking it out.
All right. And
Granny, would you like to
Or
come
not,
inside?
not grass, I guess.
all right.
No, she'll just keep sitting there waiting for.
Maximus and Renesmee, the two of you head inside. The crows are where you left them, with those blank expressions. One of them has rolled over onto its back, and, for any other creature, that almost sounds cute, like, oh, it rolled over on its back in the night. The problem is the backs of these are covered in a great number of pustules, which have since burst, and so the floor around it is covered in this horrific, stinking, yellowish pus, which some of the other abominations have even taken the time to lick. It's quite a
I'm
disgusting
just
sight.
does that not speak for itself, Renesmee?
I'll gag a little bit. I'll speak in crow. Hello?
No response.
May we pray over them? They were people. Maximus?
Sorry, what was that?
May we pray over them? They were people once.
Is this the end for them?
I'll look at them solemnly, and I'll look back at him and I'll nod my head. But we should pray.
Then yes, pray that the Brilliant Soul.
Yeah, you guys can do a
Hopefully
prayer
kills
that you haven't done in a long time. There's a prayer that is essentially, it's not meant for battle, like opponents in battle. It's designed for people who are passing on through no choice of their own, people who have cancer, other other illnesses that can't even be cured via magic. They are simply, they're going to die no matter what. And some people choose to go out on their own terms, and there is a prayer for this. Because you're asking something of Aurelian Soul. You're asking them to forgive this person for going to the Tranquiline Halls a bit too early, and to accept them, within his grasp. And especially for these, who did nothing to choose their form, you're asking for him to forgive the abominable form that they will go to the Tranquiline Halls in, and return them to what they once were. So, you can conduct a prayer. Hope that they are allowed into the halls of forever peace. Hope that, they are not cursed for the what they look like now. And, yeah, I mean, if you want, you can... they're hard to kill, so I don't know what your method for killing them is. They will fight back, just on basic survival instincts.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what your strat here is.
Yeah, that's the one issue.
Yeah, they are still, whatever their minds are, they're still really fucking scary. They
How
get a
many
crit.
are there?
There's 4 of them, though they didn't seem to defend each other, only themselves.
Yeah, that's the like.
But
One at
after
a
you attack the
time,
first
these
one, they're not
things-
going to let you get close to the next few, because they're going to watch us kill them.
I mean, maybe not.
You think that we could lead them out like one by one? Kind of like animals to a slaughterhouse.
Ethan's on the move, so his mic's muted, I think, from what I can tell.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't seem very inclined to go anywhere. I suppose we could try.
I'll approach one very carefully and
Yeah,
kindly.
it looks at you. It makes a sort of like deep, sort of throaty noise that almost sounds like a baby cooing, but it comes out very garbled because crows don't have those vocal cords.
Aw.
Do you think they'll be attracted by food?
Perhaps, but I think they'd all come out at once if we brought out food. I'll put my hand out.
Ooh, wait, I have an idea. What if we throw a bit of food over in one corner, and then most of them are gonna go rush for it, but then just the one closest, we hold
We
up
have enough
another
food to
piece
do
of
that
food.
4 times, though.
I mean,
Also,
I'm sorry, I don't. Why are you baiting them away? Either way, it's not. You're still gonna have to fight them. Or are you just worried that you have to end up fighting all of them
but
if you
then we
attack
can-
one?
then we can just fight them one by one.
Okay.
That
We
is-
basically would get a surprise round, is what he's saying.
Yeah, sure.
There's 3 of us, right?
Yeah, 4 of
that's
you.
Not gonna
Yeah.
be that bad.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll gently try and pet this big crow.
Yeah, you reach out a hand, and the crow, they do have arms, by the way. They have these little claw arms, and the little claw arm reaches out, and you remember something, Renesmee, back when you were in the orphanage in Ravinium, after your parents died, but before the woods incident. There were kids of all ages at the orphanage, including a couple of babies who, for whatever reason, didn't have parents, so they were given to the orphanage to take care of. And when babies are really, really, really small, they have this instinct where when something is placed in their hand, they just sort of grab it. Not very strongly, but they just sort of have this instinct, to hold something. And when you go out, to pet the raven, the little claw sort of wraps around yours, not very hard, just like a gentle little, holding your hand. And I think you remember those infants in the orphanage.
I'll put my other hand on its face, and probably I'll have tears rolling down my face, and I feel really bad. And I'll see if when I move, because it has that gentle grip, if it'll come with me.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have locomotion down very well. It can't walk, but it'll do its best. It does sort of this scraping. In a baby, this would be adorable, but in a creature with this much strength to it, it's kind of horrifying. Its back claws tear into the stone, which propels it a couple inches forward. It's gouging through solid rock with the strength of its rear talons, but it will slowly scoot forward.
Maximus, I think this one was a baby. It might take a second for it to come outside. Will you tell the others?
Sure, I'll inform them of what this horrible noise is.
And also that there
Christ.
is a baby that is going to be killed.
All right.
Yeah, he just walks outside, business as usual. Jesus Christ. We're
I
the
don't
good
know.
guys, copium.
12 years of constant warfare tends to.
Yeah, you did way worse
hold
shit than
you
this on the
to-
plains, let's be real. Yeah, you walk outside, you inform Lars and Grania. Essentially, the creature can slowly be let outside. Once it's in the dirt, it'll be able to get more purchase because it won't be tearing into stone, it'll just be sending up clods of dirt. So it can move to wherever you like. As was said, you guys are going to get a full surprise round, but if you don't kill it in one round, then we'll roll into combat.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know what sort of preparations you want to make for that.
I mean, we just surrounded Unga Unga. We should all
Yeah.
be able to get advantage.
Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking
Well,
if wait, if this is just a baby,
waiting.
but this is just a little baby.
Okay.
And I don't think it would understand if we were very kindly and friendly and funnily putting rope around it and keeping it nice and tight.
You want to strangle it?
Oh no, but rather if we kind of
Jesus.
put enough rope around it so that it couldn't really do anything, so that it was restricted.
Oh, you just want to tie it up.
Yeah, when
mean-
you're playing with a dog, right? You could theoretically get a dog into a crazy tie if you were just and look, and now I put it around your leg, and I put it around your arm.
I mean, it has basic preservation instincts, but I suppose
But I don't think it would know.
at the risk of losing our surprise, I suppose we could try it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just-
Wait, do we?
Put on-
I suppose for the big question, do we have rope?
I do, yeah.
Well, then there we go.
Yeah. I can put the rope around it, and then when everyone is ready, so that it's not so startled that the rope is tight, I'll tighten the rope all at once. There are certain ties that can
Yeah.
do that, I know, because I do shibari. And you can go, "Shoop," and then everyone will go all at once.
So you're gonna tie it up. Oh, so then you're attacking it
Yes.
after it's been tied up. Okay. Yeah. So it'll be advantage anyways. So let's get one
Yes.
round of attacks from the four of you to see if you do enough damage to kill it. Because if so, then we don't really need to
To be
go through the
fair-
rest of them. I just don't know if you
You
do.
mean we're nice, we weren't going to get an advantage if we were using spells to attack, but now we do.
Oh, very true.
Flanking doesn't count.
Yeah, very true.
Ah.
All right.
What?
And I'm gonna,
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna get on Mickey to do this now that we're outside.
Alrighty, you're fucking getting on your horse, building up some momentum before you skewer this this creature. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, yeah. So let's start with Maximus. Take your attacks at advantage.
Sick.
First one hits. Second one misses.
Damn. Oof. That was.
What's Grania
rough.
doing?
She'll go last. But also, I have a question
I
about
want to
this.
go last.
Alright, I'll go. Granny will go second last.
Okay.
These just make it normal, right?
These
Instead of
just
at
make
advantage?
it normal. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
Okay.
Let's do. I'll spend a moxie point. We'll do 4.
Hit, miss, hit,
The first and last hit you said.
and the second one. Yeah.
These ignore the damage rolls. They're just gonna be to calculate full max damage because that's what they're supposed to be.
Oh, okay. So it's
The
What's
second
one
one
max
should have,
damage here? It's 12,
It's gonna be a lot of damage.
13, 14, plus 8. So it's 14 plus 8 twice. 14 plus 8, 14 plus 8, and then plus 14. So it's 58 damage.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you punch it to death. Okay. Are you
Nice.
willing to burn a moxie point on the rest of the crow abominations? Because if so, I think you almost guaranteed kill them all in one round.
I only have 2 more.
Okay. Then, do you want to use 2 more on the next 2 crow abominations, or do you want to...
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then you guys, it's a grim thing to be done. They're all varying. The 4 remaining crow abominations, none of them are older than whenever they return, they were no older than 2 or something. So none of them are going to be smart enough to like be like, oh, there's a rope. This means that they're clearly setting up a murder ambush. So you get through 3 of them, and you just dispose of their corpses by dumping it, out of sight, and then bring it back. I mean, they're real heavy too. So this is like a Mickey Maximus, like full like body sweating activity to drag the corpses. And you bring out the last one. This one is capable of a little bit of walking. Must be like past 18 months. And since we're not using Lars Moxie, there is a chance it survives, at least the first round. So, Maximus, let's see.
Okay.
All right, hit. Lars. Oh, that's pretty. Probably.
Still get 3 even without Moxie.
Okay.
Do I need to haymaker these? I think let's not, since I'm not getting 4.
Alrighty.
So these will just be at advantage.
All those hit then. Okay, what's Grania doing?
Eldritch Blast, or I guess
Hit.
2.
Hit. Alright, well then. So far, Renesmee, you've been able to keep your hands clean. Maximus plus Lars has been able to finish off each of the Crow Abominations. But now, this one is bloodied, it's cawing out, it's pecking at its ropes, it's attempting to violently break free, and it's still not dead. So what are you doing?
Trying to see what I can do that would kind of get the most
The
damage.
Shillelagh melee, I think, does the most, unless you have a spell, a cantrip that does a lot.
Yeah, let's see. Shillelagh. Yeah, I guess I'll, do the Shillelagh on a stick that I have. Yeah, I'll just take one of that, and I will, with my hand.
Yeah.
I'll make it all magical, and then I'll do that. I'm trying to find where it is.
It's just going to be your quarterstaff, but with a D8 instead of whatever it is.
Oh, got it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be plus your spellcasting modifier. In fact, it should be added to your sheet somewhere. Yeah, there you go. 19 hits. And you crack it over the head. And the last of the Crow Abominations is dead.
I'm very sad for it.
Yeah, it's a grim thing.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it's not as if you're the ones that had anything to do with their transformation, so.
Yeah.
They were already
No,
sort of...
this...
Yeah.
Who's down for lunch?
Wait, what do you mean?
He said, do you guys want to get... He basically said, well, we killed those Crow Abominations. That's the early part of the morning. Let's go get some food, guys.
Oh.
Just another Tuesday.
Yeah, just another Tuesday.
Yeah.
This just makes me want to, like...
You're trying doing it when they're not Crow Abominations. Way harder.
Jesus Christ.
Maximus.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I didn't say
not
that. That was in his head, though. He was thinking it.
Yeah, that's
Holy shit.
Renesmee
slowly becoming aware at how fucking evil parts of the Empire are.
See, I've been fucking basically fighting since I was 12.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you were literally a child soldier. You did way worse shit than this.
32 at this point.
If we want to rewind this and say that she didn't get her hands dirty, I want to test something real quick. No,
Yeah.
never mind.
Okay, yeah, no, she got her hands dirty. She had to.
Yeah,
Yeah. She had to kill the final one.
it's fine. Like, honestly, Renesmee is fine
She
doing it. It just
enjoys
makes
it.
her more angry at, like, the people that did this to the fucking children.
Yeah, the pretty evil cult. Pretty bad. And there's still one of them alive, so I guess that brings us to that.
The joys of finding her and fucking murdering her.
The last couple things to wrap up on the island. So the Dryad ritual, the missing were-raven, and yeah, that's about it.
What was the Dryad stuff again? It was something about a dying tree, right?
There was a long, so
Yeah.
basically, yeah, actually you do it, Peach, you got it.
So basically there's this this tree dryad, a matron dryad, and she lives on the Isle, and the kind of colonizers are taking over the island and basically killing her people. Most of them have been able to get to their, like, version of heaven, but she's not weak or she's not strong enough to do that herself, so she asked me for help. I'm taking on the quest for sure. If it doesn't align with your characters or whatever, you don't have to.
Yeah,
But she
I'll let
needs
you
a
know now.
couple
Out of
things.
character, Lars will not, but Grania will.
Sure, yeah. She needs a couple things. She needs the access to the oldest tree on the island in the northern mountains, the last leaf to cling to a winter tree, a breath of a gentle squirrel, the hide of a cowardly boar, and a drop of blood from a fearful man. So once we get all those things, we can probably collect all those things and then get to the oldest tree on the northern mountains. Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Never
And then,
happened.
of course, the Were-Raven. So, I'm just going to bring us to the map of Gela Isle. We can see, it's going to be crazy. You can see so far now, because all the fog is burned off, so this is just what you can see now. This is 8 miles, till the, curvature
Oh
of
my
Valorous
God.
makes it difficult to see further. This is what it looked like this whole time. Yeah. So that one location that you can see, that is the cave of the Crow Mongrels. And all you saw was her flying west. So,
Yeah, well,
Pretty big
I wonder where.
I mean, she could
I'm
be there.
assuming
yeah,
she's
potentially.
going to the cave. That'd be a good place
So
for her to
probably
go.
probably a good place to start at the very least.
Yeah.
Well, we're probably gonna want to take
So-
the army there because last time we couldn't really deal with that.
Yeah, if there's hundreds of crow abominations, or sorry, not Zednians. If there's hundreds of Zednians against you, that's an L.
That's
Though
true.
I will tell you now, she does follow play or rest rules, so if she's given a week, she will get her equivalent of a long rest.
Surely
I don't
she
know if
still
you
doesn't
care.
have multiple charges of dimension door.
Surely.
Surely.
The uncounterable dimension door.
Well, if you guys want, we can go there and scout it out. Now that the fog has dispersed, we have a better sense of how to get home quickly. We could try to do that, or if we think it's better.
How long do you think it'll take us, Harkon?
To do what?
Because I'm assuming to go there and go back.
The only this is like, oh, actually, it's a good question. Let me pull up my travel sheet. But I think that the main difficulty in all of this is just getting past those rivers to get back to Perusia. That's the main travel impediment, because it's a day every single time you cross those.
Isn't
But this
Verusia
isn't
down
considered
like
difficult terrain.
here though?
No, it's on the eastern side of the Yoruga.
Oh,
It's over here.
Yeah.
I mean,
But there's a bridge, right?
There is a bridge, yeah. On the eastern edge still. I can't find my handout for how long. Oh, is it right here? Nope. If I recall correctly, it takes each mile you go through the mountains takes 1 hour of travel time. So you're spending half a day there, half a day back, so a full day round trip.
Okay, I don't mind scouting that out then.
Oh, I found it. It's
Because they won't be back for we've only been doing what we've been doing so far for maybe half a day, and they won't be back for 4 at minimum.
Oh, it is much slower than I thought. It would take you several days to do that round trip.
and
Maybe not
what
then.
if we just went down into here?
Yeah,
and
so if you went down there, it would be
went over there.
30 minutes to get down into the marshes, and then let me do some math here. It'd be 2 hours there, 30 minutes up, so that's 3 hour round trip. So it'd be 6 hour round trip, so a little bit less than a day.
Okay, so
We can do that then if we really want to
that's
scout it out.
yeah,
'cause
that's.
they won't be back for at least 4 days.
All right, is that what we want to do?
What are you
Sure.
suggesting?
Scouting out the cave.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
you guys just how are we doing rations wise? Actually, you're doing fine because Maximus and Lars has all your food.
Check real quick.
When we get closer, obviously we can scout out like the outside of the cave, but I also can turn into like a small little spider or something.
Yeah,
See what's up in there.
you guys head down from.
We're doing fine on rations, especially because there's only 4 of us.
All right. You head down from the mountains. You descend back down the same mountain trail the way you came up. However, without the fog, it's a lot less scary. It's just beautiful. I mean, it's a sharp stone sort of trail that sort of is naturally carved out by a stream that must have once run through here, and you can see all the way out to the ocean. So rather than being this like spooky trail up a mountain with a demon waiting on it for you, instead it's just a nice hike down the mountain. And you enter into the marsh, and without the haunting mist, you know, the entire time you've been on this island, it's been one type of fog or another, which makes it a lot spookier than it actually is. Like, the swamp is actually just fine. It's like the bayou. I mean, the bayou isn't scary. It's just a biome. So as you walk through the marshes, there's not like distant echoing sounds of battle or ghost ships or random shit. It's just a swamp. As you walk through it, about an hour into your journey, you notice a colossal mangrove tree to the north. It's on its own patch of like earth. There's a bunch of smaller trees around it. It seems to have basically, with its giant root network, solidified the terrain around it, so it's not very swampy. It's almost like a temperate forest in the middle of a swamp. And it has
What kind of tree is it?
a mangrove tree, one of those that has like the large hanging branches.
Oh, this could be the oldest one.
Yeah, I'm I'm not a survivalist or anything, Renesmee, but that looks pretty doggone old.
It does.
I'd bet that was the oldest one.
I'll approach the tree.
Yeah, well, it's quite large, so you actually have to go quite a distance to reach it. But if you guys would like, you can exit from the main road and head over to it.
How far away is it?
It's like a mile.
I don't have to. You guys don't.
We can detour a mile.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a pretty sharp transition once you enter the tree's sort of radius, because you go from stepping on even like soggy ground, which you always feel like is about to give way underneath your foot, to hitting hard, packed dirt. There's even rocks on this little island that seems to be supported by the root structure of this tree. And you notice on the tree's trunk, near the base, sort of where I guess would be eye level, there's a large symbol carved onto it. I guess since now Renesmee is the only Arcanist, you can recognize that as some sort of magical thing, but it doesn't look active, and it is way beyond your Arcana level to recognize what it does.
Can I touch the tree and say, Dryad Matron, if you can hear me, I believe that this may be the oldest tree, and since most of the crow people are gone, you might have safe passage. And I'll close my eyes and I'll wish her well, and then I'll turn and walk away.
Okay. Yeah, you return from the base of the tree. Its branch network extends for an incredible distance over this island. You see all sorts of little critters living within the boughs of the tree.
What kind?
Well, there are the things you'd expect, crows, birds, things like that. There's also a pretty unique type of creature. There's only one of them, but it's about the size of an eagle. It has these antlers from its head. You've probably never seen anything quite like it. Let me drag the token onto that. Something like this. It's a little bit scary looking.
Oh,
Wait a minute!
A Wolpertinger? Oh.
Yeah.
What's
that?
I know that thing.
Yeah, you do.
it's a fucking bat?
No, it's not.
I
It's
hate
not a
those
bat.
things.
It's just a
No, I
large.
believe-
It's eagle-sized with horns and teeth.
It's called a hockalope.
Well, some people call it that. That's not my choice of label.
Hockalope?
Some people call it that.
A hockalope.
Why is it
That's
called a
its name
hockalope?
now.
Hawk and an antelope.
Do you know what a jackalope is?
No.
Oh. It's like a southwestern American cryptid. There we are. Just like a jackrabbit. With,
Let it be known it is not called a
antelope horns.
hockalope. That is Ethan's label for it.
Well, you asked me what
Yeah.
its name was,
Yeah,
and
I
I
did.
said its name was a
It's its
hockalope.
official canonical name.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess now it's canonically called a hockalope. You got me there.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's a hockalope in its branches, which I think you would instantly recognize as a non-mundane creature. Certainly not from... Maybe... you haven't seen everything, Renesmee, but probably not from this plane of existence. Probably from wherever the Dryad's going to.
I'd like to cast Speak with Animals.
Sure, you can cast that spell.
Renesmee, what is that thing?
I'm not sure. It looks celestial.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
It does?
Apparently.
Well, it doesn't look like something from around here.
I don't think that means it's, holy.
Does celestial
I don't think
mean
celestial. No, it does
yeah.
not.
Celestial
Like God.
means angels.
Fortunately, that wasn't Ethan speaking. That was
Yeah, it was
Maximus.
Maximus. No, yeah,
That's what
celestial.
he
I mean,
thinks it means.
it could be a celestial. Maximus and Lars don't know shit about.
Who
shit.
knows? Yeah.
Me
And
punch
neither does
thing.
Renesmee, so who fucking knows?
Me punch thing. Actually,
okay,
wait, Granny, I
once
may
I'm-
know about this. Granny,
You wanna roll for
Granny.
it?
Honestly, maybe not. She's been in the place where these are native to, so she probably recognizes it. I'll DM you some stuff.
Oh,
Oh my
is
God.
she? Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
she would
Googling.
definitely recognize it.
I'm googling.
He's Googling.
Arcana's
so
dropped
hard.
this before, but you guys may not remember this.
It's alright. It's alright.
Can I try to speak with it then?
Yeah, sure. And yeah, you try to speak with
Granny
animal.
may try to warn you depending on what she knows.
Yeah, yeah.
so
Oh,
give
yeah.
a
Let me
second.
DM Dota this thing first.
I can never escape Avalon. It's always there.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. So
I'm joking.
I was about to say it, Dota. You can't joke with me like that.
That's why it's in parentheses.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why.
yeah. I was about to just quote you. Anyways, so yeah, there you go.
I think once Gradia sees that she's gonna move in from the party and like put her arm out and kind of try to stop you guys.
Yes,
Oh.
Granny?
She's gonna like try to motion to lower yourself as she lowers herself.
Oh. Is there
After she
something-
does that, she's gonna point at that thing and just shake her head like violently no, like
Oh, it's dangerous?
shakes her head violently. Yes.
That's good. My next question was going to be, is it tasty?
Is it from here? From our plane of existence? Or is it... Wait, how do you
She's
know
just-
this?
She's gonna stare at you because she doesn't understand that question.
You've
She doesn't
seen
have a
one
good
of
way to
these
answer.
before.
Right now.
You've seen one of these
Shakes her
before.
head yes.
Did it hurt you?
I don't think so, Harkman.
I think
assuming
your master, we'll call it that, mentor, was smart enough to keep you away from these things.
I'll shake my head no.
But you know that it does hurt people.
Yes.
Is it safe for us to get out now, or do we have to wait for it to
She'll,
fly
like,
out?
Put out her palm and like draw like an arch, showing that like we can go around it.
Oh, okay. Let's do that then.
All right, yeah, you guys can do a sort of roundabout way to get back to the trail. You do feel the beady white eyes of that creature watching you as you go, and once you sort of step off the island back onto the squelchy terrain of the swamp, you do see it bare its teeth, and that's, you didn't really notice that it had teeth. You just thought it was a bird-looking thing, and then it bares its teeth, and a sort of chill runs down your spine because those look like they could tear through flesh real easily.
Jeez.
But you leave it behind.
Well then, not friendly at all.
I actually wonder why that thing's even here.
That's a
I
fair
guess
question. Yeah.
This island's kind of wacky anyway.
So you continue forward, and then you ascend the slopes to the cave where the mongrels once were. The entryway, I think, as you walk and you approach this familiar crevice in the stone where the leads into the cave, you see the corpses of maybe 15, 20 mongrels have been strewn up, very ritualistically, in the same way that bodies had been broken in Varusia by the cult. They have been broken here as well. Some on wheels, others on a standard crucifix, ritualistically slaughtered.
That means that that's where they got them from, is my guess.
Huh.
Where they've enslaved them from.
Or that she's in here doing some kind of ritualistic magic.
I doubt she
fresh
could do
do
this
they
much
look?
that fast.
Mm.
How fresh do they look?
Definitely not today, because they've voided their bowels, they've left rigor mortis. There's a lot of signs to indicate it wasn't done within the last 24 hours. Based on the level of rot, it seems as if it was done over a very short period, a couple of days ago, maybe earlier this week.
Yeah, not done by the crow lady. Or at least not after she fled. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that means there's probably more cult members.
It means it's probably where they got him from in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you want to go be a little fly on the wall, Renesmee?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I
don't know how much
believe...
they're gonna have this place guarded, because we were here before they were subjugated, so just be careful.
Yeah, I believe that ground rats have dark vision.
Rats.
So Yeah, I believe that I might want to be a ground rat.
I guess I'm just not familiar with what a ground rat is. Let's look it up. Ground.
I think it's just a
It's
normal...
a rat on the ground.
Oh, it's just a normal rat. I look up ground rat. I
Yeah,
just see an image of a rat
I was
on the ground.
surprised to see that that spiders don't have dark vision.
Interesting.
That's like super surprising to me. But
I don't know how
think
good
they
I
do.
don't know anything about spiders' eyes in real life, so I don't know. All right, yeah, you can turn into a rat and begin to scamper into the cave. Unfortunately, I lost this battle map. I have no idea where it has gone to, but I do obviously remember exactly what the interior looks like. So you can head through the
Yeah,
initial
just a normal
press.
rat.
And inside, you will find that this was clearly a battlefield of sort. The Zednians did not go down easily. They fought quite difficultly. You can, and all the Zednians that fell in battle, their bodies have been posed essentially. In fact, you probably recognize some of them. Do you remember like when you guys first came to this cave? There was that group of like 6 that were significantly larger.
Yeah.
They had like one of them had a dragon head. They had like all the best like combinations of
Yeah.
animal parts. Those 6 have been brutally killed.
Oh.
And their bodies have been ritualistically formed into a circle with spikes and things through them. The small jagged portal in space is also not there.
Oh.
However, you do hear a voice carrying through the cave from the northeastern section. It is a slow, consistent chant from a woman's voice.
Oh boy.
I want to like super kind of quietly just. Are there other rats in here?
No. There is many things which would have eaten them.
Got it. But
There's
it
probably
wouldn't
flies
be,
and things feasting on the corpses, but no other rats.
It wouldn't be like out of place for a rat to be in a cave, right?
In a cave, no. In this particular cave, maybe, just because there's so many things that would have eaten them. But you can always try it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try and see if there's anyone else in here.
Yeah, you can
I
search.
wanna-
So you start by searching everywhere except for the northeastern quadrant,
Yeah.
just because it's easier. The northwestern one is plagued with spiders, so you axe that as well. So it just leaves the main room, which you've already looked in, and then the southeastern area, which is where the Otyug was before. And here, nothing has changed. The Otyug corpse has been left where it was, and the goo is still everywhere. So all that's left is to approach the northeast and roll me a stealth check.
I don't know if I want to go to the east.
Oh, okay, yeah, then you can leave the northeast untouched.
Because I was scared that there would be a bunch of other people here, but there's only one voice, yeah?
Yeah,
Is it like really echoey in here?
not particularly. I mean, it is echoey because it's a cave, but it's not like super echoey. It's not that big.
Can I hear any other noises or like breathing?
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, yes, I will, Harkon.
Yeah, you can hear breathing, but it's not like, it sounds like, the breath pattern is strange, I'll put it that way. It sounds like air being sucked in rapidly and then slowly breathed out over the course of time. You also notice this faint smell of brimstone.
What's brimstone?
Brimstone it's like a sulfury sort of smell. It's typically used in a lot of demonic incantations and also is associated with gunpowder and red dragons.
Okay. That's not good. I'm going to get out of the cave then.
Okay, yeah,
And
just
I'm
scurry
going
away.
Look,
I guess I'll get closer. I'll stealth it. Fuck it.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
Oh, what's my stealth as a little fucking
As a
rat?
little rat,
Let's
it's going to be whatever
see.
your dex mod is, or unless they have a special proficiency in stealth. They do not have a special
Dex.
proficiency, so it's just a flat d20.
yo, what
So
the
just
fuck?
roll a d20?
Yeah, but just roll a d20. Oh shit, I did find the map. Poggers, I'm literally pogging.
Are you?
Alright, we'll take a 5-minute break, and when we get back, we'll deal with the adventures of Rat and Esme. That'll be fun. Alright, see ya. See ya in 5 minutes. Alright, welcome back to Pax Mithdosica.
Fucking come on! What the fuck is that in the middle of the map, Harkon? Oh, is that a demon?
That's the Raven. What do you
I
mean?
believe that's the Raven.
Yeah, that's the Raven
Raven.
woman. What do you mean?
Okay, okay.
All right.
You misspoke.
Who's Raven?
It's not that funny. You walk around the corner and you look into the chamber, and this is what you see. Now, this is, the tokens alone don't tell the full story here, because this wereraven is currently conducting a ritual. Her arms are gesticulating. She's pretty focused. She's not really alert. In fact, you wouldn't even need to roll a stealth check to approach her. The other 4 crow mongrels, Zednians as it were, in the corner of this room also are not willing participants. There are essentially ropes of blood being siphoned from their bodies, being added to this ritual circle. So sort of, like this, a little bit of this. The one exception is the dragon-headed mongrel standing beside the wereraven. He has some drippy new armor. Little bits of flecked blood are present on the armor. Must have been harvested from something. And the mask of the armor is quite horrifying looking. It's this sort of grimaced expression, but the visor is currently lifted so that, the dragon head can poke through. And that is the crow mongrel that is on alert. So this dragon-headed crow mongrel sees you, little Rat and Esme, just vibing, existing in a corner, peeking on this whole scene. And he's going to begin to walk over with armed with a glaive. His first instinct doesn't seem to be to kill you, though.
Yeah, well, I'll, as I see him walking towards me, I'll just, and I'll run away as fast as I
Okay.
can.
You scamper away. As you do so, the crow mongrel is going to go a bit annoyed, and he's going to fire breath at the rat. So make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no!
Oh my
You
god.
went.
You really want, you're,
Yeah? What's up?
Oh wait! Either way, you're fucked.
Yeah, she's done.
Not necessarily.
It's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
do 8
very
damage.
likely. There is a chance that it rolls minimum damage, but it did not roll.
Oh,
No,
no.
I will say if she passed, no, she still would have died. But anyways,
No, she's
Renesmee, you are roasted alive as a rat. You squeak, and now you are back to normal, Renesmee, and we're going to roll into initiative.
Uh-oh.
And you don't have dark vision either, so the only light that you can see is that present around the ritual circle.
yeah.
You take silver damage, meaning Renesmee takes 4 damage.
Correct.
Wait, but I did dexterity save.
You failed.
You didn't pass.
How? I got a 10+1.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
bad.
That's a fail, I
Even
guess.
low-level monsters usually have a 12 DC.
Yep.
Oh.
How far into the cave is she?
Very. I will go measure the exact distance. 150
15
feet.
Could we hear this?
You guys are outside the cave fully, so probably not. Not yet, anyway.
I have
Oh,
a question.
All right, I probably have the answer, most likely.
If I saw him coming down, no, I probably know the answer. I was gonna say, could I not just back-to-back wild shape like I did when I was in the ocean? But I assume that there has to be some kind of when I die, I start to transform back into
Correct.
human. Or yeah.
That's why, you could roll into initiative before him and then instantly turn back into a rat and scamper away. That is an option. But you gotta roll initiative first.
You would still realize
you
you've been
would still know that she was.
Yeah, of course, but she could run off into the darkness with dark vision, which he probably doesn't have. Nope.
Gonna walk into a wall, bump your head.
All right. I need to read something real quick, and then we can start. So.
I mean, but the good news is we've trapped.
How to
we've
instant
trapped
kill
it.
your players.
Based unironically. No, not based.
Based on if you play a characters, what the fuck are you doing with players?
Yeah. Holy shit, what an item. Okay, sorry, I was just reading the description of the armor that they're wearing.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
Oh yeah, thank you, Hargon. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
the Cro-Mongrel walks forward and swings its pike. No, halberd, there it is. I was looking for it. Swings its halberd, strikes you. It is going to activate something in its armor called Death Howl to deal an additional 2d8 damage. So it does 16
Jesus
damage to you
Christ.
as it cleaves into your shoulder. Renesmee. Or should I say, not Renesmee?
You
so
should say that, 'cause it's the
negative
only correct thing.
16. Okay. Firstly and importantly, fuck you, Hargon.
Incredibly essential.
Secondly, yeah, it's the essential point here. I mean, I'm just a rat. Why the fuck would he try and breath me? That's so
Because you
mean.
started to run away. Who knows? Maybe he just wanted to hold you, have his little rat buddy, and then you ran away and he got mad. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
Maybe he was hungry.
Also that.
Oh, what if he ate her and then she untransformed?
That's like some bullshit. I don't appreciate
Exploded.
that.
Exploded and insta win right there. He's dead.
Luckily, we will never
so-
have to deal with the Thanos
Question.
calculations of. Yeah.
Item interactions that are simply like putting something on the ground.
Yeah, it's a free object interaction. That's fine.
Okay, then what I'm going to do is reach into my bag and throw a bag of 1,000 ball bearings on the ground.
Okay, deploying a bag of
behind
ball
me.
bearings is
Oh,
not
yeah.
just dropping an object. It's an action because you're not just like dropping it. You're actually pouring out the bag so it covers the whole area.
No, I'm holding it by the bottom. I'm just letting
exactly.
them flow out and then sprinting at the same time.
Okay, I'll pull up the ball. I'm pretty sure in ball bearings it specifically says to deploy it takes an action, but if it doesn't, then yeah, it says as an action you can spill these tiny metal balls from their pouch to cover a square that is 10 foot on a side. So,
And what does it do?
if a creature moves across that area, they have to make a dexterity saving throw for each 5 feet that they cover. If they fail their dexterity saving throw, they fall prone.
Got it.
Or if they move half speed, they don't need to make any saves.
But they're also way slower.
True. That is how half speed works. One could even say they're half as fast.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
welcome.
My issue here is that I'm fucked. So
Just
I
like-
think
Just like shout. Like, it's not going to take us that long to get to you.
Only like 3 rounds.
Kill them. What?
Or just kill them, yeah.
Um,
Just turn into like a, I don't know, dire fuck you and then kill them.
Dire, fuck you.
Yeah, you go.
Going to a Giga Chat.
What CR is that?
I don't know. I
so.
know.
My turns
Oh,
take a little
dear.
bit longer sometimes because I have to like look into the wild shapes here.
Yeah, you do be having wild shapes.
Yeah.
Let's see what this big boy. How tall are the ceilings here?
In this particular portion of the cave's quite shallow, maybe 8-9 feet above you.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. I think I'm gonna thunderclap because I want.
That'll definitely get our attention. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I want to alert them as well.
And then I'm going to consult my cave-in percentage table, and it's all over. All right, that's a Constitution saving throw for the Cro-Mongrel.
God, that's funny as fuck, dude.
Yeah. 1d6. Is it? Yeah, it's just 1d6. Oh, this is a cantrip? That's so soy. All right, Peach, roll 2d6 damage.
Imagine if you actually had that.
All right. Lightning crackles across the flesh of the crow mongrel, and it borks out in annoyance. And those of you outside, you hear it. So at the start of the next round, you roll in.
Yeah.
The were-raven.
Oh, yeah, I saw my movement.
You do. Yeah.
I don't know if I fucking want to move. I also don't know if
You can just move into the darkness if you want, but you won't be able to see shit.
Yeah, but would the were-raven be able to see me? I'm assuming so.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you guys know their vision status.
No, I don't know their vision status at
There
all.
you go.
I might still turn into a giant spider just because I get good stealth and blind sight.
Well,
So, yeah, I'll do that, and then I'll try and, I don't know, I'll turn into a big
you
spider.
turn into a giant spider. Just a giant wolf spider or a giant spider?
I
I think giant spiders are slightly higher HP.
Yeah, I think a giant spider.
All right, then let's have you roll a 4d10 plus 4.
Got it.
Spider Nesme. Okay. You got 27. That's pretty good. It's one above average. All right, cool. You are in a spider, and now you do actually have dark vision as a spider, I'm pretty sure. As a giant spider.
Because he might not have dark
60
vision,
feet. Okay.
if I walk away from him and he doesn't have dark vision, will he still attack me?
Well, you're within 5 feet of him, so like he can see. He can currently see you, so yes, he'll be able to take an opportunity attack against you.
I'd like to try and back up anyways, because
Yeah, sure.
I do have more dexterity, I think, with this.
Well, for moving away from him, all that's going to matter is whether he hits you or not. So we'll make an attack. Halberd, 18 hits. It's not a crit though, unfortunately. So
Doesn't she have to be 10 feet away for the halberd to hit?
Correct.
Or is it
She said she's
reasonable?
withdrawing like her full movement. So.
Okay.
All right, Peach. Where do you want to move? You can move up to 30 feet away.
And over here, is it higher ceilings?
The lower the area, the higher the ceiling. So yes, here is higher ceilings.
Got it. I'm just going to run here.
Well,
and then
yeah, you
5
have to end
feet.
your turn there because otherwise you're gonna have to squeeze, and that's gonna. I don't know if you want that. Because if you end your
sure,
turn while squeeze, there's a bunch of penalties.
I guess I'll end my turn here. I don't know. I want to go up the wall. Can I go up the wall?
Yeah, you can climb 10 feet up the wall. All right, so that puts you around right there. Okay, great. The were-raven is going to act. She is going to use an action as a part of the ritual. One of the crow mongrels will die, and even from the distance you are at, you can see some of the wounds that she suffered in the previous battle heal. All right, now we're gonna get our boys, our military boys. Roll into initiative. You're at the bottom of the map. I'll reveal some stuff real quick. But you should be able to see your tokens right now.
I mean, it's there we are.
You got a torch or something? You gotta have
I
some
have
sort of
torches,
illumination.
yeah.
All right, then you go.
I have torches.
Then do you want to drop your shield or your weapon?
Yeah, that's the issue. Can someone else can Granny hold the torch?
Granny is the best one, because Lard also have torches, but then he wouldn't be able to... Wait, how does it work with multi-attacking? Can he still multi-attack with one thing in his hand, or...?
No, he can't make the offhand attacks. He can still multi-attack, but he can't do the offhand attacks, like the third attack and the fourth attack, because those are coming from his other hand. All right, roll into initiative.
Yeah, Grania can hold it, because she can still cast spells with it.
Yeah, Grania is gonna take the torch. Let's see here. Og.
Where's Gore?
Where is Gore? Would he be in here with you?
Yeah, I assume so. We took him with us.
Okay, base. All right.
I wasn't gonna leave him back in the church.
Into the darkness!
All right. Where to, Maximus?
Well, I can get there, and then fuck it, I'll action dash to there.
Into the darkness.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
can't go any.
Yep, exactly.
What kind of
I just
thing is she?
can't go any farther.
What time of thing is what?
Is the werewolf lady? Is she a fiend?
No.
Is she a aberration?
I assume it's an abomination, but I don't know.
An abomination is unfortunately not a class of creature.
What is she?
You don't know? I mean, I'm not just going to tell you.
But how would I know if a spell was gonna work on
You'd
her?
use the spell.
Oh my god.
All right, Fiery, or Grania, or whatever.
I hate Archon.
You good?
Let's start moving here with the dash.
All right. Yep.
And then
Let
we'll
me
go from
reveal some distances. Boop. Oh, and then jump.
myself 25 more feet.
Shadoopin, spoopin.
And if we want to play this out where Lars doesn't have to then be plunged into darkness, you can just say I hold my action and move with Lars or whatever.
Sounds good to me.
She'll move up to... Oh, I have to spend extra movement to go through Maximus, don't I?
Correct.
Is it 5 feet?
Yeah.
So 20 feet. So I will go up to here.
Alrighty. So now we have the lone crow mongrel. It is going to drop its halberd, strike up a torch, withdraw a longsword, and run into the darkness for 30 feet. For Nesme.
Well, he sees me now, doesn't he?
He has a torch, so yes.
I'm not
But you're
quite a
like
fan
on the
of
ceiling, right?
him. Yes.
Wait, why are you becoming so patrician all of a sudden?
Well, how high on the ceiling am I? How high is the ceiling? I should ask
You
here.
are, the ceiling would be about 15 feet high here, and you are not even on the ceiling, you're on the wall.
I'm going to... Can I... I think webbing is a part of my movement as a giant spider. Am I wrong?
I'm gonna say probably, but I'll double check. What do you mean by webbing?
Like, if I'm on the ceiling, let's say I go 10 feet on the ceiling, if I want to web down, obviously I have to do it all in one go.
Yeah.
But is that a part of my movement, or is
No.
it an action to
There's
web?
an action called web, which deploys web. It's typically used as an attack, but I guess you could also use it as a method of locomotion. But yeah, that's an action, not just a part of your movement.
Okay. Well, I'll go down the wall,
Great, that's 10 feet.
and I'll go, I don't know, like here.
Okay.
How do I move my token? Yeah, like here. And I'll try and bite him.
Oh my, good heavens. Violent.
Yeah.
A real brute.
+5 to hit, reaches 5 feet, one creature. Hit is 1d8 plus 3. So
Just
do I
click
just
it.
type that
Yeah.
in?
No, just click the bite.
Do I have it?
You have the character sheet, yeah. You should. Shift, double left click on Spider Nesme.
Oh, I see it. Face.
Yeah, you have all your wild shape forms, at least the ones you told me about. Not the gargantuan one, unfortunately. You are not a gargantuan spider, you're just a giant one.
Oh, sorry.
We'll take your original roll, which was a 17 plus 5, so that does hit, because it's a 23. So you just click the normal bite damage.
17
it.
plus 5 is 23.
17, it's 23.
What about my poison?
He makes a save for it, so we'll get there in a sec. Alright, so he takes a little bit of damage. Then he makes a Constitution saving throw. Fail,
Oof.
and he takes
Failed.
10 poison damage.
Isn't it
Odd.
2d8? The target must make a
That's-
DC
yep.
11 Constitution saving throw, taking 2d8 poison damage on.
That is what he
failed
rolled, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I'm dumb.
No, you were
So,
just thinking about something
stupid.
else. Lars. Oh yeah, you held your action to move, so just move up to wherever you want near Fiery.
I would like it to be known that I'm looking at this guy very menacingly. My
I would
little
like it to be
two
known that the
spider
guy is looking
arms
at
are
you
up in
very
the air.
menacingly as well.
Yes.
Alright, the were-raven is going to devour another one of the mongrels. Sucking him dry with a blood.
Huh?
Nice
What?
nice recovery.
Thank you. I thought it was very smooth.
I think Twitch thanks you.
It's your turn, Ethan.
Oh boy. Let's see, how far can I make it?
60 feet, presumably.
I'm confident that I'm gonna go right there.
Sheesh, man.
Just kind of charging through
Okay,
the
well, you
dark.
sprint into a wall full speed, so
Ah, fuck. All right. Well,
you are thrown to your ass. Take 1 bludgeoning damage.
you know, it was worth the shot. Okay.
Fiery.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the crevice area that goes into here. If you went a little bit to the left, I think it kept going up.
Just you guys just hear a
Clunk.
cacophonous fucking clang.
Clang, clash, per cow.
30 feet.
Alright, there you go. Yeah, he did literally just full sprint to the...
you see Maximus on his ass.
There's no way for me to get vision of him, is there?
I don't think so, no.
There we go.
Did you not?
Well, maybe
did you not
actually.
go
Let
in?
me measure. Let me measure diagonally. No, even then. Move up to. Yeah.
Alrighty. The crow mongrel is going to...
Is it bloodied yet?
No.
Yes.
Is going to make another halberd attack.
It doesn't
Okay.
have its halberd. It dropped it.
Oh, you're right, it has a longsword instead. Thank you for the reminder.
Renesmee took her original rules, so should it.
Yeah, of course it will. you're like you're on the back fence today. You're playing defensive, bro. What are you worried about?
All
It's
my
one,
homies hate hard
it's one crow mongrel, man. Jesus.
Hey, Severus isn't here. Someone had, or fucking.
Yeah, true.
Echo
Echo's
isn't
not here to.
So someone has to pick up
someone's
the
gotta
slack.
be.
What do you mean I'm here? I'm watching.
No, but you know, not actually here.
Yeah, but you
know
didn't
how
say
it is.
shit.
Yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah,
all right.
I don't give a fuck, honestly.
Based Spider Nesme.
He only cares when it fucks us.
Yes.
True.
You.
I'd like to fight him.
Really?
Yeah.
That's quite daring.
That's great.
Yeah. I think I'd like to fight him. I think that's my best attack right now.
It is your
And-
only attack, yeah.
Did you mark her as bloodied?
I did, because she is.
Oh, won't she get hit?
I don't know, last turn. I just forgot to mark her then.
Sorry, I have a million things open, so I'm.
You should
confused as
open
to where
one
my little
thing.
spider sheet-
The giant spider sheet.
Just,
Yeah.
Yeah, close out roll 20 for the game. Just
True, yeah, close roll
just
20.
the spider sheet.
24 hits. Alright, 7 piercing. Crow mongrel gets a constitution saving throw. Pass. I will say though, that attack bloodies, and you do notice that the armor of the crow mongrel, once he's bloodied, the armor grows spikes along the shoulder pads, and it seems to cut into his flesh, so you hear sort of like a pained noise from within the armor of the crow mongrel. So the
What
armor
the
seems to
fuck?
morph after he's bloodied. Lars.
hold on.
I'm holding.
Well, never mind. You don't need to hold on because I already told it I'm good.
Yep. Alright. The were-raven consumes another of the mongrels. Is that
That's
just
not good.
adjusting her health accordingly? Okay, Maximus.
All right, I think. Is the torch within?
Yeah, you
Like-
can see the light flickering around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm up here.
There's a big,
Over here.
large-sized shadow blocking directly where you need to walk.
I'm gonna action
Yeah,
dash.
puppet show Lars.
Perfect. All right then. I will get right there.
Yeah, you approach the dragon-headed mongrel.
Yeah,
Zennium.
I don't think I have. I don't have any bonus actions.
Okay. Grania.
You might want to end your turn so that the other people can actually hit them.
What?
If Maximus moves aside a little bit,
Oh.
the other people could theoretically kind of get in there and actually hit him.
There you go. I got you, battle buddy.
You're so military built.
Sorry. Just gotta
You're calling her your battle buddy. All right, time for accountability. Who all do we got here?
Oh god.
Oh shit, that's funny. Dota,
I'll be honest, I wasn't listening.
it's your turn. I thought you were measuring.
No.
That was me.
Oh, Granny, it's your turn.
Well, I don't have any spell slots, so
Well, it's up to you. I don't know. What do you want to do?
I'll just move to here and
All right.
Eldritch Blast.
Pew! You fire. Miss.
Yippee.
All right, the mongrel is going to look in the direction of the three of you. Seeing reinforcements come in, he's going to rear back. The interior of his mouth begins to glow with heat, and he's going to flame breath. Dexterity saving. Dexterity saving throw from Maximus, Renesmee, and Grania.
Perfectly lined up for the dragon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My one weakness.
11 fire damage onto Grania. 6 fire damage onto Maximus. And 6 fire damage onto Spider Nesme. Okay, that's his bonus action. Then as his action, he is going to halberd attack Peach, which misses, I think.
Yep.
Spider Nesme, Spider Nesme, Spider Nesme.
I think I might web attack him now. Because
Yeah?
I've got all my friends here. Let's
You
see.
do got
One
friends
sec,
here.
let me look at my let me check my little sheet.
What are you eating?
Oh, I have rice and beans and salad.
Rice and beans. Good heavens.
Are they seasoned? Anything?
Oh yeah, my fiance goes over to my parents' house all the time. I'm gonna web him.
That misses, unfortunately.
A 16?
16 misses, yeah. Gets all caught up in the spiky bits of the armor. Doesn't hit the
Uh-huh.
massive.
Damn.
Yeah.
How does the recharge work on that?
On her turn, she rolls a d6. If she gets 5 or 6, she gets her web back.
Oh, cool.
Anyways, your fiance.
Yeah, so he went over to my parents' house for dinner and he brought me back dinner.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Dota.
Yeah.
Mooch, stop raping her.
Whoa.
Sorry, the cat.
No, that's even worse.
Not better.
No! Stop! No,
Anyway,
the cat is raping the
Oh,
John, the fucking fiance.
Well, that was John.
Explanations.
Jesus Christ.
Not that my fiance is raping the cat. We have
Allegedly.
2 girl cats and 1 boy cat. The boy cat is a sexual predator.
That's bad.
Sorry,
Okay, so you're
continue.
yelling at the cat to stop raping the other cat. Okay.
Yes. No humans involved.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Gore is going to action dash to be on the other side.
All right,
Oh,
sounds
I
good.
wanted to get flanking.
There's still room for
You still
you.
can.
Oh yeah, there is. No.
You can buddy up.
Wait, no, I can just go through bars.
Yeah, you can. All right.
Yeah, that's it.
Speaking of Lars,
He still gets his attack because it's based off of his reaction. But I will get my 3 attacks with bonus action using one of them. Cringe.
unfortunate.
19 to hit? Or
No, it doesn't.
Big cringe. And then Gore. Oh, wait, no, I have advantage.
Yeah, so the
So,
27 hits,
27.
but so 8 bludgeoning for the 27. That's it though.
And then
22 hits
22?
as well.
I forgot I can't click on that, so I have to actually click on the character sheet. Wait.
Why can't you click on it?
Oh no, I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's
say.
just different.
All right, it tears into the flesh, and the armor further modifies. Additional spikes appear. The creature grunts in pain as the armor morphs around him, and yeah, I think those are the major noticeable effects. The were-raven, she is going to consume one last mongrel, and she, as the last mongrel is consumed, blood draining from his body, all the remaining wounds she had from the battle are now healed.
God damn it.
How did she do that so quickly, though?
It's just
Action.
cheating.
Maximus.
Non-player character Pog.
True.
I'm gonna go through there. I'm gonna take so 20 movement total.
Mm-hmm.
And wham wham.
Hit and
Pog.
miss.
Big one.
All right. You
Oh!
are very used to being able to decapitate things, so that's the initial move you go for. You swing for the neck. However, as it makes contact with this armor, doesn't budge.
Oh, no.
Nothing. And instead, you find a
Please
gap
don't.
in the armor and stab through that instead. Smile.
Oh, that's okay. Thank God. I thought you were gonna hit us with the like.
Yeah. With the what?
Wait, is it dead? Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
dead. You cleave into a gap in its armor, and the
thought you were
creature
gonna-
drops dead.
I thought you were
Yeah,
gonna
I
hit
thought
us
you were
with
gonna
like
say
the
However,
zombie thing. where it's like,
there is a
rolls
feature
with
that it
easy
has.
con save.
When it hits
Uh-oh.
0 HP,
Uh-oh.
all of you need to make
Exposed.
wisdom saving throws,
Well, it
including
explodes
gore.
in a
It does
certain
not
kind of
explode.
way.
Instead, it screams as it
Ah,
dies.
The thing that I have the most wisdom in.
Oh man, you're very
Damn.
wise.
All right. So how much damage did you just deal to him? 16. Okay. So
Uh,
everyone that failed,
16.
which is, what's the first one for? Dota,
Grania.
Grania, Maximus. Gore needs to roll as well.
Neds.
Oh. Okay. There are 3 character sheets.
That's all right. Yeah, it'll be one soon enough. So.
Oh wow, he has +2 in it.
Huge.
Hmm.
All right, then Maximus, Grania, and Gore all take 16 damage, the same amount that was dealt that killed them.
Thankfully,
Wow.
there's. Oh no, Large didn't take damage. So then,
Of what type?
Psychic.
Yeah. Gore only loses 6 because he had 10 temporary HP.
Okay, sounds good. All right, that was Maximus's turn. Grania.
Saves. Let's go get the witch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and then Grania also took the 16, so I don't know if she has temp HP.
Yeah, I did it.
Okay, perfect.
Damn, tokens don't update.
Yeah. They're just broken. It is what it is.
It's not what it is.
Oh, then what is it?
It's what it's not.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
It is what it isn't.
Oh, true.
Can you occupy these squares here?
No.
Cringe.
That's some of the missile guidance system right there.
What, his measurements?
The missile knows where it is. At
Oh,
all times.
oh,
It knows
oh.
this because it knows where it isn't.
Have you
Yeah.
seen the meme, like, inspirational speech from that video that someone did?
No.
It's the same thing.
What?
I'll have to say it too. It's really good, actually.
All right, you move forward,
Yeah, it's
Grania.
really good.
Yeah, just in case there's some more wacky stuff, I'm just gonna
There
do
always
this
is.
instead of the Eldritch Blast and see if I can prevent any healing.
15 misses.
That is not
Cringe.
Eldritch Blast me.
Peach.
Alright, Spider.
Yeah, Spider
Yeah.
Nesme.
Instead of Eldritch Blast.
Spider Nesme.
I am. One sec.
Do you have any more wild shapes? Like, do you have another one after this?
This is it.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we're kind of depleted here. Oh boy. There's so much.
How do I make sure that? How do I tell if I get my web back?
you roll a d6.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to get a 5 or 6.
Is that an action?
Nope. Nope.
Okay, I don't have
No
a
web.
I'm
Got to
still
live to
building
web
one.
another day.
I have 7 HP, which I'm not a fan of.
Oh, that makes sense. That's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
However, I could. No, actually, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. So
You
I'm just gonna
could.
kind of walk over here.
Oh, you're gonna block the entrance?
No, I don't want to block the entrance. I want to get as close as I can without blocking the entrance.
There you go.
Wait, she's a spider. Can't you like walk on the wall? Or
Yeah, but
ceiling?
she's big enough because she's large size that no matter what like angle she does it in, and she's still gonna fill up most of the entryway.
Yeah, I'll do this so that
Okay.
because if I can't run in and attack, otherwise I would.
Yeah.
But
Floors. Aurelius Titus Regio.
What is this? What is all this? I use my
We're
monkey
supposed to
points
be
to kill your
walking
damn
here.
crow.
Just gotta walk through them, okay? What are you doing?
I'm beving, that's what I'm doing.
I mean, if we're doing the optimal movement path, it's like 5, 10, 20, 25, 30.
Yippee.
We're all just like cucking each other getting through here because we're all
Yeah.
just gonna move up like 30
I
feet. and it's
love
just-
narrow cave passages. I love them.
Oh boy, can't wait to get hit by an AoE spell.
Oh yeah, baby. So where are you moving, Lars?
Oh no, it's her turn next. Fuck. Just get in there.
Interesting.
Just do it.
Interesting.
Lars has the hit points.
but we need him.
Well, yeah, that's
If
pretty
Lars
bad
goes
hit points.
down, we're fucked. Uh-huh.
I mean, you got
Yeah,
Maximus.
like,
he's
when
like
have
the
we
he's a Giga Chad, right? Surely.
When have we
Very
has Lars gone down?
I don't think so.
Then there you go. No. There we go. It's
never
never,
get-
happened. In
That
the
actually may
past,
be
so
true.
it
I can't
will
think of a
happen
single time
now.
when Lars went down with the rest
Alright,
of the party.
Lars will action dash,
Oh!
and Gore will normal movement.
Okay. Wait,
Hit
he
it
can't
here with the full barrage.
because he had to move through Grania, so it would have cost 45 instead of 40.
Damn. Oh, I thought you were gonna do it anyway.
I did too, actually.
I can slightly edit some things. That's still fine.
That's 50.
Yeah.
Oh, that should do.
Wait, what?
Shouldn't it?
Because you're moving through
45,
Peach.
I'm going through Grania.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. 45 then.
I don't want to block you guys then. If I'm going to go ahead and dash anyway, I might as well set it for more flanking. What do you guys think?
Sure, you could put Gore like right there.
Okay.
I'd say either one of those work. I think I can.
And then Lars will bonus action dig deep.
Alrighty. On the
Yeah,
Were
she-
Raven's
Open the
turn,
doors out of the cave.
she
I'll
can't,
be able to get
unfortunately.
there.
You guys are deeper than that. No, she's going to cast a wonderful little spell called Hunger of Hadar.
I don't like that.
You open a gateway to the dark between the stars, a region infested with unknown horrors. A 20-foot radius sphere of blackness and bitter cold appears centered on a point within range and lasting further duration. The void is filled with a cacophony of soft whispers and slurping noises that can be heard up to 30 feet away. No light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area, and the creatures fully within the area are blinded. And the void creates a warp in the fabric of space, and the area is difficult to terrain. Any creature that starts their turn there takes 2d6 cold damage. Any creature that
You can
ends
say
their
the
turn
last
there
sentence.
takes
Okay.
2d6 acid damage as milky, otherworldly tentacles rub against it.
Okay, really hard on how
That's what it
rude you were.
says. That's what it says.
It
does.
does.
Did you
Not
write
a spell.
I did not write that,
This-
no.
This is how it's actually in the
That
player's
is a
handbook.
base 5e spell.
Wow.
Milky
Where's
otherworldly
she-
tentacles. It's like something like
Where's she
this.
putting it?
I don't know. Is that the
Oh
right? Did
my
I get the
God.
right size?
Corny D&D
Jesus
player.
It's a little bit bigger,
Ooh,
actually.
difficult terrain.
Yep. And
Fuck,
blind.
dude.
All right. So dexterity saving. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. You'll get there. Okay. Anyway, so she's concentrating on that,
Out of 10.
Wait,
Um,
I don't.
and then she's
I don't
going
You
to
dash, you can still get out of that.
fly away from you, Lars, into the darkness.
And you're telling me that this bitch has a pickled octopus tentacle in her pocket.
I am telling you that. Yeah.
Now, is this magical
she has
darkness
it in
that
the
you need,
darkness.
A nade.
She's flying into the
like
darkness.
double
Yes.
sight to see
Guys,
through, or
guys,
is it
let's all-
dark vision can see
No, it's
through it?
not dark vision. Cannot
We're
see
literally
through it.
just surrounded and
Let's-
Wait,
Let's
she
all-
ends
yeah,
her
let's all
turn
back
and it.
up.
That means she needs dex save.
Well, she first Lars gets an opportunity attack, but technically, yeah, she'll need to make a dex.
No, because your stupid ass fucking thing that says I can fly away and
Bye-bye.
She's not flying right now. She didn't.
Oh.
That's only when she starts from flying and she ends in flying. She's starting from standing and then ending in flying. So it doesn't quite work.
Oh!
Yeah, you
Knock
punch her
the
in the back
concentration out of
of
her.
the brain. Technically possible. Nope. All right, and then she ends her turn in the Hunger of Hadar.
Wait, didn't did what the dog?
Or no. Yeah, of course you
Wait,
get
maybe this will knock her out of concentration.
Maybe.
Does Gore not
Oh,
also
you
get
can
another?
still
Gore
see in
does,
there,
yeah.
right?
He does.
He does.
Well, I mean, does it end?
We're not there yet. Maybe. Gore hits.
Wait, but she ended her turn then.
No, not yet.
First go attacks.
Yeah. Pass. All right.
Oh, the first. Oh, I see.
Okay, now it
This
actually is
pass.
Maximus's turn.
10?
A 10? Yeah, so it's half the damage taken or a 10.
Well, first you rolled the dex save.
Did she make the dex save?
She doesn't need to make a dex save. And technically she does, but she's not going to take any damage,
It's
so
hard
it
not
doesn't
cheating.
matter. It's not cheating, she's just immune to that type of damage.
He's cheating.
Okay.
Actually cheating.
Immune to
Made
acid
up
damage.
immunity.
Correct, she's immune to...
Source. He made it.
Okay, so first I
Okay.
take 2d6 cold damage.
Acid
correct.
damage?
Yes. No, it is cold
Yeah,
when you start
so-
your turn. So
so
I
yeah,
will roll
just-
the 2d6 for cold.
Oh,
You take
and
9
it's
cold
acid.
damage.
Alright.
Oh yeah, it is 2 types of damage.
Where'd
Mhm.
my health go?
I don't know. You just... Oh, you
Uh-oh.
removed it. I think you're at 31.
It's just gone.
I think you were
Yeah.
at 31.
Alright,
what I recall.
so was it 20?
I think it was like 64.
Yeah, you would think
Okay.
that.
And and I'm gonna ready in action for if she comes out here. I'm gonna give her the big old
Well,
flonk schwonk.
Okay.
If you can, you probably want to be moving to here first.
Oh wait, yeah, that's way smarter. I think I moved 10 feet in there.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
Well, you
That-
did
that
move 10
will-
feet, but it's
that
difficult
will-
terrain, so you actually moved 20.
Yeah, but all
Yeah.
I need to get to is right there, and that
Fair enough.
covers the
All
one
right.
specific area that needs. Oh, and then I, as my bonus action, I'm moving second.
Okay. Grania takes 9 cold damage at the start of her turn, then what?
Does her dark side work here?
No. Wait. Actually, does it say that it looks through magical darkness? I think it does,
It's
right?
double
Pretty sure
yeah.
it just says
I don't know if this is magical
you can
darkness.
see
it
normal
says it's
darkness, both
blinded.
magical and non-magical.
Oh, then yes, you can see perfectly fine.
Wait.
I mean, it
The spell
explicitly says
doesn't
magical.
say that. It's a sphere of blackness and bitter cold,
Yep.
but it's blinded,
Yep.
right? The condition blinded, which is
Mhm.
different from darkness.
I mean, technically not wrong.
I mean,
Technically not wrong. Yeah, that is a good point. I'll go read the blindness condition. Blinded 5e.
Wait,
no, I
I
think
don't
it's just
think that's
blinded in the
okay.
context of can't see light. I don't think it's a separate condition. So yeah, you can see fine.
Okay. Well, I
so there you
can't.
go. No, I know. Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad.
So this is magical darkness. So this is
Correct.
the darkness spell plus damage.
I guess yeah, basically.
My token is
Uh,
updating.
didn't
Because
one
it
didn't a player
specifically says
character in
that
a
light, magical, or
campaign use
otherwise.
this?
Probably. I mean, it's a pretty common warlock spell.
No, but they always used it. Oh no, it was
probably.
one of your. It was. I think it was Ben's character.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Is it
Also
is it too unreasonable that I can see her because of Renesmee?
You can see her. It's just going to be partial cover.
Well, couldn't you have
What is
shot
partial
first and
cover?
ran off?
Partial cover is plus 2 AC.
Yeah. Where was that before? Here?
Okay. Well, yeah, you were there, but she was still cock blocking you.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said about the AC. How much? Plus 2?
Plus 2, yeah, for partial cover. I think it's a hit. Yeah, it's a hit on the first one. 10 force damage, Constitution saving throw. Pass.
Damn.
Renesmee, you are thrown out of spider form as the cold, slapping tentacles drag you back into the normal Renesmee form. And you are down 2 HP. And you are in darkness. You don't know what's around you. You're blinded. You're feeling through the dark. You are, yeah, that blind.
Granny calls out to you. Oh, wait. She can't.
Classic.
And I can't see anything.
Correct, you are blind. You can hear noises, of
You
course.
felt
You can
it
hear
now.
the sound of Maximus's armor clanking to the south. You can hear the sound
You
of
could
the
argue
whistling.
she felt an Eldritch Blast go.
Yeah,
slurping
you know,
and
whistle
whispering.
past you. You can hear the whispering of the darkness around you. You hear whispers of weak, pathetic. What do you do?
So Hagal is with us?
At least maybe
Well, we
one
can
of his
assume it's
cousins or
from
something.
Yeah.
Wait, do I actually hear those whispers, or are you
Yes,
joking?
it's from the spell. You hear whispers in the darkness. And, the
And
slurping,
slurping.
and slurping noises.
And they
Yeah, once
remind
you
me
what
of
I'm
that
saying right now,
Hagal.
it's just for me.
Technically, this is just for you, but yeah, so she doesn't see shit.
Like out of character, everyone sees it.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Yeah, everyone sees it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem. I see what's going on here.
I know you do see what's going on, but you can't see
So
what's
if-
going on.
Oh no. I want to just fucking charge her. but-
Yeah.
One sec. Cure wounds, fairy. What does
She doesn't even
do?
technically know she went into it, because didn't she summon it and then go into it?
Correct.
I'm also gonna make the assumption that even if Lars stands here, you can't see her.
Correct.
Okay. Big cringe.
Oh, that is cringe. That's so cringe. Okay, well, I'm gonna fairy fire it.
So you're gonna fairy fire at your feet because you're blinded, so that you could actually wait. I don't even think you can cast it because it requires line of sight, and you can't make it. Yeah, fails any ability. Yeah.
Also,
Blind
fairy
people.
fire wouldn't do anything in here.
Well,
Why?
it would make Beth and Kara start
Uh,
glowing.
Neither light, both magical and
Oh,
non-magical
you're
can also
right.
illuminate the area.
So for 3 separate reasons, that
Oh.
unfortunately will not work.
Wow, that fucking sucks, bro.
yeah,
All my
it
homies
does.
hate hard.
Yeah, it does.
You're fucking us hard. Okay.
Just with one level 3 spell. Who would have thought? I should have scrapped that whole boss fight I had planned and just dropped one Hunger of Adar.
How great is this magic?
Level 3? I mean, I don't know how else to answer.
On a scale of 1 to 9.
Yeah, I would say a 3 out of 9.
I'm gonna try and dispel it. I
Oh,
fucking
okay.
hate it.
It auto dispels because it's the same level. So
Level 3.
you get angry.
Fog!
You get very angry, and you channel the power of that mountain, the thing where all your magic comes from, and then the whispers stop, the slurping
I've
stops,
dispel magic this entire time.
and it instantly works.
Yeah, let's not talk about this ever
I
again.
just started. I just started this encounter with
Let's
that
just
boy.
forget we have that
this
spell.
entire campaign.
Awesome.
Oh,
This
yeah.
entire campaign, we had this in our arsenal.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Lars, what are you doing?
Alright, Lars.
Yeah, of course.
fuck-
I just
go
never
get-
used
go
it
get him.
in any of the 15 situations where there was casting.
Yeah. New to D&D. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
True.
Lars.
Good point. That's fair. She's new to the game. Very true.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a 3rd level spell, and I don't have a lot of them. And I don't have a pearl of power, so I'm fucked with my spells.
Listen,
Bad.
I'm not
Does a
saying it
17
like,
hit?
oh my goodness, it's just funny.
No.
Yeah, no, the 17 doesn't hit, but the first 2 do.
Wait, how high is she up in the air?
5 feet within melee range. She can't be higher than 5 feet because the ceilings aren't that high.
Oh,
4
fog.
successfully bites as well. Alright. Yeah, with her spell gone and getting quite injured now.
Is she bloody?
Down Mars is
No,
big
she's
and
not
deep.
blooded yet. Honestly,
Damn it.
I have 2 ideas. I need to read this spell before I cast it.
God damn it. Spells have ruined D&D by the get rid of it.
Has she recovered all of her spells? But didn't she cast like at
No,
least
she
2
didn't
or 3
recover
in
them
the
all.
fight?
She cast 2 in the fight, and that's it.
Cringe.
No, 3 actually. But
She's a wizard.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, Warlock couldn't cast that much.
Yeah,
I mean,
correct.
yeah, she.
How many 4th levels left? Oh wait, do you have a 4th level?
Ah, fuck. Wait, does this work? Yes, it does. That's so based. Yeah, she's gonna use her action to cast armor, which sort of misty armor, which drapes itself around her shoulders. But it is very clearly upcast. I'll put it that way. And
Oh my god.
so she does
Oh,
that.
clearly.
The
a scale of
highest
1
level
to
she can
9.
cast it. We'll just say that.
On a scale of 1.
Yeah, 1 to 9. Yeah, and then she's going to use the flyby feature and fly over to here. So no opportunity.
Get
attacks,
fucked. I
unfortunately.
slunk the fuck out.
Perfect. That's the goal.
He did prepare an action.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
God.
that's the whole point.
Wait, what?
You'll see.
Oh, suicide bombing out of Agathis. This is
Oh,
evil.
no. Well, I mean, I readied it for this.
My man about to take 35 points of cold damage.
Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, that hits. That hits.
Uh-oh.
No. All right, you take 13
Oh,
cold
no.
damage and another
Oh,
11
no.
cold damage as you
Sorry,
hit
how
the
much?
armor. It's a
I
total of
get the
24.
World's the greatest damage roll
Yeah.
I've ever gotten.
I'm so confused. So
Ow.
now his damage goes to him?
Kind of. So
No.
there's a spell called
She takes
Armor of
the damage
Agathis
then
where you gain temporary hit
afterwards.
points equal to basically a number. And then whenever someone damages you for that temporary hit points, they take that cold damage. So visually, it looks like Maximus strikes her and then cold travels down the length of his sword and just freezes his hand into place and he just goes, ah, fucking agony. Ah.
Yeah, how much damage is he
Okay,
taking?
It's
then it
24
had to
total.
be-
How long does it
Yeah,
last?
that's-
No,
Until
no,
the
no.
health is gone, basically. I think it's 8 hours technically, but for the purposes of
Or
combat,
an
until
hour.
the health is gone.
It's an hour.
An hour? Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Maximus.
So
Yeah, Fault Life is 8, isn't it?
Ow! Fuck!
so if we damage her now, we'll just get hurt.
Yeah, but you have to damage
Wait,
through the temp HP. There's
Wait,
no
he
other way
takes
to do it.
24?
Yeah,
If you do
24.
ranged, it doesn't.
That's not how
Yeah,
Armor of
that's-
Agathis
I
works.
think
How
that's
much
absolutely
damage I
how
did.
Armor of Agathis works. I'll double check.
No, Armor of Agathis doesn't reflect damage.
No,
it just
no,
there's
if
a flat amount
creature
of
hits you with the
damage.
melee attack,
Takes
the
5
temporary-
cold
nope,
damage.
and the cold damage, yes. So,
And if you upcast it increases the damage that they take. Oh, actually, sorry, you take more damage than
It's-
that. Sorry.
Yeah, you take the spell level times 5, basically. per
Maximus,
hit.
you're
Well,
so
but-
unconscious, bro. You took 25 for each of those.
Wait,
What?
what?
You
Oh,
took
no,
25
no,
cold
no,
damage.
no.
It's total damage.
I don't think so.
No, it's per hit,
creature-
It's per
unfortunately.
hit. It says if a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points. So you take
Oh my
a total
God.
of 50 cold damage. Now you're not
Okay,
dead,
well,
dead, but you are
At
unconscious.
least, there's no way it's still up.
It is still up. You didn't even get through its at temp HP.
Oh, she actually has 1 temp HP left! No! That's the worst.
All right. So Maximus, you're unconscious.
Okay, I hit her twice, right?
Yes, for 24 damage.
And she had 25.
Each.
And she did 24 each?
Yeah, 24 each. So I
No.
reduce the cold. I reduce it
No.
twice.
No.
Why
What?
do you reduce it?
Why do
So,
I
okay,
take
the way Armor of
double the
Agathis
damage
works
and
is-
it
so-
doesn't reduce it
Yeah.
double?
So it says you gain 5 temporary hit points for the duration. If a creature hits you with a melee
Okay.
attack while you have these, they take 5 cold damage. Flat number. Then
Alright.
it says when you cast a spell using a spell slot second or higher, both the temporary hit points and the cold damage increase for each slot above first. So it casts it at
Okay.
5th level, which means she gets 25 temporary hit points, and while she has
Alright.
those hit points, every attack that hits her takes 25 cold damage. So you did
Yep.
24 damage, so her temp HP is reduced down to 1, but you take 50 cold damage because you hit her twice.
It's actually a perfect scenario
see.
for her.
Yeah.
It's a creature
Basically.
hits you with a melee attack. Creature.
She just fucking nuked you.
Ah, I see. Okay. Yep, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not having fun. This is magic has ruined this game. That's what I say.
Average fighter. Average fighter who hates magic.
Me hit thing hit me back,
yeah.
thing mean.
Yeah. Roll your first death saving throw, Maximus.
Oh yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a one
Alright,
pass.
well, that's
Grania.
not so bad, I guess.
Face to face with evil.
Arise me!
It specifies me. I don't have any healing kit charges. I can't.
No! Damn it.
It specifies melee attacks or anything else
Correct.
works against it.
Yeah.
For Nesme, I'm gonna rely on you.
she laughs, knowing she has very little healing.
Hey,
I'm in
any
danger.
amount works. I have an idea. Alex,
Yeah.
can you where's the rod of flesh sculpting sheet?
It's in the handouts magic items. No, it's in
It
magic
has to
items.
be a willing creature.
Correct.
I think, don't I have one of the rods?
I think you're the only one with a rod.
Higale,
Nope.
2 of them.
Correct.
Nope.
Higale.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I fed the two
Yeah,
I had.
correct.
To, wait, no, I kept the one.
Oh, then I
That's
think
why
you
I
have the only
only
one.
have-
Okay, all I know is there's
That's
one
why
rod
I-
left in
that's
the whole
why
party.
I only have one.
Okay, yeah.
I
There's
thought
one
that I
rod.
had it, never mind.
No, yeah, there's one in the party because the other 2 got eaten by Hetagon.
Oh, an allied creature. I see.
All right, Dodo, what are
Lame.
you doing?
What's that noise?
Grania.
It's me slapping my calf.
Oh.
Oh, I thought we like. No.
Gross.
I don't know. No.
Oh, I thought you were using a credit card to separate the lines of coke you have on the
Oh,
desk.
yeah, also that, yeah. Because that's cool and epic and very awesome.
Yes.
Yum.
Just okay, you know.
We can make a good assumption it probably has wisdom because of the spellcasting means, right?
If it
Wait,
casts with
is the
wisdom.
concentration... What
It's
was it rolling whenever it rolled
Constitution
concentration?
Constitution.
It's Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have no clue what its wisdom is.
She's at full HP, right?
No. She got fucking.
Oh,
No, she was a little bit less than, or a little bit over half the way that Orphan described it. Or
Yeah,
sounded
she got
like.
beat shit out of by Large for like 60 damage.
but she's about to do 25 damage to whoever
Whoever
melee
hits her
attacks.
next with a melee attack.
Oh, yeah, because it fucks.
What type?
Yeah.
It's cold damage? Oh, yeah, it doesn't get halved.
So what you doing, Dota?
Gore, sacrifice yourself.
It's Granny's turn, so I don't know what you want to do.
Oh,
Well,
I assume you're thinking Dota?
Yes.
Okay. No rush.
what would Granny doing? This dimension door. Get the fuck out of here.
oh, damn, could I have saved myself there?
With what?
Yes, I definitely could have.
What?
Actually, I'm not sure. So, if I used warding maneuver, right?
Yeah.
It would have given me a bonus to my AC. Doesn't matter because I'm going to get hit either way.
Yeah.
Right? But then it gives me, but it's not an attack, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. You mean the resistance thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have saved your life, but it doesn't matter.
Wait, really? Oh.
Well, if you got resistance on both of them, yeah, it would have saved your life, but it wasn't an attack, so it doesn't matter. Because you can't use it.
Yeah, it's just.
So if we really don't
If
want
a
to fuck
coin
with
is hit
this,
by an
I can
attack.
either hypnotic pattern or I can roll an 11d8 for HP on how much I can sleep her for. Or Earth can hit the sleep on it.
If you get rid of the Armor of Agathis with a ranged attack, you can't use it on melee fighters because it burns through temporary hit points.
Yeah, but Granny fucking dies.
No,
Well, no,
you
it's a
don't.
ranged attack.
Wait.
Only melee attacks trigger the return
Oh,
damage.
she loses it whenever temporary HP goes away?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. She really just, like.
Well, it was
She
lucky
fucks
that you
it
had
out.
it charged up. I knew you were going to attack her. I forgot you had something charged up, though, so that just made it even quicker.
Yeah, it's she very much went all in on get these melee dudes out of my face.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I just do something that's my
I didn't know
highest
how that
dimension.
spell worked. I should use it more.
Yeah, it's quite good. Though you don't get hit a lot in melee. You
I
get
don't get
The
shot.
higher
melee
level,
attack,
the better
yeah.
it gets.
Ooh, blight.
If I was
That's
at,
a great
Text
spell.
Blade.
All right. We will get our Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's really roll.
Pass,
Oh,
so
well.
it's half damage, I think. Yeah, half damage. Okay, so 34 divided by 2. 17. Wow, I would not have said that.
Is she undead or construct?
She's not undead nor a construct. So 17 damage strikes the Were-Raven. Her, obviously, Armor of Agathis drops, and then the remaining 16 damage carries on to her. She is instantly bloodied as the blood vessels beneath her skin begin to turn this sickly black from the necromantic energy washing over her. Even one of her
then-
eyes begins to bleed.
Granny's gonna move up here and in a child's act, just like put out her arms, like keeping her from
Look at me! Don't kill him! All right, Renesmee, what are you doing?
She's bloodied now, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah. And you don't take damage when you hit her now.
correct. In melee.
Help.
Please.
Help.
In melee.
Ouch.
Or range.
You don't have
Healing
any
word
counterspell.
You could yo-yo.
But I probably should. But you're right in front of her. She's just gonna fucking kill you again.
Yeah, that's true.
But see, I have AC to protect me from that, hopefully. And,
Surely she
If,
won't cast
how
How many
another spell.
attacks does she get? She only has to get through once if it's a healing word.
Yeah, that's all I have right now. Actually, I don't have healing word. I only have the one that I have to touch him for.
Well, you can always upcast Healing Word. Oh, you don't have the spell Healing Word. You have Cure
No,
Wounds.
I have, what's it called?
Yeah.
Your wounds.
Cure Wounds, yeah, I have Cure Wounds. I wanna fuck her up so bad.
Then fuck her.
And Archon. Renesmee's
He's
thinking
bloody.
bad
You
thoughts.
can do it. You can do it.
Then do the bad thoughts.
No, Renesmee doesn't want to just kill her.
Oh.
She's like-
Then heal me. You have to do it
Renesmee
that way.
is looking into this horrible, evil, wretched thing's eyes.
And she wants to flush
And-
it.
In this moment, she wants to exact the suffering that this being deserves, no matter the cost. And she thinks to the many-faced demon that appeared to her.
Ooh. Yeah.
And she's having a moment of weakness. If only
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're cool with demons, huh?
she's not cool.
What do
with
you
this
ask
is in
for? You don't
condition.
you don't have to verbalize it,
Let's
Renesmee,
drop
but in your
your
heart of
whimsy.
hearts, what are you asking for in this moment?
She wants, with her heart of hearts, to inflict the pain and suffering on this evil creature that she inflicted on the innocent, on the children. She wants her to experience the torments of 1,000 lifetimes, to just live every single second of the next eternity in unimaginable, searing pain and suffering.
On your turn, you think about this, and you feel almost instantly, the second this thought sort of crystallizes, you feel the presence of a hand on your shoulder. You know it's not physically there, but more so the feeling of it being just about to touch your shoulder, and you hear a voice. Kill her. Send her to me.
How do I just kill her?
You see a flash of a mental image, the were-raven dead, and a symbol carved into her chest.
Uh-oh.
Can I take out a dagger? I have a dagger on my inventory, I think.
Probably,
Can I take it out? Yeah.
I'll
try
if you
to-
have a dagger, then you have a dagger.
Oh no, you gave the magic dagger to Severus.
Yeah, no, but I had a normal one, I think. I bought it in town.
Immune to non-magical damage.
Oh.
Correct. You'll probably have to do that post-mortis.
You can always show your staff. That's magical.
Yeah, I'll shillelagh then as a bonus action, and then I will approach her,
Bonk.
and I will... Wait, why can't I fucking... Oh, I get it, because...
You're on the measuring pole.
I'll go up to her, and with my shillelagh staff, I will...
Get it up, babe, babe. That misses,
Oh, well.
unfortunately.
Oh, LOL.
LOL. You swing the quarter staff, the were-raven ducks to the side. And Drew had to go somewhere saying that. Lars, what are you doing?
Damn.
Can I move here?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Was that an Elvis impression that I just heard?
Lars is gonna be
Oh, what was that?
blocking
Okay,
Sorry?
don't worry about it. So you're going back there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
What do you want me to do? Attack her without my attack action?
Yeah.
You know what? Fair enough. Honestly, understandable.
Yeah, maybe.
And then where'd the gore sheet? At advantage. Cringe.
Oh well.
Miss.
Very
All right.
cringe.
On her turn, she is going to... Which one of you? Which one of you? Well, clearly not Renesmee. She's not really worried about her. It's either going to be Gore or Grania.
Or the guy who's almost dead.
The guy that's unconscious? He's not getting
she's
healed.
feeling.
Yeah, he's not a threat.
Yeah, maybe
What
she's
is it?
feeling extra,
Evil?
spiteful.
No, she's going to vampiric touch Grania.
Cringe.
Aww.
I assume that hits?
Oh, now she uses
Yeah,
the
and
attack
kills.
that relies on a hit.
Yeah, correct. She
Exactly.
doesn't attack fully armored people. Who would have thought?
Ooh.
Alright, so she
No
heals
way,
for
she has
5.
a brain?
She heals for 5 and does 9 necrotic damage. So Grania is unconscious as well.
Exact damage. Cool.
Exactly. Yep. All calculated.
Is
All
that
a part
enough
of
to
my...
make you die?
Yeah, all a part of the method that I rigged the game
Okay,
with.
yeah. That's not good.
Yep, Grania's unconscious. Maximus, it's your turn.
Boy, I think we all know what I'm doing today.
I sure do hope I don't roll a natural 1.
Oh god, I just realized that
That's your
the
saves.
vampiric touch is multiple users.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Grania.
Hold on.
First-
I have a very interesting question. I need to post to you.
Alrighty. I'm ready.
Hey,
I think
Renesmee,
it's gonna be one of your
Uh,
fave features,
yeah.
would be my guess.
are you sure you don't want to heal just a little bit?
Nah.
I could.
When you're knocked unconscious? Is that the question, Dota?
No, specifically in this scenario of like Rania basically being on the edge of death.
What are you thinking? It doesn't have like a medicine proficiency or anything. If you
I just mean
actually
this-
die,
I-
we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But just
No,
being
no, no. I
unconscious.
mean, okay. If
Yeah.
we're treating it 100% mechanically the same as what we talked about before, then it does nothing. I
Yeah,
suppose.
exactly. So, but when you die, we'll cross that bridge because they would do something in that event. All right. Anyways, first death saving throw, Granio.
Yippee!
Yippee! Pass. Renesmee.
I don't think that I can. I mean, I want to kill her, but I don't think that my DC will let me get to her.
Not with melee attacks. No, she's just too hard to hit for you. You're not a big melee fighter.
What you could thunder clap her, right? Does that hit?
Yeah, I think that that's pretty much the only thing I could do. But
would hit
Gore is
Gore?
right there. I could,
You can
however,
one
move
square up,
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can move like
Where's
there.
temporary HP heads up, so if you want to, go ahead. I don't care.
Bonus action
No.
healing word, maybe?
I don't
You
have
can't
healing
healing
word. I
word.
only have the hands one.
Is healing word a druid spell?
Yes, I do
Okay.
have it. I just don't have it prepared.
Ah, I see.
Let's see. Yeah,
We're
I'll
seeing.
thunderclap her.
Okay. Constitution saving throw by her. Pass, so she takes nothing.
Okay, well, this is going
But
very poorly.
Lars. The hero. The chance of victory.
Yeah, yeah, Lars, let's hope we make something happen here.
If anyone will, it's definitely him, right?
Mm-hmm.
3 attacks. All at advantage.
Oh!
I think all those hit. Yeah, all of them hit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you boom, punch her hard. She spills to the ground. You punch her again, punch her again. She ends it still like hovering above the ground for the purposes of flyby,
Yeah,
but she is
Gore's
real
attack.
fucking beat up. Gore's is just normal, no advantage.
Correct.
The scores attack
16
magic.
misses.
Oh,
Gore's
that
attacks
was
are
good.
magical, yeah.
Yeah, he has a.
Okay, that was pretty
This
gruesome.
tattooed your dog.
No.
They just a thing he gained at level 6. Or whatever.
You tattooed your dog. That's actually really cool. Like lore-wise, that'd be a much better. That's more interesting explanation than it just can do it. Okay. Anyways, no more vampiric touch. We're gonna leave that behind. I mean, there's no point in dropping concentration. Might as well keep it there. She's gonna cast Blight on Renesmee at 5th level.
Oh,
Oh my god.
That
how many
fifth
spell
fucking
slots?
level?
Jesus.
That is her last 5th level spell slot.
I believe
Yeah.
it actually does a
No,
little
she's
bit
gonna have
more
to pull the
because,
6th level
it's a
spell
cast
soon.
Arcana.
Oh no.
It does do a bit more. It does 7 more necrotic.
Oh, I
Oh
see
my
how it's
god,
calculated.
36.
Constitution saving throw, Renesmee.
Oh wait, no, that's 43. Well,
Yeah.
The were-ravens are pretty fucking scary. They're
I'm
pretty
really
strong.
glad we killed that one in the
The
light.
were
right?
ravens.
Yeah, that one died
Was
in the
level
light, but he
one?
also took like 3/4 of HP from the Raven Child. All right, Pete.
Is it
Yeah,
a
but we
pass?
didn't let him.
Yeah,
we
that
didn't
is a
let him get
pass.
away.
So you take
basically.
22 necrotic damage.
Not pretty.
Not pretty at all. Luckily, you're not a plant though, or you'd be like very dead. So
Yeah.
we take those W's.
I'm at 22.
This is where she reveals that she's
22
secretly
necrotic damage,
undead.
Oh wait, that doesn't make
Yeah, she's secretly undead. Yeah, the Necromortis turned her into a construct the whole time. Maximus.
Well,
Another death save. It looks like you're going to be stable. I don't think you're
Roll a
dying
20. Roll a 20. roll a
Even if you
20.
roll a nat one, you don't die.
20.
right now. Okay, one
Damn.
failure. Grania.
Inshallah.
Oh, wait, no, not hold on. I should click button.
Yeah, you just need to click the button.
20.
All right, one fail. Not looking great. Renesmee, you have been struck by a wave of necromantic energy. Flashbacks, PTSD, Necromortis moment. Now what?
I want to heal my party, but I'm not sure that if I heal them, they'll be able to do anything. I feel like she's just gonna strike them down again. Yeah, is that unreasonable to think?
If she has spells, they're almost guaranteed going down.
It
If
would
she has
mean
to
that
hit them
she's
the
striking
traditional.
someone that's not
True.
you, right?
Yeah, that's not you or Lars or. Like, we're kind of getting down to
That's
the
a
wire
very
here.
funny sound effect. Poor Grania,
Do
bro.
you think that it's better for me to lay hands
Oh, fuck.
out of character?
Yeah.
Out of character, you literally can't hit this thing unless you cast a spell, so you may want to bring back Maximus because he actually can't hit it. That's about it.
Yeah, I'll move over and I'll
There you go.
try
There
and
you
touch
go.
his foot as like quickly as I can. I only have fucking first level, so
All right, D8 plus, there's 3 for you, I think.
got it.
Welcome back, Maximus, into the land of the living.
Nope.
I was
Too
alive
shabby.
before.
Yeah, so you say. Hey, we were in a sort of limbo state. You could have died any second. Lars, it's your turn.
What? Everybody can die any second. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know. Lars, early aside, it's Regia.
Like, just like Donut just died. Can't believe
Yeah,
it.
true. IRL just died. Got shot.
Punch.
Home invaded.
I was just. That wasn't good to make it that grim. Jeez.
It was a serial killer. Let's evolve the lore.
The Donut law is growing.
Yeah, the
Donut cinematic
advantage.
universe.
Miss, hit. Dota,
Yeah.
describe it. How do you do it?
Oh,
Punch.
The first punch is just going to be like kind of a bit of an overhead, like punch the cheek to make her face down, and then I'm going to go for like an uppercut into her chest and try to crush her heart.
Yeah, your fist strikes the rib cage. It crumples inwards. Her wings do one last flutter before she strikes the ground. Gore goes in for the final bite and just tears off a section of her face, and she stops moving.
Munesme is crushed. She wanted to inflict eternal suffering onto her.
Wait,
Just
you
to say
can
there's
still carve the
there's
symbol
still
into
a
her.
chance. Maximus, we're gonna stay in the initiative until Granny has dealt with
There
it.
was no.
So
You didn't need to carve it into her while it was
okay,
still alive.
yeah, I'll turn and try and stabilize her.
all right, make a medicine check. 10 or above is a pass. 1 is another failure. Another
Nice.
pass. Granny, death saving throw. All right.
2 and 2.
What are we at? 2 and 2 now?
Yeah, 2 and 2.
Oh God.
Should I just bring her back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prefer not to lose the
Okay.
character I just made.
All right.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. That'd be a
Yeah, this is my new character, guys.
I
Dies
guess
the
Lars
second
is sticking
session.
around after all, guys.
All right.
Mike.
Grania comes back, and the chamber goes quiet as you all just take a deep breath to recover. I guess Lars is fine. He's the same HP as he was when he entered, I think. But everyone else takes a deep breath to. God, Lars is so fucking strong, dude.
She didn't hit
It's
him.
unreal how strong
My
he
fault.
is.
What are we gonna do without Lars?
I don't
We're
know,
gonna lose
man.
every
He's so
fight.
strong.
Do better. That's what you
Do
gotta
better.
What do you mean do better? Just
We
roll better?
traded tank for
All
another.
right, well, I want to zoom in on one person. Renesmee, you bring up Grania, and you see that chest of the raven. And you notice that in your vision, this is the exact same spot that she died. Her wings spread across a stack of rocks. And the only difference between your vision and the current thing is there is a symbol carved into her chest.
I
I've
see
seen this
it and I
before.
want to do it, but I'm not going to do it in front of everyone else.
The voice whispers in your mind. She's slipping away. Your chance will be gone.
One second. Let me see if I can do something here. Because I trust me, I want to.
Well, while Renesmee's having that brief crisis
Yeah.
of thought, Maximus, Lars, Grania, what are they doing?
I think that's all the loose ends, isn't it?
Yeah, so I guess are you going inspecting that like guy with all the armor on him?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, yeah. What about Granny? Is she like going over to look at the ritual circle? Is she remaining with the corpse?
I don't think she'd be a spiteful person necessarily. She might just like pick the corpse and then go like just stand over here to give them light.
Yeah. All right. Then Renesmee, you are in the shadowy.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking jump on her and carve that
All
symbol
right.
into her chest.
The symbol, it comes almost naturally. A triangle with 3 adjacent triangles with lines through them.
It is the same. Jeez.
You find yourself carving it into the chest, and then as you do so, this wave washes over you. A wave of satisfaction, pleasure in your work. And you see a sort of hand, it looks corporeal, this hand on your shoulder. It's a human hand as far as you can tell. And then you hear the voice. And this time you don't just hear the voice in your head, it's whispered into your ear, and you feel hot, like heat of the breath against your neck. She suffers forever. I hope we can work together again. And then the hand withdraws, the presence fades, and you get one last mental image of a woman in a vast black plain. There's no real distinguishing features here. You've been to here once before, that time when you approached the mountain and asked it for power. It's the same place, and you see her soul there, standing there, waiting for something. However, before whatever that thing is comes, she is dragged away, and she goes down screaming, pulled into a place that you never get a glimpse of, but she clearly doesn't want to be there.
Good. I want to roll her over.
Yeah, you can roll the corpse onto its stomach.
Like when I stabbed her, can I put the clothing back over her chest so that it's not visible?
You can do your best, yeah. She doesn't have clothing because she's a raven, but you can like fold over the feathers so that someone would have to like push them back to see the carving.
Yeah, I want to do that because I feel like it'd be too suspicious to roll her over. But yeah, I'll do that and then I'll wipe the blood on my clothing or whatever, you know, try and clean myself up.
And you glance over and you see Maximus sewing out over a piece of armor. He's like, bro, look at that, look at it, look at it, it's so good, dude. So look at it.
So what is this?
Yeah, so in terms of general things, the mongrels that were sacrificed had nothing. They were clearly like just random dudes that were grabbed. The dragon-headed mongrel had a normal halberd, everything else except for this armor. The armor is a suit of blackened iron armor, meaning it's iron, but through some magical process, it's been blackened to essentially be strengthened. It has brutal spikes all along it, though after the death of its wearer, those spikes are slowly retracting into the armor. So by the time that Maximus is inspecting it, they're just little nubs, and by the time Renesmee comes over, they'll be fully retracted within the armor itself. It has a pretty nasty looking helmet, like it has this very grim visage. And beyond that, I think that's all there is to say. Oh, and then the Were-Raven had several magical items on her as well that she took from that tent.
What does she have on her?
So there was the armor on the mongrel, and then you can go inspect her body.
Where's my spellbook?
Yes, please.
And on her body, you can find another rod of flesh sculpting, and then what do you call that? Let me go
find her. You can't say what the rest of the things are. You can't.
No, I know. I'm just going to describe what it is, Joe. And a ring on her finger.
Can I take the ring?
Sure.
Can I look at it?
Yeah, it's a silvery ring. With a pearl socketed in the middle.
Ooh. Some might even say a very powerful pearl.
I
wouldn't
put
say
it
that.
on!
I certainly would not say that, but some people could say that, yeah.
I put it on. What does it do?
You put it on and nothing happens.
You turn into a rave.
Very nice.
Can you imagine? Holy shit.
Go fit.
You go
It's just a ring.
invisible, the eye of sorrow looks upon you.
It's just a ring.
Okay, well, I would like to keep it, Mr. Harkon. I like the pearl. I like how
The
pearls
dimension
look.
door into the cave wall instantly die.
Yeah, so you guys get 3 things from this. I don't know if you want to loot them all, but you get the rod of flesh sculpting, this ring, and then the blackened iron armor.
I don't
Sure,
care
I'll
for
take the
armor.
armor and put it on Nikki.
It weighs 85 pounds.
Can Nikki support that?
Probably.
Yeah, yes he can.
Because it doesn't affect anything, that's why.
Yeah, maybe,
bitch.
Dota. Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Is that the actual meme though? Is it just because of the region? Because I know you
No,
talked
it's
about
not
this
the
before,
region.
but-
It's not the region.
Really? It's the same symbol though.
It is the same symbol, yeah.
Huh. Okay.
All right. So, yeah, you guys can gather together the loot. Who's picking up the second rod? Okay, Ethan, you're picking up a second rod.
All right then.
Congratulations. So you have the 85-pound blackened iron armor, the rod, and Renesmee add a silvery ring to your sheet with a pearl
With
in it.
a pearl in it.
With a pearl in it.
I mean,
Haggardly.
Not a power at all.
Probably isn't, but I just love to have my hopes high.
Yeah.
So you could crush them.
Yes.
So, what now? You guys
Get
can...
out of here.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I was inspecting the circle.
Oh, what about the circle were you inspecting?
Well, I wanted to see if it still like seemed like it was doing anything. Because if it does,
No,
I'm
with
probably
the
just gonna,
death
like, use
of
my
the
foot to, like,
last,
scuff it.
yeah, with the death of the last mongrel, it no longer did anything.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use my foot anyway to like scuff it out. And
Sure.
then,
Yeah, you can scuff it all
there's
up,
nothing
remove
else
the
it will
text
leave.
and writing and stuff like that. If you had an actual Arcanist here, maybe you could have figured out what it did. Oh no, you have Grania. She has. Actually, do Grania or Renesmee have Arcana proficiencies?
1 second. I don't
Yes.
think that I do.
Oh, Grania does. Then Grania, roll me an Arcana check. 12. That's simple enough. This circle is two things. One is the spell Magic Circle, which is used in a lot of different rituals for a variety of reasons, as a focus or as a way to prevent something from another plane from exiting the place you summon it to. And then secondly, it's some sort of ritualized version, upcast maybe, of a vampiric touch turned into a ritual. So essentially just draining the life out of nearby designated creatures. So.
How does vampiric touch work with like overkill stuff? So like, could you use it on just like a rat and just heal however full amount of
No,
damage?
it
or
only
is
gives
how
you
much they
half
have
the.
HP?
It gives you half the
Well, yeah,
damage
half of it,
inflicted
but-
in health, so it'd round up. So you could get 1 HP from a rat maximum.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Wow, you guys all exit the cave, sit down on the slopes of the little narrow ravine leading into the cave. It's the sun came up bright and early. It's been about 3 hours since you guys woke up, so it's still bright and early in the morning. The birds are chirping around. It's a sharp contrast to the grim interior of that cave. What now?
Renesmee wants to finish the Dryad quest.
Sure.
So I guess she's gonna ask, well, is this it for Galile for all of you? I still have to complete my quest for the Dryad. Or perhaps you'd like to join me?
I'm not sure we can. Not
Grania
really.
will walk up and kind of like, well, she'll like happily run over and like tug on your, I guess, I'm not sure what you're wearing, but whatever you're wearing.
Yeah, I have a cloak always, so.
Okay.
Oh, amazing, Grania. Lars Maximus?
I mean, I'd prefer not to leave you guys alone, so I don't mind joining.
I don't think we can.
Why?
Other finished our duties on the island. I'm not gonna make you. You seem pretty insistent, but I mean, we finished our official judicial duties on the island.
Our official judicial duties is to bring peace. The Dryad is not in peace.
You and I both know the Empire wouldn't see it that way.
Well, you and I can both cleverly use our language to align our values with our duties.
I could have done that with the troll, or with the weird fae thing.
Huh?
I could have talked myself into letting the troll live.
And we should have.
It's a conversation for a different time. But we're
I
needed
at least don't see a
elsewhere
reason
in the Empire.
of going back yet at the moment, just because kind of going to use the army that was coming to deal with this Pearl Lady, and it seems like we've already dealt with that now.
Okay, well, how much
Welcome
time are
back.
you willing to spend on this, Renesmee?
I'm not sure.
Lars, how much time are you willing to spend on this?
Probably a couple days, if that.
You get 2 days, Renesmee, and then at least I'm leaving. And I'm not going to... I'm just going to tell him how it is.
I will pretend to take off an imaginary top hat. And, I will curtsy, bow, or whatever to him. And I'll say, all right, well, we have a list to get through.
Yes, we do.
On that note, could we have a pee-pee break?
You could have just asked for a 5-minute break. Yes, we can have a 5-minute
Absolutely
break. We will be back, and actually, you guys can go. I'm gonna cut to Severus and Zenius. Now, actually, no, they're like 4 days ahead of
I'm
you.
awake,
Fuck,
I'm
I
awake.
can't. Never mind. I was gonna cut to you guys, but you guys are like so far ahead of the rest of the party. It's not worth doing. I guess we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. So you've just finished off Bethan Karis, the last of the Cult of the Raven. Maybe they had an official name, but you never learned it. And we got a dryad who made some requests of us. Peach listed off the list earlier. Is that enumerated? There we go. Enumerated the list earlier. But I think it'd be good to remind ourselves. What are you looking for, Peach?
We are looking for the oldest tree on the island in the northern mountains, which we believe that we've already found. I'm assuming that we're going to have to bring all the stuff back there.
Yeah.
We need the last leaf to cling to a winter tree,
Mm-hmm.
a breath of a gentle squirrel, the hide of a cowardly boar, and a drop of blood from a fearful man.
We should have gotten the professor's blood.
That would have been.
Yeah, we
very
fucking
good,
could have.
He was a very big old scaredy cat.
Can we even do the winter one? What time of year is it?
It is currently the month of February, so there certainly are going to be. Since you're in the dead of winter in February, there's several. This is all about interpretation. So either you could go look for a coniferous tree that still has a single leaf clinging to it after 3 months of winter and fall, of course. Pretty unlikely. You could also go and look for like a needle tree, technically, and then like remove all the leaves. There was a lot of discussion last time you got this quest about what exactly does this mean, and I'm going to leave that up to interpretation because the dryad did not clarify. So you could go you could go find a tree with all of its leaves, remove all of them but one, and then use that last one. There's a bunch of ways to interpret it.
Yeah, I think the way that I interpreted it was a tree that had only one leaf clinging onto it. It could be that we pluck off all of the other leaves, and then the last one that we pluck is the last one. But I wouldn't think a pine needle would be considered a leaf because it's not like a leaf.
Yeah. Then that makes it a much harder task. You have to go find a tree that has managed to keep one of its leaves throughout the whole of winter.
Yeah, but I mean, one would assume that harder task would be more in line with the breath of a gentle squirrel, you know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Renasme, it seems like you got the reins on this one, so what are you guys doing?
May I see the map, Mr.
You
Harkon?
may. Indeed. And you guys have 8 miles of vision still, since no
I
more
also have
fog
an
has
important
rolled
question.
in.
I DM'd you.
Oh.
We'll choose.
All right.
Green is-
Well, I would love if we looked around here for squirrels and boars. And also trees that have very few leaves. So how about I'll look for squirrels. Who wants to look for trees?
Any tree lookers?
Okay. Lars.
Yes. Granny.
Lars, you'll look for no, Maximus, you look for a cowardly boar. You'll be able to tell if there's a cowardly one. Yes, Maximus, being in the army and all?
Okay.
If you see
I'll,
any boars, just call me and I'll be able to determine if they're cowardly. Now,
All right, then.
Lars and Fiery?
You don't know that name.
Grania.
Grania. Lars and Grania, you two go together and find the last leaf to cling to a winter tree. And if we see anything, we should alert each other. Yes, stay relatively close, but let's go look.
Granny
Okay.
will give a salute as a joke.
So of the 4 nearby biomes, the marsh, the hills, the mountains, and the temperate forest, which of these 4 do you think is the best place to look for your things?
Okay, what are the biomes again?
Marsh, mountain, hill, and a temperate forest.
I think that the forest is the best place for me to look
Probably
for
all three,
squirrels.
I'd assume.
Yeah?
Where do the wild boar in the area inhabit? I'm sure I've been boar hunting before.
Certainly not on Gela Isle, though.
Where did they? What sort of?
Well, the wild boars out on the plains eat people, not living people, but corpses. So they typically infest these sort of ditches on the plains between battlefields, and then when battle is struck and hundreds lay dying, they run out to the field and eat the corpses.
Oh.
Well, how about this? Look, we could... Let me draw it. I'm going to draw us a beautiful path. And it's going to be gorgeous, and it's going to make so much sense. Okay.
And it's going to be
But
beautiful.
we can make our way through here. That's one biome.
Yeah.
And then we can go over here. That's another biome. And then we can go here. And then we can come all the way back to
Wow,
there.
just a classic 6-mile little hike. Yeah. Okay, great.
Well, you do what you have to do.
You guys descend the mountain. You stop for lunch just before reaching the hills, and then you descend into the hills themselves. And of these 3 things you are looking for, a tree with the last leaf of winter, a breath of a giant squirrel, and a cowardly boar, the easiest to find is a squirrel, because there's a lot of them. You walk, maybe 5 steps into the hills, and you notice a squirrel sitting on the upper branches of a nearby pine needle tree, just staring down at you.
Well, I would like to, cast Speak with Animals.
Okay, you sit there for 10 minutes casting it while Grania and Lars look for a tree with 1 leaf.
And then once I'm able to kind of speak, I'll look up and I'll say, "Hey there!"
The squirrel looks left, looks right.
Down
Hello?
here! You're gonna make me pee myself, okay? Hi! Hi!
What's going on? What? Why are you squeaking like me?
I can speak squirrel!
That's pretty weird.
Yeah! Are you friendly?
Who's asking?
Me?
Then, no.
Oh. Do you know of any friendly squirrels? I've got some snacks I'd like to give out.
Not for a tall person like you. You ask for our hospitality and then all of our stocks for winter go.
No, I want to give you stocks for winter.
Oh, I'm a really friendly squirrel.
Are you a gentle squirrel?
Is that a good thing?
That's a really good thing.
I'm a very gentle squirrel.
Would you say that... Okay, I'm going to give you 2 options. If you had to bite someone, or you had to cuddle someone, and you had to choose, which one would you do?
Is it a squirrel or a you?
Both.
Oh.
Tell
Well,
me
I
what you
guess-
do in both
but-
situations.
Well, for a squirrel, I cuddle it. Squirrels are good. You, though.
You might bite me.
Yeah.
Sense.
I mean, you're not the worst thing out here, but you're not good either.
Sense. I respect that. Can I look around? Do I see any, berries or anything that might be easy for me to pick for it?
Yeah, certainly. There are a couple of things. There's some nearby blackberry bushes, which you can push aside the thorns and recover some of them. There are some nuts that have fallen to the forest floor that are about the size of the squirrel, some chestnuts and things such as that. It is winter. There's no snow on this island, but it is still quite chilly, so a lot of things have begun to shrink. So you're just getting, the last of the blackberries or, the last of the nuts that haven't been harvested, sort of like the offcuts.
Yeah, I'll grab some of the nuts, because I know that, squirrels and their nuts.
Yeah, they go nutty for
And-
nuts.
Yeah, I'll take one of the nuts, and I will hand it to the squirrel, and I will say, if you know of any other kind squirrels, let me know, and I'll give you another nut for every kind squirrel you bring me.
The squirrel nods, walks forward, grabs the nut, sprints up the tree.
Good. I'll, stay around and I'll collect some more nuts. How many nuts can I collect
6 or
While I
7
am-
good-sized ones, a bunch of off picks, like 20 or so off picks. Okay. We'll cut to Maximus, Grania, and Lars while you wait. So the three of you guys are just tromping through the bushes. You're looking for a tree with one leaf on it. It's almost like telling someone to like go look through a pile of needles to find like, you know, the one grommet. It's just like, or like a stack of hay to look for the one needle. It's just like this really ridiculous, like there's millions of trees on this fucking island, but you're looking for it.
I think at first Granny's gonna be like looking around like all enthusiastic, and then you just see her just like slowly wearing her down when she realizes it's not gonna be an easy thing to find.
Yeah, so you guys have left Renesmee behind to talk to her squirrels, and do you guys talk at all like about how you feel about this, or is it just silence as the three of you guys just walk down this mountain path?
So probably not.
Yeah, I'm like, Lars, how do you really feel like this is a good use of our time?
I mean, we're waiting for the army regardless, so it's not much else we'd be doing.
Wait, isn't the army's here already, aren't they?
It's not been 4 days. Wait, was it 4-day one-way travel or 2-day travel?
4-day one-way travel.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Are they bringing the army up here?
That was what I thought was happening. Yeah.
I just kind of thought they were going down there.
But they're just expecting us to return later. I thought they were coming back.
Well,
I'm asking out of character. If anyone can please clarify for me.
yeah,
I don't remember.
I have no idea.
I thought they were just sent away, like to leave.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought too.
All that matters is what
I thought they
Echo
were
thinks,
getting the
though.
army-
Echo, are you going to
dealt
send the
with
army
the-
back up the mountain?
Because we haven't dealt with the rest of the crow lady yet.
True. Yogi, any thoughts here?
I wasn't
He's
paying
playing
attention.
football.
That's all right. Do you remember if you're going down the mountain just to vibe, or if you're going to call the army up to the mountain?
What? No,
I
wait,
know that I was
mean-
going to go down the mountain, and then we were going to wait until he gets a spell back to heal me or
Okay.
something. That's
Yeah,
what my understanding was.
Okay, then yeah.
I, in my opinion, I think we were sending the army up there.
Okay, well, it seems like they didn't know, so I don't think you guys know.
Well, that's what Lars thought.
Well, then, yeah, Lars thinks what he thinks.
There you go. All right. If we want to continue our conversation.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Well, they aren't going to be returning here for at least a week. So it seems like we have plenty of time unless you want to head back sooner than that.
I guess. Well. All right.
So,
then.
yeah, you continue to walk down the hilly trail, kicking up clods of dirt, and we cut back to Peach surrounded by 30 squirrels. They are on the branches. They're on the forest floor. They're poking out of cubby holes inside of nearby dead trees. There is a swarm, an army, a contingent.
Hello, everyone.
One, the original squirrel will walk forward and say, "A lot of kind ladies and fellas here, as long as you got nuts."
Yeah, well, I most certainly have nuts. I'm looking for the most gentle of them all. So I suppose... How would I determine a very gentle squirrel?
30 sets of little beady, hungering black eyes stare up at you.
Well... here's what I'll do. And I want to be just extremely acute as I do this.
Mhm.
I want to take the 20 or so odd nuts, the smaller ones. And
Okay.
I'm just going to kind of like you're feeding a pigeon, but
Yeah.
quite close to me. I'm going to like sprawl them out. And I'll say, help yourselves. And
Yeah.
I'll watch them very carefully.
Yeah, the largest of the squirrels rush forward, you know, big, brutish squirrels, pushing other squirrels aside, squawking in their face, going full on, baring the teeth, taking their nuts. And then, you know, they don't really listen. Like, some grab multiple until at the very end, there's only one little nut remaining, and a single squirrel with a little bit of red patch on their otherwise grayish fur sort of walks forward. With its two little hands, it grabs the nut, It picks it up. It looks up at you. It seems to
Hello.
almost nod, and then it will sort of slowly begin to walk
Hey.
backwards.
I have something else for you.
It looks up at you fearfully.
No, don't worry. I'm not going to do anything bad. And I'll open my other hand, and there will be the 6 to 7 big, nice, juicy acorns.
The
or
eyes
nuts.
of the squirrel go very wide, and one of the larger squirrels runs over and says, "What do you want us to do?"
Hey, give me a moment, please. Some privacy with this squirrel, young one.
The big squirrel looks over at the other squirrel, gives it eyes, and then it withdraws.
Don't give it eyes.
Gives it
Hey, I
eyes.
might be a human, but I'm not stupid. Okay. Well,
yes.
anyways, I want to talk to the little squirrel. Okay.
Yeah, the little
Go
squirrel looks up
gonna
at you.
get beat up later.
Yeah, little squirrel looks up at you, terrified.
I would like to give you. Well, I don't want you to get bullied. I would give you all the nuts, but I think that they might try and rob you of them or something. But I'll give you however many you want.
I don't need
And-
any.
All I want in return is, it's gonna sound very weird, and I'll take out one of the little empty vials that I have. I was just wondering if you would breathe into this vial for me, and I'll take out like a big nut and I'll put it in
The squirrel is shivering in fear.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to scare you. I'm trying to help, well, like a friendly nature spirit, you see. And you're the most gentle squirrel I've seen.
Takes one little step forward, another little step. It drops the nut. It puts either of its little hands on the little glass vial, and it goes. And then it steps
Thank
backward and
you.
says, "I don't want the big nut, please."
Are you sure? I'll put my
Very.
finger on the other end of the thing. Okay. Is there anything that I can give you?
Freedom.
Oh, you can go if you'd like. I'm sorry. I didn't.
It scampers
I
away.
mean, oh, I'll take a little bit of wax from a candle that I have, and I'm gonna like ball it up in my fingers, and then plug the little vial. And now I'll add breath of a gentle squirrel.
Yeah, you have a breath of a gentle squirrel.
Okay. And now I have bargaining chips with the squirrels, so I'll still have the 6 to 7 big nuts in my hand. Okay.
Yeah.
I still want them. I'm not done with them.
Okay, you're armed and dangerous. I get it, dude.
Okay. All right, fellas. How many are around me now that I've got the big gun?
Well, probably still the same number. -1.
I have a mission for you all. For whatever squirrel can point me, I know y'all are in the trees all the time, to the last tree in this area, or a tree in this area that only has one leaf left on it.
One of the squirrels
give you
instantly
all
starts
of-
like vibrating. I know.
Where?
Follow. And it scampers.
Lars, Maximus! I'm following
Are you
the
so
squirrel,
close
come
to
on!
here?
Yeah, you guys can hear her.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Yeah, you guys begin to jog after Renesmee, and she jogs after the squirrel. And Renesmee, you come into a little clearing, and you see a large tree. It's a coniferous. It seems to have all of its leaves, actually, or at least the majority, at least 50%. And the little squirrel, like from ground level, says, "See, one leaf, one, and one, and one, and one, and one." And the squirrel keeps going.
Oh, thank you, darling. What I meant was, I need you guys to find me a tree that only has one. That's it. No more. Only one.
One?
Only one. Yeah, like, I'll pluck one of the leaves off and say, only this many on the whole tree. And whoever can find it, I'll flash the nuts again.
You guys
All of
watch
them.
as you guys just reach the clearing as Renesmee is having this talking to her team of squirrels, and they boom scatter in every direction in search of.
Stop flashing your nuts at them.
And the squirrels scatter in search of this this holy trove.
Can you guys just get more nuts, gather more nuts from the area. I think that this is going to be way more effective.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Lars, I assume you have no moral problem collecting nuts.
Roll for
I do.
allergies.
For allergy. Yeah, bro, gonna have a fucking peanut allergy dead instantly, for real, for real. Yeah, they can help you gather nuts around the clearing, and slowly, one by one, over the course of the next couple minutes, different squirrels will return. And you can sort of parse the tea leaves on the intelligence level of a squirrel and figure out when they're kind of like not correct. There's a lot lost in translation when you say a tree or a leaf or one leaf. Like one will talk about, there's only one sitting on the ground. You're like, well, that's not attached to the tree. But you can eventually sort of get through all the hubbubaloo, and you can find that according to this squirrel, he knows a squirrel whose grand squirrel knows a squirrel who mated with a squirrel who lives in a tree that has one leaf remaining on the north side of the marshy part of the island. So that'd be about a mile to your north.
Well, little squirrel, would you be able to guide me?
The squirrel shakes its head.
Never gone that far.
And you said that. Can you repeat it? You know a squirrel whose mother knows a squirrel who made.
I know a squirrel whose grand squirrel knows a squirrel who mated with a squirrel who lives in a tree with one leaf remaining.
On the west side.
On the north side of the island, in the marsh, it's a tree that overlooks the banyan grove to the north of here.
It overlooks the banyan grove
Yep.
to the north of here. Well, what if I paid you in nuts to come on my shoulder and kind of help guide me there?
Will
And
you take me home?
yeah, I'll take you back here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Little squirrel, up your pant leg and then up your, along the fabric on the right hand side of your chest until it eventually sits on your shoulder. It looks a little bit uncomfortable, it's not quite as secure as Hatagali, it's getting rocked about when you step and stuff. And it's also probably not great to have a wild animal that close to your face. I mean, if it freaks out, it's just going to claw your eyes, but it's okay. Just don't do anything unexpected.
Yeah. I'll go as, nicely as I can, and I'll chat it up. Okay, guys, there's a squirrel that might be able to take us there. What's your name? And I'll hand him a big nut, and I'll say, "This is your upfront payment," and I'll give you the rest
takes
later.
the nut excitedly and says,
Name?
Yeah. Do you call yourself anything?
No. I'm me.
Like, let's say, if one of your squirrel buddies wanted to get your attention, what would they do?
well,
If they wanted your attention and not the other ones.
yeah, obviously they'd squeak at me.
Okay. So where's you?
So where are we going and for what?
She's just
We're gonna
squeaking to the
try
squirrel on
and-
her shoulder.
Yeah.
We're gonna try and find the thing. Where do we go, little squirrel?
What thing? Which thing?
The last
There's
leaf.
several things.
The last leaf on a winter tree.
Couldn't we just make a tree have none but one leaf?
I don't think that that's what the quest wants. I really don't. Anyways, the squirrel knows a squirrel whose grand squirrel knows a squirrel that mated with the squirrel, and is on the north side of the island on the marsh that overlooks the banyan grove to the north of here. So that's where we're headed.
We get the boar first if we're gonna still be nearby the forest for now.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're gonna have to return the squirrel here anyways.
You assume the squirrel's returning after this ritual.
Wait, what?
We don't know what this ritual entails. It could literally kill the squirrel. That's what I'm saying.
She doesn't
I'm so
have
confused.
she has a squirrel which
Whatever
is giving you
we're
directions.
collecting
It's
this
not the
stuff for
same
a
squirrel
reason.
with the breath. It's a different squirrel.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it was also could be used as one
No,
She's got different squirrels in different area codes.
Distracted.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys follow behind Renesmee, marching down through the woods of the hills. A pack of squirrels following behind you, knowing that you have nuts. But slowly that pack will dissolve into, a couple of squirrels, and then no squirrels, and then just the squirrel sitting on your shoulder. He does not eat the nut. He is too frightened to do it in the presence of such giants. Just for context, it's as if a storm giant walked up to you guys while you were just doing your quests one day and said, hey, I'll give you this cow carcass in exchange for you telling me where this thing is. It's just, it's a lot to handle. So you continue down the slope and eventually reach into the marshes. And there you find a banyan grove. Banyan trees are pretty distinctive. They suck up a whole bunch of water and they're quite big. So you find those. And then, with the squirrel's instruction, you follow it along a sort of denser part of the marsh. Like, this is just on the edge of what could really be considered marshland. You find an old tree. Most of its leaves are gone. But you notice that on one of its lowest hanging branches, a single leaf clings on, though the leaf wouldn't actually have been able to hold on through winter. The reason it's still attached, you'll notice, is because a little cocoon of a caterpillar was formed right in between the leaf and the stem, and the caterpillar grew up and is probably dead by now, considering it's the dead of winter. But the sort of leftover shell of the cocoon kept the leaf attached to the branch.
I'd say that counts.
I'm not sure if it does. We can try.
Go on and grab it then.
Better than nothing. Might as well.
I'll go up and I'll grab it.
Yeah, it cracks the little cocoon, and what was little left of the dried out cocoon just dissolves basically, and little bits of it fall onto the bar's floor.
Is this the tree?
The squirrel gives a nod.
You're sure?
Of course, it's the one with the leaf.
I look down at the leaf, unsatisfied.
It's a very dead leaf.
Yeah, it's dead.
Yeah, most certainly. It technically would have fallen off like 4 months ago if it weren't for the cocoon. It was the last
I
leaf on
don't
the
think
tree.
that matters, though. I think that the spirit of the quest really matters.
Yeah, well, you got about one more day for the living of the spirit to keep Maximus and Lars.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
And you still need to get a drop of blood from a fearful man.
Yeah, well.
And the hide of a
That one's easy.
boar.
You just need to find a boar that's scared and then murder it and take its skin.
I think that mostly boils down to finding a young boar.
Yeah.
The adult ones will be. Those ones are gremlins.
Well, I will start walking back the way that we came, and I will tell the rest of my party to still look out for other trees, because I don't think this one's going to count.
All right. Well, you give yourselves a bit of a looping serpentine pattern as you head back up the hills in search of a boar. And Grania, as you're walking up the slopes, doesn't look around. Holy shit, he's so cool. Dude, Lars is literally me. Anyways, Grania, while you're walking up the slopes into the hills, you notice signs of boar passage. Now, here's the thing. You're more of a survivalist than anyone else in this party, but maybe Renesmee beats you in that regard, but you're close. The problem is that your sort of survivalism is scaled to things that were as big as where you were born. Things huge. But you can scale it down a bit. And you do notice, because I think you know the special relationship Grania has with boars. They're pretty fucking, where she's from, they're very scary. So that in particular, she's keeping an eye out for. So you do notice there's a tree. It's a low-lying shrubbish type tree, sort of like a fern. And this one has been rubbed against. What little bark is left of the tree has been rubbed against, which some boars will do to, basically scratch an itch that they're literally unable to touch because they don't have hands. And then you notice boar scat. And you got it in your mind. Absolutely, there are boars to your right. Somewhere. I mean, they were within the last couple hours.
Yeah, I'll rush over to Renesmee and pull on her cloak.
Yes?
She'll try to point and show you the signs, and then do like 2 little tusks with her finger out of her mouth that shows like the boar.
I thought she was gonna do a pig nose thing.
Oh, boar.
And then she'll point in the direction of where she thinks they are.
Yeah,
To the right.
I'm okay to walk in that direction. I think that we should all go a little bit quieter.
Okay, let's get a party survival check as we attempt to track the boar.
Survival.
Oh,
Yeah, survival.
how do you have a
Survival.
party survival? Oh, the Duchess
Plus
means
5
everyone
and
does
plus
it.
3.
Everyone
and they
needs
both
roll,
roll
yeah.
awful.
Sheesh, Luis. Maximus. All right. Well, all that boar hunting paid off,
We all have
Maximus.
good survival.
Yeah, pretty rapidly, Grania loses track of the specifics, and Lars was never going to be useful in the first place. So it's basically just Renesmee and Maximus leading the sort of forward march. And at one point, the trail splits, and to the left is going 4 adult male boars. You do not want to go that direction. A lesser hunter may have followed them just because it's the obvious trail. That's not your interest. To the right, though, there is a mother, a female boar, and several juveniles. So likely the direction to go if you want one that will lose its shit when it sees you. So
Yeah,
following
let's go
that
that way.
track, yeah.
But we
because of-
need the height of a cowardly boar.
yeah.
It's going to be cowardly when we try to kill it.
Ah. Okay.
You move down the right-hand track, and with Renesmee's ability of following, you recognize that this is there's a lot more boar activity, but they're not all traveling in a direction, which makes you believe that this is likely near one of their dens. So, moving very quietly, you spot it, Renesmee. A hole in the ground, covered up by ferns, not like placed there intentionally, but just because it was dug in this sort of concealed area. And even though you can't hear the noises of squealing or anything like that, you are certain that within that cubbyhole is likely a mother boar and 3 juveniles.
I'm trying to think of the best way that we could determine which one of them are cowardly. We should give them a
Probably-
test, perhaps?
Probably not the mother. Probably the juveniles.
Yes.
So the mother's going to come out to defend the juveniles. We prep some dinner, and then we'll figure out which one of the 3 is, or which one of the 3 is the most scared.
How do we get them out of the hole?
It'll probably just come out of the hole if we make enough ruckus.
Mm.
At least the mama will.
Will one of you catch the mama and take her away? Well, it's just so
Yes.
sad.
Take her away for sure. That's what we'll do.
No.
Take her to the farm.
Wait, did you not hear me say we'll get the mother out and prep some dinner?
I thought you meant like a different dinner.
That's
No,
so
I didn't
funny.
think
Dinner with the mom and see if the kids are scared.
We have
That's so
friends.
funny.
Sorry,
That's so
Peach.
funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peach.
Innocent mind of a child.
That's so funny.
Hey.
You know what? Yeah, that's how Renesmee interpreted it. We'll
Yeah,
go
we're
with
gonna
that.
prep some dinner.
That's
Yes.
so sad.
I'll take the mother somewhere, Renesmee. Yeah.
You can't eat her. I will harm you.
Oh, I won't eat her right then. Of course not.
Maximus. Do not eat her. Do not harm her.
Oh. No, that's not happening. How do you think I intended on catching the mother?
With your arms?
Not exactly going to leave its
Well,
children
arms.
without a fight.
Nesmate, have you been around many wild boars?
I think so. Right, Harkon?
I mean, most of your time spent in the woods was largely within the Fortress of the Necromortis, which allows you to be insulated from daily survival life. After that, I mean, I think your maximum extent with boars maybe would have been killing some that were trespassing in the land of farmers when you were working as sort of like a freelance judicial duelist, but not much more than that.
A couple of boars I've known, yes.
Laura said it once, but
Well-
he'll say it again, I guess. I mean, the mother isn't exactly going to go quietly when we take her away from her kid.
Yeah.
She's going to fight back, and we can't really
It
hold her
weighs
down.
weighs about 180 pounds and is a lot stronger than it seems. That and I am, if you can't tell, kind of severely injured.
Oh.
Fortunately, it can't get me up on the horse, but still.
Wait, boars are 180 pounds?
They can be, yeah. Boars can be very scary.
If you've never seen wild boars, they can straight up just kill people.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah, and
they're
they
dangerous.
do very.
And you're
Yeah.
talking
Yeah.
about and you're talking about a
Like,
very
they're-
angry mother boar defending her young.
in like
There's a
in,
lot
like,
of
these
places
times,
in
like,
the U.S. that they'll like hire people just to kill boars because they're a nuisance, like a problem. to
They
them.
Oh,
they
wow.
hunt them from helicopters here with machine guns.
Fuck! I never knew that they were so.
Oh yeah, they can get up
vicious.
to like not the biggest boar, but like a very big boar would be 220 pounds and 4 foot at the shoulder. That's a big fucking
That's
boy.
almost my size. Wow.
In like, I know in like medieval times, to hunt a
Hold
boar,
on.
you get
Big
like
boar
you,
at
get-
the
you,
shoulder,
get, you
how
and
much
like
is
Like a
that?
full party. Yeah.
you and like your like 12 best friends, and you'd all have these like 8-foot long boar spears that would have notches in them, so that the boar like wouldn't, because the boar would like. You don't actually stab the boar with the spear. You just put the spear on the ground and wait for the boar to impale itself. And you need
'Cause
like
they
a
will charge you.
crossbar. You need a crossbar so that the boar wouldn't just run itself down on the spear and get you anyway.
Yeah,
That's
they'll also
how,
like break spears if you like stab it with like a
Mm.
normal hunting spear, and it can like shear them. They're really fucking strong.
That's
Wow.
how strong and aggressive these things are.
I will cast Speak with Animals. I'll stay very quiet, and I'll do my thing, and I
Okay.
will tell the people, okay, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna speak to them, and I'm gonna ask them to come out, or else we'll kill them all, and presumably the mama will come out first. So someone be ready to catch her, or whatever, and
Yes, whatever.
then we'll have to
Yeah.
decide which one of the babies is cowardly.
How does
This is
restraining?
All right,
I'm assuming it works the way. Wait, hold on. Harkon. I'm assuming how
Yeah,
restraining
what's
works is that
there?
it can still attack us, correct?
Correct. You can only grab. You guys don't actually have. There's a way that you can restrain it. None of you have that feature. It's like a special. I think it's literally a character feat. So the most you can do is grapple it. So it'll be attacking you. It'll just be attacking you at normal. Actually.
Yeah.
Not even
so I'm gonna let
disadvantage.
you know now. Peaches ain't gonna work.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. Well,
Oh.
you can get it out here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, then
but
how
we
do
could-
you guys suppose that we should get it?
You get it out
It's
here.
not gonna leave
and
its
then-
children.
And then we just kill it.
Yeah. So you don't think I should speak to it to get it out here?
You can, but if
try.
anything, that puts it more on guard.
It's going to be on guard. I don't think there's anything else that'll put it like more on guard.
What do boars
No.
eat?
They are largely omnivorous.
Everything.
What would they eat? Like if they're
Anything.
omnivorous?
Literally anything. They'll eat leaves. They'll eat. Unfortunately, feces. They'll eat meat. They'll eat like,
Small
nuts.
animals?
They'll eat small animals.
Like-
yeah.
Like
Okay,
Alex
but-
was saying on the plains, they just
Oh no, are you gonna use the scroll you have on your shoulder?
No, no, oh my God, no.
By the way,
What I'm gonna do?
convenient.
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to speak chicken. I'm going to hide behind a tree, and I'm gonna start going. "Buck, buck, buck, buck."
Could you speak like something that's native to this area?
Is that not native to this area?
I don't know.
We
you
Probably.
ever
haven't
seen
seen
it?
any chickens.
Have you seen a chicken on the island yet?
I don't know. It's just a little animal. Anyways, buck, buck, buck.
All right. Is this the plan? We bakak
I-
until the boar comes
speak
out.
Speak like wounded squirrel or something. That'll probably
Wounded
get them
squirrel.
out.
No! Oh my God! What the fuck is wrong with you? There's a squirrel right here.
Okay, speak wounded like woodlice then, or wounded vole, or wounded small forest creature.
I know, and I'll do a wounded crow. Like, "Ah."
Oh, yeah. They probably eat a lot of
Good
crows on
idea.
this particular island.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good
All
idea.
right.
What she's thinking.
So
All
to
right.
clarify, we're killing the mother, correct?
I'll
Okay.
just look over it. Yeah, we are.
All right. You guys set up. You get the three of you remain in cover near the edge of sort of where the boar is probably going to sprint out of. Renesmee begins to move a little bit further forward.
Is it
Renesmee?
basically gonna be like if it sprints out, we just get opportunity attacks, or can we like ready actions for it, or what?
Yeah, you can ready actions for it. You make a wounded bird noise, and you hear a noise from within that I wish I could really make this noise. I'm not capable of doing it, but the squeals
you're
that come
talking
from
about.
angered hogs is a fucking shrill, nightmarish sound. So you just hear this ear-piercing squeal come from inside the den that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Slowly, you hear another squeal, and the mother boar slowly trots to the entrance of the burrow, and it seems to be like it's like you can tell it's ready for a fight. It's sort of breathing out heavily. It's since female boar, it has sort of, I think it's less pronounced tusks, but it's still got big old bulk to it, and it squeals one more time at you in your direction since it can't see you due to foliage obscuring it, but it squeals in your direction. Do you just remain, Peach?
Is it in range of us? Can we just attack it here?
Yeah, it's within the entry of its burrow, so if you have range attacks, you can hit it with those.
Oh.
Yeah, go for it.
At range attack,
Could
we
I-
should wait for it to
Could I
closer.
get to if I'm on Mickey, could I get to it and attack it before it goes anywhere?
Well, right now it's just in the entryway of its burrow, so it would be able to probably, I mean, it'd be an initiative roll, I guess, but it would probably be able to duck
Just
inside
give it a little bit
before.
longer. Throw again, and we'll make it go.
Yeah,
We'll
I'm
give
just
it a
gonna
little
keep crowing, like,
Okay.
injuredly.
You make one more wounded crow noise, and the boar dashes forward 30 feet to slam you. You are where it's not like you were projecting the voice away from you, you're actually standing, so it is going to get a charge attack against you.
Well, whenever it leaves the entrance.
Yeah, and you get your opportunity
Yeah.
attacks. Yeah, true. So yeah, let's get our ready to attack. So range weapons, or if you'd like a reach melee weapon like a lance, that too.
I have one of those.
Perfect.
You know what? Fuck it. I haven't action surged all day, and I think this is about the only time I'm going to get to do it. So
Huge.
we're just going to action surge.
Based.
Yeah, I mean, boars are scary in real life, but they're not more scary than like a were-raven. So Lars just punches it on the edge of the head and it instantly
okay.
dies.
Would you consider it?
Oh, okay. Well, that was somewhat lame.
Yeah, I mean, they are scary to like a commoner. They have triple the HP of a commoner, but you guys
So they have that's like 12 HP.
Yeah. So in the grand scheme of things, very scary, but in this particular encounter, not. Lars just boom, domes it instantly.
All right, now.
All right then.
I'll yell out. Well, you got plenty of cowardly boars in there. We're looking for their mother now.
Yeah, but I think that what I should do is I should ask them to come outside, and if
Uh-oh.
I'll tell them that if they come outside, I will spare their mother, and the last one in there.
And then we get the one that doesn't come out.
Yeah,
Ah.
and so I'll go to the edge of the
Are
hole.
we moving the mother's corpse because it's like in the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
How can I
drag it
hold
by
that?
its hind legs like 30 feet out. You are the hunters in Bambi, by the way. You are the villains. Anyways.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I really hope that whatever boar makes it out of this alive is like traumatized for life, and then takes their whole life to taking revenge
Wait,
on Peach.
why do you think a boar is going to make it out of this alive?
True.
We're gonna let two of them live, okay? The brave
Yeah,
ones.
because Renesmee is like
No. Maximus is hungry.
she
Jesus
likes doing halfway things.
Fucking bored.
The one 300-pound boar isn't enough to beat.
Seriously, he needs
no,
more.
No, it is not.
All right, you approach the edge of the burrow. You can hear shrill little squeals from inside.
Children, if you come out now, I will spare your mother. If not, I will eat her.
Oh my
There is no
God.
movement from inside the burrow.
They're all cowardly.
I will give you 5 minutes. If by that time not one of you has come out, say goodbye to your mother.
You walk back away from the entrance to over towards the mother's body. It is, warm to the touch, and you just sort of like, I guess you just kneel next to it or pray. I don't know. How do you want to see this mother boar off into the afterlife?
I want to pray over the mother boar and thank her for her sacrifice and helping the dryad.
Yeah. There's this one passage in the Perusian Creative Aurelian Soul which says that no animals go to heaven, not even dogs and things like that, because none of them are intelligent enough to serve in the armies of Aurelian Soul, when the end of days comes. So, unfortunately, this particular boar will not be going there.
What about Mickey?
Well,
Mickey serves in the armies of
think
Aurelian Soul.
there are some soldier versions of Aurelian Soul which say, of course they are. We need mounts if we're going to be charging across the plains of heaven. Of course we need horses. But the general doctrine of
I am a soldier follower.
yeah, so you'd probably believe that. The
that's
general
right.
doctrine of the church says no animals, though.
Is
The
there
general
a
doctrine can make my
named
booty.
devil in Aurelian Soul?
Is there a what?
Is there a named enemy that they're going to?
No, there's not a named
enemy.
enemy. It's just everything, basically. Like all the pagan gods, all the heretics, all the mutants, all the schemers
Okay.
who attempt to bring down the empire.
Is it like the Ragnarok thing where they're just waiting in heaven for the?
Basically, yeah, you get to have an
Okay.
infinite party with God until the end of days comes, and then no matter what your role was in life, you will now be a golden heavenly warrior fighting for his righteous
Yo,
causes.
this is a great religion, dude.
Yeah.
Do any of the boys
I just
come
get to
out?
go party with the boys till
Yeah.
the fucking end of times.
Basically, yeah. None of the boars leave the burrow after 5 minutes.
Well, I guess that means that they're all cowardly. How do we go about getting them out?
Depends on how juvenile they actually are, because we haven't seen them.
Well,
Oh.
I mean, where's the burrow?
You walk over to the burrow.
Oh, all right.
You hear squeals from inside as you approach.
How deep do we think it is?
You can look down into the darkness. You know, it gets actually pitch black, which means it's probably a couple feet down, but it can't be that deep. I mean, a boar dug it, so.
You can, like,
Alright,
with
then.
fists and stuff, I could apply non-lethal damage and knock one out, right?
Yeah, as long as you have a bludgeoning strike.
Well, I mean, we don't need to do that, do we?
Don't
We need
I
the-
You need its
assume-
hide, so.
We need its hide.
Oh, I forgot to set hide. You're right.
All right, I'm gonna take the lance and just start toilet plunging the.
No,
Oh my
no,
God.
no,
Yeah, you-
no,
Alright,
I'm
Maximus prepares to plunge the lance in
it's
as you.
happening.
no. I'm going. No, it's not. No, it's not.
I mean, unless
I'm
you're gonna
gonna
do
go
something
and
to stop
I'm
me.
gonna shape water.
It's
I will
happening.
stop. I'm grabbing the lance and I'm holding it with
All
my
right,
whole
well,
might.
So you go to do a full strength strike down
that
into the
work?
pit to, yeah, and a little bit of rainwater and dew gathers around the tip of the lance. I don't think it's enough to stop you, but it's enough to make you be like, what the fuck?
Anyways, I would like to shape water at whatever water is nearby, and
Dewdrops and rain. That's about
Yeah, once about
Oh.
2 seconds after she did that, I continue with my toilet plunging.
it. All right, well, yeah, control water. Yeah, Peach?
But how is that gonna be useful? Because we need a hide, and if it's all fucking mangled up,
It doesn't say a perfect hide.
I guess
You
so.
get enough of a hide.
Make a lance attack.
Right.
But they're already hiding. That's enough.
You plunge the lance in, roll damage.
Nice.
You withdraw the lance, and just like it's actually the most grim fucking sight ever. Like skewered onto the end of the lance is like a 6-month-old boar. It's actually like horrifying as you just withdraw this and hold it up triumphantly, blood like dripping down onto your lance.
Renesmee, I got one.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ!
Do you want the others?
No, I'm okay.
Are you sure? What
Yeah.
if this one doesn't work?
I know. I think that one will work. I actually don't. Yeah, it'll work.
The piglet lets out a final squeal as it dies atop your lance.
Here, Lars, catch. And I'm gonna
Jesus
whip
fucking
the lance around
Christ.
and just like
Jesus
like
Christ!
shoot it off the end at Lars.
Yeah,
And
that
Lars
is-
is not paying attention. It just hits the ground.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Just, it just like hits Lars's arm and splats
Oh.
against the ground. Jesus
Renesmee
Christ.
is nice and far away from this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
she is.
Who's
Is she
gonna?
out of like? Is she out of like eyesight?
No,
She
she's
doesn't
within
want to have
eyesight.
eyesight.
Oh, okay. So that means
Oh.
yes. She said she doesn't want it.
Oh,
She doesn't
Okay.
want to have eyesight.
but
Means
she
she's
does
not really
unfortunately have
I mean,
eyesight.
are you out of eye line?
I mean, she
you
saw
said
you
that's
stab,
too far
like go
away.
into stab, so she has to be able to see you.
Yeah, I mean, I would hear it. I
Yeah.
would whatever. Okay, we
Well,
have this.
Yeah, now you gotta skin it.
Yeah, would one of you mind skinning it, or should I?
Would Granny actually know how to do this?
Probably, yeah.
It's
Basic
up to you.
survival skill.
Okay.
I
Granny
think
can go
like
do
all
that.
of
She has a
us,
dagger.
all of
Yeah,
us
true.
probably
Yeah,
do.
you guys can
Yeah.
all go in and together. It takes a little bit. I mean, it's a very delicate piece of hide, so eventually you manage to get it off, and you got yourself a nice little foot-by-foot patch of baby boar hide.
Okay.
And a very colossal amount of rations if you spend enough time preparing them.
Baby
I'll
boy.
I'll yuck the mother up on the back of. Well, actually, I can't do that. He actually doesn't have the capacity.
Yeah, for her, she's too big.
That's
She's a
actually-
big old gal, a big old big old hog.
Can you cut
mean,
out
I'll
a chunk of
start-
meat?
Yeah, I'll start like taking like various cuts of the meat off.
Yeah, sure. You can get as much rations as you want. It's just they're gonna go bad because you
Oh.
don't like spend the time to properly prepare them. So
You don't have salt or whatever.
No.
I'll just take like 2 days worth of rations.
great, it'll go
Just
bad
so
before
we
then.
don't-
So
we
it's
just-
fine.
Oh, when will it go bad?
Probably a day before some bacteria gets inside.
Just take
of
enough
it.
to eat
Okay,
tonight.
I'll
That'll
take
be-
I'll take enough. I'll take enough for tonight's dinner.
Yeah, you guys eat a wonderful dinner. I mean, Renesmee doesn't, but the rest of you guys eat a wonderful dinner.
I'll eat it. It's
that's-
wasteful
that's-
not to.
Oh, okay. I
Somewhat
guess now
mean.
that's already dead. Then you guys eat a wonderful dinner. Maximus has a bit of a soldier's talent of taking the weirdest ingredients of like random tubers and nuts and a murdered boar and making a delicious meal out of it. And after consuming that, all that's left is to get a drop of blood from a fearful man.
Yeah. Are we gonna do that this session or next?
Well, here's the thing. The Dryad quest is the last thing remaining in this arc, so we could wrap it up now, and then do all the stuff next time. I prefer that, but if you want, we can do it next time, and then we'll just do like 30 minutes of Whispers of the Tyrant, and then we'll move on into the next thing.
We
Got
don't know
it,
how
I'm-
much it specifies on man, so if we wanted to, we could really go find a Zednian and just do it that way.
Theoretically, yeah, but I think that they've all escaped. They've all ran.
Yeah,
I mean-
I'm not sure if I want to. Where's the nearest native tribe?
Jesus. There used to be, rumor is that there were the Feistier up in these hills, the Hillmen, and you guys went through one of their abandoned villages. You've never actually seen a living human in these northern hills, other than cult members.
Which direction do the Zednians head in from this top mountain?
They went south.
Fringe. They may not be able to cross the rivers as easily, though.
Mamushi!
Jesus.
Sorry, he's raping again.
Yeah, the cat.
That's-
Just to clarify.
Certainly a sentence.
Yeah, so the alternate method is that you guys go back to Veruzia and find someone that's a scaredy cat and take a drop of their blood and then go do this whole thing.
Sure.
Yeah, the professor. He'll be in Veruzia.
It's up to you guys. I don't really.
Don't
care.
we have to
Well, I
go
guess-
south for the druid anyway? We
No.
have to go meet up with it.
Maybe.
We have to go here.
I don't
Where?
know where here is.
I don't know where
Yeah.
yours is either.
It's
I'm pinging it.
Where are you paying?
It's not showing up.
I think she means
Are you-
here. Oh,
oh.
there we go. Yeah, there.
Is that where we leave this? I thought wasn't the dryad down in the southern mountains?
Yes.
Yeah, but she does like a weird thing where she just pops up through trees.
Well, isn't that she needs? Does she need these things to actually like? I thought she needed these to get to the tree.
No.
Oh,
She needs
oh,
this to leave the
she
world.
could ju- I thought she needed like safe passages, and there was this cult around here before, but now it's safe for her. Does that make sense?
yes. Yes,
Mhm.
it does.
So I think that once we have everything, she should theoretically just show up. If we call out to her, but if not, then we might have to go south. I think that we won't though.
Well, if you want to go south, then you can just go to Veruzia. You could send off everyone except for yourself, Peach, and then resolve this thing on your own. Or you could try to find a drop of blood up in these
Rennie will
northern...
want to stay with.
Okay, then yeah, you could also try to find a drop of blood in these northern woods. Technically, you could also scare the shit out of one of the party members, aka Lars or Maximus, and take one of their drops of blood.
That's probably not gonna work.
Oh, is it? It's fearful. It's not
Mhm.
like.
It doesn't say
cowardly.
cowardly, it says fearful, so just...
No, yeah.
Does it say like man as in human? Or
That, yes,
man
a
as
man
in
as
like
in a
male?
male human.
Okay,
Or
so
maybe
you
not,
can't
maybe it's
scare
just
the
a
fuck out
human.
of Grania.
And maybe
However
it's just
you
a
want to
human.
interpret it, right?
Yep,
Well,
and that's all the Dryad said. A drop of blood from a fearful man. Could be a male human, could be just a human in general.
I mean,
Or
The
just speak
both
up
of
and
you.
say, well, if you find a way to do it, I don't mind helping.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not like you're
No.
killing me.
Remember Lurple?
How attached are you out of character to like Lars in his mind?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's not a good question.
She thinks that she can mind break Lars.
Preferably nothing permanent. Beyond that, I don't care.
Can I health flake you?
Oh my god.
What is the permanent effects of that? Or are there permanent effects?
We don't know if there's any permanent effects. It's just like a drug.
That's so funny. She's gonna give you the psychosis drug and see if you get scared.
Isn't it like bath salts?
Yeah, she's gonna give him
Pretty much, yeah.
bad trip and hope that he loses his shit. That's so funny.
Hope that he doesn't start punching.
Oh god.
He just starts punching.
Liverpool's everywhere. Yeah, I mean, if you want to try it,
I don't care. I don't care.
Well, I mean, I have kind of like a drug that would probably be a scary trip. I'm scared that you would be so scared that you'd try to hurt us, so we might have to kind of tie you up or chain you up or something beforehand, given your strength. But if you want to save a trip back to Veruzia or save looking around these mountains, we could set up camp here and give it a whirl.
I mean, sure. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Okay.
You're sure? Oh my god.
Like I said before, you're not killing me. You're just
Renesmee,
blood.
you once read a
Cut my hand
story
or something.
about a tribe in the
That
far north of
traumatized
a
them.
place called Kalkland who made berserkers. And, you know, they would give them an insane amount of drugs and then they go speak to God and then they charge into battle. And so you start getting a sort of similar setup going to this where you chain Lars to a tree. Well, rope him to a tree.
As
so
Lars
you
is
don't
like
chain.
completely unfamiliar with health, like I assume.
Yeah, he's never tried it. He's tried a lot of stuff, but probably not Hellflick. And so you tie Lars to a tree, you set up camp. Grania is just, I imagine, just watching all this unfurl because she doesn't know what Hellflick is either. That's a very synthesized drug.
Lucky for you guys, I have one level of exhaustion, so it's less likely I'll break out of the chains.
Yeah. And you give him
I don't
all the
think you're gonna
Hellflake,
break into the chains
Renesmee.
at all.
And
Well, you guys don't have actual chains, is the issue. You guys have rope.
yeah, just rope.
I mean, like 50 feet of rope around you.
That is a lot of rope. Yeah, you're not doing like a single knot and then tying it off. You're doing the full like 16 times coiled around him.
Wait, don't you have 2 levels of
Maybe-
exhaustion, Dota?
No, he got one rid because he took a short rest.
Yeah, but
Maybe
then
if
you
you
dig
had,
deep
like,
against the
above 20
Raven.
strength.
Doesn't that give him 1?
Yes, and I cleared them all before, and now I'm at 1.
Oh yeah, because short rest gets rid of all of it. Yeah. Okay,
Oh, gets rid of
so
all.
you
I
guys
thought it's
tie
just
him
one.
to a tree, cinch it down. You sit on the opposite side of the fire pit, and you give him all of your drugs. Would you like to give him any other drugs, Renesmee, or just the Hellflick?
You got some Artemis
I don't-
on you, probably.
I don't think I have fire mouse. Let me see. I think I just had the health flake.
Okay, well,
Was I the one that bought the every drug?
I guess so. Then you give
Yeah, I
the
think-
Hellflake to Lars, and Lars, it begins slowly at first. The main thing that it starts with is hallucinations, but you're, I'm going to say, a little bit grounded, enough so that you can be like, okay, I'm fine. I'm just here sitting next to a tree. And then you're in a snowy wasteland. Cold blisters against your skin. You know, you are Uthric Funganar, champion of your tribe, and you must now battle a bear. Except something's keeping your arms to your side, so you strain against it, trying to repair it. You must kill this bear for your tribe. Strength check at disadvantage. However, since you are in Hellflake, you do have 11 still ain't going to be good. 9 is not good enough, even with the benefits of Hellflake. So you guys see Lars straining against it, like vessels are starting to like appear at his neck. He's like flexing full strength against these ropes. One of them is starting to really stretch, and then he calms down. And Lars, you start to feel yourself shaking because you thought you were on those plains. You thought you were a warrior, but you're actually in the dungeons. You can hear your cousin Phyllis screaming as the torturers of the Department of Faith use their instruments against him. And you know they're coming for you next, and there's nothing you can do about it. You've been down here for weeks. There's no escaping. In fact, you start to wonder if you were ever anywhere but here, in this basement, an object of torture and entertainment for those who cut and burn you. And you know that your
It's
cousin
actually
has
perfect for
endured it.
Lars because the other times we've been in a situation where he can't do anything. That's when he actually is for.
Yeah, and you just feel like this is going to be like this forever. And I think for Renesmee, from your perspective, it's a very sharp shift. He goes from like normal Lars, like ready for battle, straining against his constraints, to just like dead. Like it just like his eyes are just wide in horror. He's like,
breaths, like panicking. Yeah. So when that happens, I'll go up to him and like on his like arm or something. I actually have 2 vials, so I used one to get the breath of a gentle squirrel, but I'll use the second one, and I'll just nick him a little bit with my dagger.
Yeah.
And
blood begins to leak down into the vial. You can stopper it off with some beeswax and step back. And Lars, you're not even aware of the cut. That's not even in your universe right now. You are so much more focused on the screams from your cousin. He's calling out things that only you could know, things that he admitted to you in confidence. And this cycle of just waiting for that door handle to open for them to come to you seems to continue forever. And then you smell cooked boar. And you don't really know how long it's been. The sun's significantly more down. It's in fact early evening now. Maybe just evening proper. I mean, the sun's fully down at this point. And you see Maximus and Renesmee and Grania around the fireplace. They are eating the boar. And then you realize it's not boar. It's human. And they're all looking at you. And you're next on that fire pit. They're going to get you as well. And then you realize it is just boar. And you're fine. You're a bit sweaty. You got a cut in your arm. You can feel like the blood has now leaked down your arm and has made your arm slick. But you think you're mostly okay. Your heart's still pounding, though, and you have a hard time distinguishing what's real for a couple of minutes.
He's not.
Do we notice him coming back?
Probably not. If he's not saying anything, probably not. Because from your perspective, he was just going from he went from straining, then he was freaked out for about 30 minutes, and then he went back to just aggressively fighting against the ropes. Then he started talking to somebody, having a full-on conversation with somebody named, who was that elven friend you had, Doda?
I don't remember his name. I have to go see if it's even on my sheet.
Whatever that guy's name was, he's having this full conversation with him like you guys aren't even there, and then he's straining against his ropes again, so now he seems to be in one of those lulling periods, but who knows when he's gonna, go full fucking schizo again.
Can we imagine that while he was going through this after I got the blood, that I was like grabbing a piece of cloth and wetting it in a puddle or something and putting it on his head?
Yeah, you can do your best to help him through it, but
because I assume that when he's really scared, he's probably like sweating bullets.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lars, you slowly come down.
Like you said earlier, he dealt with a lot of stuff, but nothing like this. He's probably just like staring in like 1,000-yard stare into the fire and just waiting, making sure it's all over.
Yeah, you give it a while to the point where Gore is next to you this whole time. He's not really worried about you hurting him. But after about 10 minutes, Gore will sort of lift his head and lick your face.
He'll acknowledge him and say, I think it's over.
Nightmare.
Maybe we can keep you there just for a little bit longer to be sure. But are you hungry? Would you like some food? I can feed you.
That's all right. I'll wait.
Yeah, you remain there. Gore continues to, just sit next to you. He goes over to the fire, eats a little bit of food before returning to you. And after about 30 minutes...
Eventually we let him go, yeah.
His heart rates come down. He's pretty chill. And you untie him. It takes, he has to stretch out a little bit. He strained really hard against those ropes in some places. So he has these huge, bruises that are shaped, like the ropes because he was straining so hard against them. He thought he was fucking fighting for his life, full on adrenaline response. You also gain another level of exhaustion, but it'll be gone once you take a short rest, so it's not a huge deal. And that evening, you guys get some sleep with a full belly, and Lars coming down from one hell of a time. All right. The next day, on the 19th of February, the fog has returned. Not magical this time, just fog. It's a foggy island. It's raining a bit as well, though it's not nearly as bad as it was before. And where to?
The tree. And also, first we have to go here to return to the squirrel.
You already in the squirrel's tile, actually.
Oh, okay. Well then,
Yeah,
I would have let the squirrel go at some point.
Yeah, it ran away long before he did the Lars thing.
Cool. And then we'll go over here to be with the tree.
I ran away when you killed the board, or when we killed the board.
Yeah. It takes about an hour in the early morning as mist sort of coats everything to get to that portion of the swamp. Out on the ocean, it'd probably be miserable to be in this weather storm coming down, rain pelting the water, but here underneath the boughs of swamp trees, it's not all that bad. You see a frauder sitting on a log, croaking away. You ride on past it, and you get closer to the tree, and we'll just move to the... There's probably not going to be battle here, but I just think it's a cool map I stumbled across.
Oh, that's so cool.
And you approach the oldest tree on the island.
Probably not going to be battle
Probably.
here.
I can never say anything with you guys. You're just unpredictable, okay? One day, you'll just start killing something. Yeah, literally. You're just like, oh, yeah, I stabbed the matron because I want her blood. And I'm like, okay, well, got that. So, yeah, you guys arrive here. You can dismount from your horses and stuff. The large fey tree. Maybe fey. Who knows? Old tree. We'll just put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Now
I'll go to the base of it with all the different things. I will...
Grania will be looking over your shoulder.
Yeah. I'll ask, like, Granny if she wants to kind of help place it in front of the tree.
She seems very excited. She'll nod yes.
Okay, cool. We'll put down the last leaf to cling to a winter tree and just hope that one counted. The breath of a gentle squirrel, the hide of the cowardly boar. I'll put down the vial of Lars's blood, and then I'll close my eyes and I'll put my hand on like the tree, and this will kind of remind me of when I first got my druidic powers and I was touching the mountain.
Yeah.
And I'll say and think deep in my body, like, Dryad Matron, we have all the things that you might need. It is safe here. If you appear, hopefully all the conditions are right for you to pass on.
Yeah, you guys hear rustling from one of the nearby pine trees, and stepping out as if she were there the entire time is the Dryad. Grania, you would recognize almost instantly that she is an incredibly weak Dryad in the grand scheme of things, certainly nowhere near any of those that you met in the place where you were raised. She also looks deeply sickly, though Renesmee, she looks about the same as the last time you saw her. It's not as if it's worsened all that much in the last 3 weeks or whatever. But she will largely ignore those watching, Maximus and Lars, and she will walk over to you and the ingredients, and she will also put a hand on one of the roots of the tree and say to you in Cymbalin,
Before I can proceed, I must hear the tree's history. This may take some time.
Okay.
Could we all hear that, or just her?
in Cymbalin, yeah.
No, well,
The Lars understands, but you don't.
I'm the only one getting it.
And
I'll just like whisper over to, or sit over to him, like, we're gonna be waiting here for a bit.
yeah, the Dryad will
Yeah.
walk forward, sit down on the
I'll
rock,
sit here.
cross-legged.
I want to watch her, yeah.
I will
And-
go to sleep.
You just begin to nap on the back of Mickey. And slowly, over the course of the next hour, a long conversation is going to happen where the tree tells the Dryad all about her history, but you're not privy to any of the details. Maybe this tree had the craziest life. Maybe it just sat there and got rained on for 200 years. Who the fuck knows? But
Actually, hold on. There is something very important I need to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not to the tree either.
Oh no, the tree is it's telepathic.
Okay.
So there's the tree unfortunately can't speak in that way. So instead, she just waits, and about an hour later, Maximus is, she beep 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 beep. And the Dryad will recover the ingredients. She will place the leaf flat against the trunk where the symbol has been carved into the tree. She will then smear the blood of a fearful man across the leaf. She will open up the breath of the squirrel, uncorking the bottle. The breath will sort of gently waft across the leaf and the blood, and then she will take out the hide of the boar, lay it down across the rock, put the leaf within the hide, fold the hide in on itself several times until it's just a little package, and then she will begin to sit there in silence. Several long seconds pass. Then she begins to speak. And when she speaks, the forest acts sort of in tandem with her. She says a word, which Grania would recognize, but to the rest of you is nonsense, in a language of the Fae. and you hear this whistling go throughout all the trees as if a gentle wind just blew through. She says another word, and the boughs of nearby trees fold inward, everything folding towards this central tree as if the power of what's about to take place has them, bending towards the light. And then she speaks the final word, and the boar hide just ceases to be. There's no fire, there's no, crumbling into dust, it simply ceases to be. And then in one smooth motion, the dryad stands up and just walks through the bark. There's no like fancy portal opening, she is just phases right through it. And then the trees bend back to their usual orientation. And despite nothing really changing, the forest around you feels sadder, as if it's lost something. And the tree that you walked through seems to almost like the years, hundreds of years of age have begun to catch up to it. You notice that the cracks along its bark seem to multiply, and the age that sags at the branches of the tree seems to grow more intense as it sort of bends down across the clearing now. And after about...
Granny is just going to have her hand placed on where she was and just, kind of like to bow head and her eyes are closed.
I
And
want
after
to,
about 10
touch
seconds-
the root over here, too. It's
Yeah.
kind of sad.
And then after about 10 seconds, other than the changes that only you seem to notice, it's as if she was never even there.
I want to just close my eyes and kind of pray at the roots of the tree for safe passing and for this forest to still be watched over and cared for.
Yeah, and Grania, for you, it's probably even more bittersweet because you know where she went. She went home, / you were home as well. So it's pretty close. You don't know that particular ritual, but you certainly knew people who did, and you could have just maybe that could get you home once you're done with your task, here. And with that, we will end the session. Next week, we are done with Whispers of the Tyrant. We're moving on to something called Matter of Faith. We'll be getting Zednius his memory back, or not his memory, but like his intelligence, I guess.
His int.
Yeah, his int. Will be Father Hyperion will be going his separate way, Lars as well. Granny will be joining up the party, and we'll be doing some stuff in the city. A lot of roleplay, not a lot of combat, so it'll be a bit of a change of pace. XP-wise, since we finished...
If it's going to be an extended period of time, you could also have Father Hyperion start to teach you guys sign language before he leaves.
Yeah, he'll do a bit of that, but unfortunately it's going to be mostly up to body language and the players to figure that one out. In terms of XP, everyone in the party is going to receive 4,000.
Only?
Only 4,000, I know. You got most of the XP last session, to be fair.
I was literally asleep for the entire session.
Oh.
Basically. I got 4,000
That's
XP.
fair.
I'm so tired.
All right. And I know it was a bit longer than usual, but I think it was good to wrap up all the Whispers of the Tyrant stuff, so next week we can come in fresh or whenever we end up scheduling it.
Yeah.
So I will try to spare
Can we
Echoes.
level up?
You guys get a level up whenever you get to a long rest, so I don't
Got
know.
it, so we
Feel
don't know
about
what
giving
one
us
yet.
another 1,000 so I can go straight to level 9.
Unfortunately, no 1,000 XP. for you.
1,000? You need
You're really behind.
No, to level 9, not 8.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say, if that's behind, what the fuck am I?
Yeah, I'm at 47,060.
You guys aren't level 11 already?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've actually secretly given
that's
Granny
why-
an extra 3 levels
That's
on the
why
rest of the
he's
party.
been doing so much damage.
Additionally, we have some last thing before the Whispers of the Tyrant are over. We have some resets on our reputation with the different factions. Almost everything is back to neutral. The
what?
Department of Faith remains
We
the
didn't
same,
even-
but
Okay.
yeah, but the rest of the negative ones, time heals all wounds. That's what they say.
I was
so.
gonna say, how did we
you guys
lose
are-
Department of Faith? We didn't.
No, yeah,
even-
you didn't lose anything. You just did what they asked. But with everyone else, you're about neutral. So going into the next arc, you'll be on speaking terms with everyone. All right. Yeah.
Here.
I'll see you guys next
That's
week.
pretty good.
And yeah, it's better than where you were, especially with the Department of War. Yeah. So, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.